Run Happy Travers Week at Saratoga. What will the canoe look like this time next week? Crimson and gray would work just fine for this Kentucky Derby Preakness and Belmont Stakes winning owner Jack Knowlton. The pride of his Saratoga stable, 'Tis the Law. Showtime fast approaching for the even money morning line favorite in Saturday's Run Happy Travers. But first, the Wednesday card at the Spa, highlighted by the mile and an eighth Summer Colony for fillies and mares on dirt. While Hall of Famer Bill Mott will once again try for his first Travers win on Saturday, he'll saddle the favorite in today's main event. Last summer's Shoe V winner, Golden Award, 6-5 morning line favorite in the Summer Colony. Beautiful day in Saratoga Springs. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You can see the horses making their way into the paddock. Just outside the paddock, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So we got all the bad weather out of the way. The forecast looks clear all week. Run Happy Travers Week. And just a couple of hours ago, the field was drawn for the 151st running of the Grade 1 Travers Stakes. 8 of them running a mile and a quarter. And the even money morning line favorite, as expected, number 6, 'Tis the Law, with Manny Franco in the saddle. As I welcome in my co-host, former champion jockey Richie Migliori. Richie, I'm actually kind of shocked you made it in.
I'm very happy I got here. It was a little dicey this morning.
Look at what Richie had to go through just to get here this afternoon. I thought I was going to be manning this thing solo. Everything okay back home?
Thankfully, everything's good. No power. Probably won't have power for several days.
Look at that.
Trees down, wires down. I live on a dirt road, and it took a lot of zigzagging and some help from a neighbor to get off the road and get to a main road. But thankfully, everybody's fine.
I'm glad with everybody okay. So great to have you here. The draw going in for the Run Happy Travers, post position number 6 quickly for 'Tis the Law. Little impact, big impact, no impact. What do you think?
Well, I think it's an impact in a good way for him. He's fast enough to put himself in the race, but he's not under the gun because he's drawn more towards the outside, and I think the real speeds are inside of him. He projects to get a very similar trip that he got in the Belmont Stakes and the Florida Derby, just kind of stalking from the outside, waiting for Manny Franco to ask the question.
Out in the clear. We'll have much more on the Run Happy Travers. As for today's feature, it is the Summer Colony. Richie, who was Summer Colony? Why is there a race named after her?
Well, Summer Colony was a very good race mare for trainer Mark Hennig, and a big, strong mare. You could see her here winning the personal ensign. And I was talking to Mark about it today because you had pointed out to me it took her till her 7th start to finally break her maiden. And usually horses that have this kind of ability point themselves out very early. But Mark said it was a matter of getting her to stretch out. As a 2-year-old, he was sprinting her because that's how you get the 2-year-old started. And then she was injured before he could stretch her out. And then she came back as a 3-year-old. He actually went to the turf to get her to go 2 turns because he felt like that was the key. And then when it finally got 2 turns on the dirt, that's when she went on a mad tear.
You look at the numbers she piled up, Summer Colony. Richie, what is that? I understand the confidence concept with people, but horses, she loses her first 6 races and then goes on that tear.
Well, I think she finally got to use her stamina, which was her weapon, that she could just keep galloping. And she wanted 2 turns so much. If you think about 16 starts she made around 2 turns on the dirt with 10 wins, or 10 career victories. Mark also made sure to tell me that it was also coincided when his wife, Rose, started galloping her, and he felt like she had a lot to do with her success, that they really had a bond, and she really settled, relaxed, and went on.
Mark's a smart guy. Mark is a very smart individual. So, the Summer Colony coming on early in the program. Race number 4 here at Saratoga. Take a look at the field. Fillies and mares running a mile and an eighth on the main track. The favorite drawn inside. Golden Award, 6-5 morning line favorite. 4 for her Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott. When she's on top of her game, she's very good, Richie. Let's go back to last summer's Grade 3 Shoe V. Golden Award. She beats Grade 1 winners Wildcat, and she's a Julie.
Yeah, and really ran big this day. She made all the running, slow pace, but finished the deal. The question marks about her is, you can go back then right after that Shoe V, she's eased in the personal ensign. That was a Grade 1. Comes back this year, runs 2nd at Gulfstream. Looks like she's set to start a real good campaign. She runs in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps, eased again, chasing a very fast pace that day. Which Golden Award shows up? Because the good Golden Award shows up, she's a deserving favorite.
So how do you handle this?
Because
there's really no explanation. Bill Mott has not. He still hasn't really given an answer as to why that's happened. Pulled up into races for a short price favorite in a stakes race at Saratoga. That seems like a lot to concede in terms of the price, considering she's done this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing in 2 of her last 4 races.
The only thing I will say is that Bill Mott's a trainer, Hall of Fame trainer, youngest trainer ever inducted in the Racing Hall of Fame, who doesn't run horses unless they're 100%. So he must be seeing all the right things in her morning training. Her works look solid. I'm sure Junior Alvarado, he sticks around, so it couldn't have been anything terrible. Was it a matter of just chasing a very hot pace on a very warm day that it just got the best of her? A lot of questions, I agree. And at a short price, I don't know that I want to go that direction, but if she shows up and runs her A race, she's going to be very tough.
You brought up the question, which version of her shows up today? The favorite, Golden Award, coming up in the Summer Colony. As we look at today's schedule, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, the steeplechase event has been postponed until next week. That monsoon hurricane yesterday. 9 flat races remain. Race 2 in just a few minutes. Temperature in the high 70s. The main track is fast, which is amazing. No turf racing. No turf racing this afternoon. But the main track, after 2.5 inches of rain, is fast. Still have time. Travers Week, you might want to get involved. Join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. And the showdown's back. Play against your friends, fellow fans with the Saratoga Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest available every day of racing at Saratoga. Place your picks now. Watch your name climb up the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit naira.com/showdown to get started and continue playing all through the Saratoga meet. First race of the day, it's actually race number 2. Again, the steeplechase event was postponed. Richie, just a $16,000 restricted claiming event. Non-winners 2 lifetime. They're all 1 for something. Mile and an eighth on the main track. Naughty Prince, the early favorite at 2-1.
And this is a horse that broke his maiden going 7 furlongs and now comes back for 16, which is probably the right move after breaking maiden for 20. He is 1 for 1. There's a lot of other horses in here that have had multiple tries. So maybe that's why you want the stranger.
Undefeated horses in non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming races. You don't see it, but here he is, Naughty Prince, the current favorite in today's second race, which is actually our first. Post time 13 minutes. Stay tuned.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Run Happy, 2015 champion sprinter, always race medication free, now standing at Claiborne Farm. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock, riders up, race number 2. Maggie, good afternoon.
Hey, Lafitte and Meg, as we'll jump right into the action here. I want to start with a first-time gelding. That's number 4, Sneeds, for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. Now, he looks very fit, and actually, he seems more focused and on the muscle than what I've seen from him in previous efforts, at least coming back here in the summer of 2020. I'm not sure if he gets better, though, with more distance, going the 2-turn 9 furlongs, though he has run competitively in the past with only 2 tries at it. So we'll see how he does here, as I want to take a look at Linda Rice's charge. The joke's on you, returning off of a layoff, and he was successful in breaking his maiden when stretching out for the first time. Granted, that was only a 1-turn mile. We'll see how he does coming back here around 2 turns, but boy, is he fit. He's strong. He's actually lengthened in his frame since going back to last year, the last time I saw him as a 3-year-old. He looks very good coming in off the break here. And then number 6 is your current favorite at 2-1 is Naughty Prince. Comes off the back of a maiden victory going the 7/8 at Keeneland. He just grinded it away. He broke well. He tracked outside the early leaders and just grinded that win out. And he ran like a horse that would appreciate getting more ground. And here in the paddock, he looks like a horse that would love the 1 1/8 here, as he's very fit coming in here. He looks good as your current favorite. Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. Irad Ortiz aboard, a date with Country Grammar for Chad Brown. Brown seeking his first Run Happy Travers win on Saturday. Post-Braid Ritchie, race 2. There's Macho Boy drawn inside at 13-1.
A horse with speed from the rail with Mike Luzzi probably on top of the pace.
Number 2, Icy Dude, Jose Ortiz aboard.
Went up to Finger Lakes, broke his maiden. First time trying 2 turns up there. It's a little bit tougher here.
Contender, number 3, and then you have Soul Flight here at 11-1, settling down now, was acting up moments ago.
Yeah, a horse that doesn't have much early speed will be closing.
Sneeds, you heard Maggie talking about him in the paddock there. Ricardo Santana already 2 Grade 1 wins at the meet.
I was very interested in this horse before Maggie kind of gave him the seal of approval. Go back to his 1 1/8 race here last year, good enough to win.
Joke's on you. Number 5, question, as Maggie mentioned, distance.
Yeah, another horse that possesses speed. Can he get the 1 1/8?
Question for all of them, this 1 1/8 distance. Naughty Prince, again, you don't see it. Undefeated, right? 1 for 1 in one of these restricted claiming races.
And well spotted by Wesley Ward, who's winning at 20% at the meet. This horse looks like a very strong contender.
Favorite 2-1, and then number 7, King of American. It has been a struggle of late.
Yeah, kind of just form's kind of gone south. Would have to find a race that I haven't seen yet.
And on the outside, Mind the Coin, Manny Franco, a date with Tis the Law. Run Happy, Travers' favorite in 3 days.
Horse coming out of sprints, has been showing speed in sprints. Sometimes the first time going long is the best time. The distance is a big question mark for this one.
That's the field. $16,000 claimers, restricted, non-winners to lifetime. They're all one for something. Ready to play today's races, but need those past performances. We do have you covered. Equibase does. Free Equibase past performances are available for all the races on our show today. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Let's get back to Mind That Coin, Richie. Manny Franco, he will be riding in bigger races this week. Let's go back to Mind That Coin's last race. This was June 25th, Belmont Park. He's facing similar competition, and he does stick to his task to keep grinding away.
He does. In this race, they went very fast. It's going 6.5 furlongs, 22-2, 45-2 for this level of horse. And like you said, he's steady. He's grinding. He keeps coming. He's not giving up ground. He's not closing with a rush, but he just stays at it. Maybe this is what led trainer Gary Gullo to stretch him to the 1 1/8. I think from that outside post, he's going to have to try to clear and see if he makes the lead, settle down. And like I said, sometimes that first turn, horse stretching out for the first time, takes him off guard a little bit, takes him off the bridle, gets him to settle, and they go a little further than they normally might.
Originally a $300,000 purchase, Mind That Coin, running for $16,000 here. First of 5 1 1/8 races today. With the surface switches, we have no turf racing this afternoon. And again, that is the big question with this entire field, essentially. Who's going to thrive? Who's going to handle this 9 furlongs best?
I think if you go back, though, to the 4-horse Sneeds, and you go back to that 1 1/8 race last year, August 9th, almost a year to the day, that race was good enough to win this, and I thought he ran big that day, might have even been best that day. he comes back as a gelding. Maggie likes the way he looks. He looks fit.
That's your top selection, correct?
Absolutely my top selection. I liked him before I heard Maggie speak well of him.
Now you feel that much better, right?
Just gave me more confidence.
By a Kentucky Derby winner in Street Sense Sneeds. The joke's on you. Number 5, with personal ensign winning jockey Jose Lezcano in the saddle. That's still Sneeds, waiting to see the joke's on you. There he is. This was the joke's on you's last race. 5.5 months ago, February 21st, Aqueduct, the joke's on you, just running up the score in Ozone Park.
Yeah, and I think he really hooked the right group this day. I mean, he just widened on, honestly, a weak group. Slow fractions, track was on the slow side. I think this is a little bit tougher, a little bit different kind of field he's going to face, because even for a maiden 25 last time, that was a weak maiden 25. And sometimes a horse wins by 13 lengths, and of course you're impressed because of the margin of victory, but visually it was not impressive to me. His stride wasn't strong through the wire, it's just everybody else was weak in it.
Jose Lezcano, there he is with Vexatious, defeating champion Midnight Bijou in last Saturday's Grade 1 personal incident, and you have to give him a lot of credit for that win, Richie.
He deserves a lot of credit for that win. Race riding at its best, and some people think, well, it was a foul. No, it wasn't a foul within the way the rules are interpreted in New York, and Jose Lezcano rode right on top of that line and cut it as fine as you could, but it made a difference. His ride really contributed to the victory.
Somewhere else, do you think there may have been a change?
Yes, a lot of jurisdictions that might have been a change, but all you ask from stewards is consistency. In New York, that was a consistent call. They allow that, and guys know that, and that's how they ride. They ride to that.
You see this in sports in general, whether it was in the last couple of minutes of a playoff game with a Michael Jordan or a Kobe Bryant. They would get, the late, great Kobe Bryant, they would get the benefit of a call more often than not because they were Kobe Bryant, because they were Michael Jordan. Do you think that in some cases, and again, they left it alone, and Richie and I both agree they should have left the personal incident alone. Can the stature of a champion, the stature of a Midnight Bijou, come into play when it comes to making that call?
Oh, I think it absolutely can. And I think also one of the things we talk about, jockeys talk to the stewards when there's an inquiry. I don't agree with it. It sounds hypocritical for me to say. It benefited me when I was riding to talk to the stewards because I could talk my way in and out of things. And I knew what guys wanted to hear.
We hear all the time.
Exactly. I can walk right in, walk right out. But I could convey in a way that other guys maybe didn't have the skill set to convey to them what I was trying to say. So it benefited me. I don't think it's right. Again, we go back to the analogy football. Ref throws a flag, pass interference. He doesn't ask the players for their input.
Not interested.
And
you can challenge. You can challenge those penalties, though, now, as they're still warming up for this second race. 2 minutes out. We're looking at Icy Dude. Maggie, what are you observing here with Icy Dude and Jose Ortiz?
Well, first I'm observing the board. I haven't checked the doubles, so I'm not exactly what he'll go off at, but he is taking some money here for Linda Rice. Maybe it is a little bit of Jose Ortiz teaming up with her as well. But Icy Dude is one that I always thought as though he would love going 2 turns. And granted, the first time he got to do so was at Finger Lakes, but he did break his maiden in doing so. He comes in here off the back of a win. Now, that was a sealed racetrack. Now he gets a fast one here as well. But he's just a horse that always struck me as one that just wants to gallop all day long. And he's going to get to do that going the 9 furlongs. This is a logical spot for him. Obviously, he's very fit, having that one race under his belt for the break in racing and coming back here. So I think he makes sense. And granted, this isn't necessarily a Finger Lakes shipper, but we have seen horses, no matter what they're doing, if they run at Finger Lakes prior to coming to Saratoga, they often will run well coming here. Now, number 3 is Soul Flight. Speaking of one that's been training at Saratoga, Soul Flight has been doing that for his trainer, and he is very sharp. He got a really exuberant warm-up as well beneath Eric Cancel. He was a little bit bad to saddle. I hope he's not doing too much pre-race as we see him a little hot under the collar. It's not that warm today whatsoever. It's actually a picture-perfect, lovely racing day with a nice breeze. He did, like I say, he galloped off pretty strongly. Eric actually had to stand up in the irons to pull him up over on the backside at the turn. But I'm wondering if we do see a little bit of early foot from him, considering his last race was going 6.5. I think he should appreciate the mile and eighth given his physicality. I just don't necessarily like how much energy he's expending prior to going in the gate, but one that kind of took my eye as a long shot, at least physically here, Lafitte.
Yeah, Maggie, and can that happen, Richie, when you say, I'm going to give this horse an aggressive warm-up, we're going to get him right on edge, and I want him to break sharper today, and then, post-time, and I've maybe asked him or her to do a little too much in the warm-up.
Absolutely. Sometimes you turn them on, you can't turn them back off. Years ago, I was on a horse for trainer Pat Reynolds, warming right up here at Saratoga.
Big Brown's first trainer.
Exactly. Left the pony, tapped the horse on the shoulder. He ran off with me once around. The outrider missed me. I came by the stands. The horse had a scratch. Very embarrassed.
What did Pat have to say?
Was not happy with me. I was apologetic. Couldn't take it back. It was too late.
What are you gonna do?
I turned him on. I couldn't turn him off.
It happens. It happens.
Getting back briefly to the conversation about stewards' decisions, think about an umpire with a strike zone. Some umpire strike zones are tighter. Some are a lot wider.
Oh.
Similar with stewards.
Greg Maddox, foot off the plate. Strike 3. Final thoughts, Maggie.
Richie bringing up a horse running off prior to a race with the jockey aboard. That actually happened, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, to Jose Ortiz with Takafel, who was a stakes winner for Kieran McLaughlin. I mean, he was known to be a runoff, and he got away from the pony, and he just ran off, and Jose could not pull him up. I remember they had to scratch him, too. So it does happen, and that's why possibly we see the outrider actually accompanying Soul Fight before going into the gates. I think maybe he had to pick Eric up, but just so we can conserve that energy as they are going to load him in, Lafitte.
He was always a handful to Koffel. You could just tell, like, you would as much talent as he was supposed to have, and on the Derby trail at one point, and they're like, no way, if he's going to do any damage, it's going to be short distance races. But every time you'd see him on the track, you're like, man, that rider has got it. He's going to earn his paycheck today.
Again, we talk about it a lot. A lot of these horses physically are capable. Mentally, they stop themselves from being the best they can be. Just a little too high energy, a little too high strung.
I can't believe this is the same. We're in the same place that we were 24 hours ago. I came out here yesterday and actually just kind of sat in the grandstand for a little while, and it was absolutely pouring and nobody was here. But I mean, the main track took 2.5 inches of rain, and it's fast. All the credit in the world to this new track, its drainage, a fast track after that monsoon yesterday.
Glenn Kozak and his crew do some job here in general, but certainly the new drainage system, you got to give it a high marks for this.
It's working, and every horseman on the press conference today, from the Run Happy Travers Draw, from Barclay Tagg to Chad Brown to Linda Rice, all the same thing. Just glowing reviews about this new main track at Saratoga as they file into the gate for these $16,000 claimers. Mile and an eighth, first of 5 9-furlong races on the day. So we turn things over to John Embrial. He'll be calling the Run Happy Travers on Saturday. John Embrial, the voice of Saratoga, with the call. Race 2 live, Saratoga.
And they're off. Hesitant start for number 8, Mind the Coin, but now he is moving up on the outside. From the rail, it is a Macho Boy who grabs the early lead. Macho Boy is in front. The Joke's on You runs in second. Naughty Prince is on the outside in third. Then it's Soul Fight in fourth. Mind the Coin runs in fifth. Sneeds is next in sixth. Then it's a break of 2 to King of American, and 2 more to Icy Dude, who trails the field in eighth as the field heads for the backstretch. And it is Macho Boy on top after a quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Long shot, Macho Boy takes the field up the backstretch here. It is Macho Boy in front by about a length. The Joke's on You is running in second, and the favorite Naughty Prince on the outside in third. Soul Fight down at the rail runs in fourth. And then it's Mind the Coin and Sneeds, who's in between horses. At the back are King of American and Icy Dude. Half mile, 49 seconds. Macho Boy leads here by a little more than a length as Naughty Prince now moves into second. And the Joke's on You dropping back at the rail. Mind the Coin is now up into third. Sneeds has advanced into fourth. Soul Fight down on the rail in fifth as the field races midway on the turn. It's Macho Boy, 3/4 of a length over Naughty Prince, who's on the outside. Mind the Coin, and Sneeds continues to gain on the outside. The field is now at the quarter pole. It is Macho Boy and Naughty Prince, who's under the whip. Macho Boy down at the rail. Naughty Prince on the outside. Naughty Prince takes the lead. Macho Boy down at the rail. On the outside, it is Sneeds. And then Mind the Coin as they pass the 8th pole. It is Naughty Prince. And on the outside, here is Sneeds. Naughty Prince, Sneeds, Sneeds and Naughty Prince. They come for the finish. Naughty Prince got the job done by a head. Sneeds was second. And farther back, Mind the Coin. Finished third in the opener.
And still undefeated. Naughty Prince, 2 for 2 for trainer Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz, MIG selection. Sneeds, how's he going to get by him when he's like twice his size, Mig?
Yeah, and he looked to me like the winner. Naughty Prince hit the front and maybe got to idling a little bit, kind of, waiting for company, because then when Sneeds pulled alongside, he found more and galloped out well. I thought I was home and cooled out at the 16th pole.
Trying to get off Run Happy Travers Week with a win. Another look, top of the stretch. You can see Irad Ortiz leading rider Saratoga in the red cap with the white R for the Ramses, and Naughty Prince responds. And on the outside, Sneeds, look at the size differential, Richie.
What a disparity here. I mean, he's a full 2 hands taller than the other horse. And for people that know what horses are measured by hands, a hand is 4 inches, so he's got a good 8 inches on him there. The Spud Webb with Shaquille O'Neal.
Like Shaq, like Maggie, like Shaq dunking on Spud Webb here in the opener at Saratoga. Race number 2, actually.
Poor Sneeds. As you can see, when they're kind of almost matched up from, their tail, from their hind end, and Naughty Prince still has a full neck in front of Sneeds, you can really see the size disparity, especially at that angle. Look at that. And as you were saying, Mig, Naughty Prince seemed to want to wait on horses, and you can almost see he has his head turned and looking at Sneeds like, come on, man, you can't get past me. Don't you know I'm the Naughty Prince? I'm trying to stay undefeated here. But a good run by your runner-up, as he had to kind of track wide as well. Mind the Coin did not break that sharply. Sometimes when there's that open space, as Mig talks about, as he was on the outside, they just kind of get a little lost out there. They'll break out, or they won't necessarily break with the crew, because there's only that one horse to their inside with them. And a lot of times the assistant starter is not necessarily blocking that view, but they are standing there towards the other horse. So, but a good run by Naughty Prince, as you said, stays undefeated. Doesn't matter the level. If you got 2 wins under your name, you're doing pretty good.
Perfect, unblemished, Maggie. Naughty Prince. Sneeds must, like, you're watching the start of a Star Wars film when they run the long credits. Like, does this ship ever end? He says, like, where is the front of Naughty Prince? Does he ever end? Couldn't get by him. Naughty Prince able to prevail 6-4, 8-3.
But, even for lower-level horses like this, they put on a good show. It was an exciting opener, and just a little bit of a window into what we've got coming up heading into this Run Happy Travers weekend.
Exciting racing, yeah, and nothing low level about the Run Happy Travers, especially the favorite. In Tis the Law, New York's finest. Even money, morning line favorite for the Run Happy Travers in the midst of a Triple Crown bid. The one to beat. In the Midsummer Derby, it's uncharted territory for everyone. Stay tuned.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Saratoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
Tis the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A graded stakes winner at 2, 3, and 4, from coast to coast, from 7.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. In 2018, the fastest 3-year-old in the country over 10 furlongs by internationally successful sire More Than Ready. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Run Happy Travers Week. Look at that gorgeous paddock. Welcome everyone to Saratoga Live. Presented in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with the Naira Bets app or at nairabets.com. Good horse race. And the winner here, still undefeated, Naughty Prince, 2 for 2. Winning trainer Wesley Ward with Maggie in the winner's circle.
That's right. Well, you got to spot them where they can win, and Wesley did exactly that with Naughty Prince in both his career starts. And Wesley, Naughty Prince, you made him look pretty attractive, I'd say, to other trainers. He's not coming home to your barn.
No, what are you going to do? Undefeated. That's all we could do for Mr. Ramsey, so we were happy.
And Mr. Ramsey, no stranger to the Saratoga Winner's Circle. He likes to win races up here. Is that something that you guys kind of discuss and find spots for these horses where they're going to win?
Yeah, he's a winner, Mr. Ramsey. He's won a few thousand races, and that's one of the reasons why he does. He puts his horses where they can win. And we barely got it done, but he did. So I'm so thankful to train for the boss there. He's been a great guy to train for over 15 years. So.
Definitely a comfortable neck. Now, Wesley, I was going to ask you about Roderick in the Saratoga Special. You're actually going to run him out at Del Mar in the Best Pal. Talk a little bit about him, though, for those that are watching out there at Del Mar, a horse that was highly regarded coming into his maiden score at Belmont.
Yeah, he's a very nice colt. He shipped in from Keeneland, and he won convincingly at Belmont. We brought him back to Keeneland, and he's had some great works, and we just sat there right in the middle and decided kind of which direction we were going to go, either out to Del Mar or back here to Saratoga. And in looking at the field, the quality looks very, very tough here in this race, very contentious. We drew a great post here, which was post 11. Talked it over with the owners, and ultimately we decided to go to the Best Pal. Looks a little easier spot on paper anyways. You never know how they run the races. But ultimately we'd like to get back here to the Hopeful, and we were looking for the best way to do it.
You certainly are a guy who's not afraid to ship your horses around and be successful. All the success you've had at Royal Ascot as well. Wesley, congratulations in the first, though, with Naughty Prince.
Thank you very much.
Wait, real quick. He named after you?
You know, speaking about shipping in, he was in Keeneland yesterday. He got off the plane last night, and here we are in the Winner's Circle today. So they ship in no problem. They run great.
You're certainly the master of it. Wesley, again, congrats and thanks, and nice catching up with you.
Thank you, Maggie. Have a good day.
All right, always fun to catch up with Wesley. As I was saying, he is no stranger to shipping a horse successfully, as we will not see Roderick this Friday here at Saratoga, but he'll be a scratch out of that Saratoga Special. He'll be running out at Del Mar. Lafitte.
Maybe eventually. Grade 1 hopeful. Saratoga's most significant race for 2-year-olds. Maggie, thanks so much. Naughty Prince, 650. Richie, as a handicapper or for someone newer to the sport, you do have to look at claiming races and horses entered in claiming races at Saratoga specifically a little different.
Well, you do. Everybody wants to win in Saratoga, and guys will tend to drop horses down. You may have a horse that's actually worth $35,000 running for $25,000 because the wins are so coveted up here. Owners, trainers, everybody wants to make their mark in Saratoga.
Winds.
Yeah.
Our Midsummer Derby, very windy here at Saratoga this afternoon. And, they drew the field earlier today. 150 first running of the Run Happy Travers. 3-year-olds running a mile and a quarter. Run Happy Travers on Saturday. And the field, 8 of them signed on, running at the Classic American Racing distance of a mile and a quarter. Post position number 6 for Tiz the Law, installed as an even money morning line favorite. Richie, this was on Saturday. Tiz the Law in his final major drill for the Travers. What are you seeing?
I'm just seeing a horse that's doing extremely well. He's doing as well coming into this Run Happy Travers as he was going into the Belmont Stakes, if not better.
Wow.
Doesn't look like he's doing anything, Lafitte. You know, when a horse goes 5 furlongs in better than a minute, that means he's going every furlong, every eighth of a mile in 12 seconds or less. And he's looking like he's doing every eighth in about 14 seconds. Good horses do things easily. He is training spectacularly.
Effortless, yes. You mentioned 5/8 of a mile, 59 in 4, thanks to our friends at XBTV. Tis the Law, Richie. Here's what's bizarre. Any other year, like, who knows what we're saying about Tis the Law right now? Like, maybe in 2015 with American Pharaoh, we would be saying there's Triple Crown winner and Run Happy Travers favorite, Tis the Law, and yet Derby, Preakness still in front of us. Just bizarre.
Yeah, it's just so strange. And I know a lot of people want to talk about the Triple Crown and what context do you put this Triple Crown to previous years. I think it's harder this year.
Tougher one?
I think it's harder this year. You have to have a horse good for an extended period of time instead of 5 weeks, 15 weeks. And also opens the door to late developing horses to come in and take you on as we get into the Derby and the Preakness.
Once we get there, getting way ahead of ourselves, the Preakness will be deeper. A month in between Derby, Preakness, it will be deeper. If there's an asterisk, it will only be because it's different, not easier, and again, probably tougher this year more so than any for Tis the Law, trying to win a Triple Crown. A gem of consistency, not much to critique. He's won 5 of 6, 3-time Grade 1 winner. His only loss, a third-place finish in last fall's Kentucky Jockey Club, in the slop with traffic issues, Richie. And then you have the Bob Baffert factor, the 2-time Triple Crown winner, shipping in from the West with Uncle Chuck. Just his 3rd career start. Uncle Chuck, second choice in the morning line, 5-2, winner of the Los Alamitos Derby.
Well, speaking of undefeated, 2 for 2, stepped up in the Los Alamitos Derby. He's a horse that has tactical speed. He can be in front or he can be right off the pace. To run a 1 1/8 as well as he did in his second start here certainly bodes well. And the fact that Bob Baffert ships him cross country for the Travers, he doesn't come here for the natural spring water. He comes here because he believes he can win.
Which he reminded us of last week, improbable, his second straight Whitney. This was Uncle Chuck at Del Mar on Saturday, 5/8 of a mile in 1:01. What are you noticing from Uncle Chuck here?
He's got that typical Uncle Mo stride to him, a horse that really drops his head out, reaches, covers a lot of ground. If you didn't know he was by Uncle Mo, looking at that, I would guess he's by Uncle Mo. Got that great extension, almost rolls over his shoulder. Looks terrific. You can't fault him at all off this one.
How much is being asked of Uncle Chuck? Traveling cross country, he's raced twice, gets to face Tis the Law on Tis the Law's home turf.
Well, I think that's the factor there. I don't think the shipping part bothers me as much because it's from a trainer who knows how to do it and do it well. It's facing Tis the Law. He is going to be in for the toughest fight of his life. Tis the Law is a real horse. He's not just a colt that's better than the group. He's head and shoulders above the group as far as I'm concerned. And everything in the way he does it, jockey's dream. Busts out of the gate, gets his position, then waits on the rider. He makes Manny Franco, his rider's job, so much easier by being so attentive to what his rider wants. That makes him doubly tough. He's got gears. I think he's got gears we haven't seen yet.
His gears have gears.
Yeah.
Tis the Law. You sat down with Manny Franco. We'll have a chance to see that later in the week. As for Bob Baffert, we know he means business, as Richie was mentioning, when he sends his 3-year-olds for the Run Happy Travers. Point Given, 2001 Horse of the Year. Arrogate in ridiculous, record-breaking fashion, 2017. And West Coast, the Arrogate 2016. West Coast the following year, 2017. Bob Baffert with 3 Travers victories and seeking a 4th with Uncle Chuck. Yeah, the thing is, you mentioned Baffert. I'd say it's probably too much, but the normal rules just don't seem to apply to the Whitehead Wizard.
No, and he knows his horses. He's a guy that's had his hand on enough good horses that he knows what it takes to win these kind of races. I just think Tis the Law is just that good. I'm a big fan, obviously. You can tell I am.
New York bred, Tis the Law, winner of the Grade 1 Champagne, Belmont Stakes winner, looking to add the Run Happy Travers to his resume on Saturday, and we'll have it for you on Fox. The Grade 1 Run Happy Travers, the Midsummer Derbies, 3-year-olds running a 1.25 miles, the purse $1 million. Tis the Law, looking for a 4th Grade 1 victory. Does Bob Baffert have Uncle Chuck up for the challenge? We'll find out on Fox Saturday Live coverage from Saratoga for the Run Happy Travers. Wednesday program, we had the 3 grass races, all off the turf. This one on the main track. A no distance change here, 5.5 furlongs. New York breds with 3 jokers as the current favorite at 6-5. That's coming up next. Race number 3 from Saratoga, post time 17 minutes. 3 jokers, the favorite, to be ridden by a 6-time Run Happy Travers winning jockey, Javier Castellano. 3 jokers, the favorite, with 17 minutes to go.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can. Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Saratoga Live is your exclusive ticket this summer to all the exciting action from Saratoga Race Course. Tune in to Saratoga Live, featuring expert commentary, analysis, and live racing action each day on Fox Sports. For broadcast times, visit NYRA.com/Saratoga Live.
Because this place, everybody has a shared passion, and it's racing and it's the horses, and that's the living soul of this town.
Only on Saratoga Live.
When it comes to horse racing, the stakes are high, but so are the rewards. Being a New York bred pays off. In 2019 alone, New York breds earned $69.9 million on tracks in New York State.
'Tis the law. The New York bred pops the cork in the champagne. It is Mr. Buff. Pat on the back to win the Kelso.
The first horse I ever had was a New York bred. My first winner in Saratoga was a New York bred. My pony is a New York bred. My first Grade 1 winner was a New York bred. So they've played an integral part of our operation as a whole. The Breeders' Awards for New York breds are absolutely out of this world. The winter before coronavirus came, we were running for $500,000 at Aqueduct for 2-year-olds that were sired by stallions standing in New York. That is enormous purse money.
As a breeder on record, you receive a 30% first place award in all races at racetracks in New York for New York sired starters. And as an owner, you pocket 20% additional purse awards in open company races for New York sired runners. Plus, stallion owners receive a 10% purse award for runners that finish first, second, or third and are sired by their New York-based stallions. As a result, $15.4 million was given to the breeders, owners, and stallion owners throughout last year. Breed, buy, and race on your doorstep. Anything is possible in New York.
The New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
The strength of New York breeding and development across the border. Last weekend's Grade 2 Bowling Green winner. How impressive was 2-year-old Simply Ravishing facing opening company on Sunday, and 'tis the law. New York bred Run Happy, Travers' favorite. For more info, go to NewYorkBreds.com. Horses in the paddock, some more New York breds. They'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the main track, off the turf on the main track. Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock, and that works out just fine for 3 jokers. Entered main track only and the 6-5 favorite.
That's exactly right, Lafitte. It is his race to lose here. I mean, getting back to the main track, which I think he's more suited to physically. I was a little dubious of him handling the turf in his last effort. It just makes a lot of sense for him. And furthermore, Saratoga seems to maybe catch 3 jokers a little off guard in his demeanor. I mean, going back to last year, he was actually a late scratch because he not only acted up in the paddock, but he acted up at the gate, resulting in that late scratch. And then he came back and he ran well, breaking his maiden once he finally got in the gate. And it's almost a deja vu moment coming back now from that last effort here on July 22nd. He was really bad back here in the paddock. It took them a lot of time to get the tack on him. He was just expending so much energy. And today, he's like a pony. He's minding his P's and Q's much more this time around now today. And furthermore, as I said, he's on his right surface. He's just that much more focused. So 3 jokers, a likely winner and a deserving favorite. As we'll check in with number 5, More Grateful, for trainer Brad Cox. More Grateful's funny. Last time out at Belmont, he was acting up pretty badly on July 11th, but he was good until they got the tack on. It's as if he gets the tack on and gets really pumped up, ready to go. And he's not doing too much. He is just very much on his toes as he does put on blinkers today. Just a short cup on this guy who will return to the main track. He actually ran fine on the turf. I thought he'd like it, but I was worried about the condition of it because it did have a little bit of give in it, and he is that heavier body type. So I like him getting back to the main track here today. I think he's just as competitive on it as if this race were on the turf. And then number 6, 3 Outlaws. He's one that came back as a 4-year-old and ran lights out in his first start for trainer Rob Atras as well. And while I do think he is more of a proficient turf sprinter, he's not that quintessential turf sprinter. He's kind of got that versatile frame to him. He's just a little bit on the smaller side, pretty athletic, doesn't have an overwhelming turf hoof to him either. And he's very, very fit, second start off the bench. He's also that much more mentally mature. I didn't actually do the race in which he won, going back to July 25th here, but he's a lot more calm, at least today, than what he was going back to last year as a 3-year-old. So he's pretty interesting staying in here. I do think he's probably a little better on turf, but maybe he's just gotten that much better as a 4-year-old, Lafitte.
Maggie, thanks so much. So some positive vibes regarding More Grateful. Pumped up, acting well in the paddock, and same for 3 jokers who had been kind of obnoxious before and settled down. And what you want to see, a little bit more professional, especially if you're conceding 3-2 to the favorite here, 3 jokers.
Yeah, but he was the only horse entered in this race for main track only. For the people that don't know, this race was scheduled for the turf. You can enter a horse designating that you'll only run if that race happens to come off the turf. Obviously, John Terranova, trainer of 3 jokers, was paying attention to the weather forecast. And
the weather's been great, and we've lost very few grass races. And I think for the handicappers at home and for the racing itself, that much better when you have the weather can really put a damper on certain programs. I mean, we're losing 3 grass races today. That's fine. But in the past, when we've had rainy summers, it's difficult, and you wind up with a lot of surface switches and just a better overall feel for day-to-day races when you're getting your grass racing in, and we have this summer.
Oh, we definitely have, and I can go back to my first summer up here many moons ago, 24-day meet, 21 days of sloppy track.
It sounds like fun.
It was not. Oh, God, you couldn't wear
21 days.
Yeah.
21 days. It's the most amount of goggles Richie Migliori would wear on a day like that.
5. I tried 6 or more, and it just doesn't work out. Angel Cordero had 10 on when he rode Pleasant Colony in the Travers that year, and they all came down in the first turn.
Pull them all down. Angel Cordero. Jonathan Kinchin's guest in this week's edition of Kart Talk. Back by popular demand later on today in our coverage on Saratoga Live. But first, this post-parade 4 race number 3, New York Breds on the main track. There he is, 3 jokers, still acting well, and the favorite at 7-5.
Good speed from the inside, wanted the main track, gets the main track, deserving favorite.
Number 3, Inside Info, is rattled off 2 straight now. First after the claim, Linda Rice.
Claimed for 16,000 steps up in company, but in good form.
4-1. Then number 4, Luna's in charge. Ricardo Santana. He's won 5 races at the meet. 2 of them are the Grade 1 variety.
Yeah, that's the kind you want to win. The biggest races are the Grade 1s. This horse broke his maiden in open company at Churchill. He's back with New York Breds, run well on turf, but he has good dirt for him.
That's a competitive race. Number 5, More Grateful. A Saratoga debut for the New York Bred.
The horse that's going to be coming from off the pace needs things to get a little heated on the front end. Runs with blinkers for the first time.
Joel Rosario takes the call with Javier Castellano on 3 jokers, 3 outlaws by 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner Golden Sense.
And he looks good on the racetrack. He gets a good outside draw, should be stalking from the outside. Maggie thinks that there's a good chance he could handle the dirt. Rob Atras does good work.
There's your field. Race 3, Saratoga, off the turf on the main track. New York Bred sprinters in 7 minutes. And with all the hype leading up to the Travers, don't forget this summer at Saratoga on Sundays, you have this. The Naira Bets is hosting a live money handicapping contest each Sunday. Each contest will feature Saratoga Racing with a $250 buy-in, all cash prize pool seated with $2,500. But you have to register by 5 p.m. on Saturday. Don't get too caught up with the Run Happy Travers. We love that you'll be watching. 5 p.m. on Saturday to get involved. Visit naira.com/challenge to register to play. Saratoga Sunday Challenge. Another look at number 5. More Grateful. Joel Rosario in the saddle here with the blinkers on. What does he have to do to handle this field, and especially the likes of 3 jokers here, Mig?
Which is so important for all of these horses to get a good, clean break. You're going 5.5 furlongs. Usually these horses never run this far on the dirt, this short on the dirt, I should say, once they turn 3 years old. You know, you'll get these turf sprints 5.5, but not usually on the dirt. So you have less margin for error. You need to get away from the gate clean. That doesn't mean you have to be a part of the pace, but you don't want to give anything away off the break. I like what I'm seeing from him in the warm-up. I like that he left the pony under Joel Rosario. He does add blinkers. That tells me they want him a bit sharper. And Joel has been riding with so much confidence. I think it's the horses are feeding on that energy, and he's elevating his horse's chances.
Incredible start to the meet now in week 4. And really, is that what is Joel Rosario? Is that what he wants from More Grateful, or is More Grateful running off a little bit there, Richie?
No, he's got him. He's strong, but he has him. And, you know, for people that don't know, riders ride with short stirrups for a couple of reasons. One, to be aerodynamic.
To look good?
Well, he's got him. He better have him because the gate's coming. That'll stop you.
It's always prettier, though, right, in the winner's circle pictures?
Yeah, absolutely.
See, look at how short I'm riding.
Yeah. Well, but the other thing, too, is just for leverage. You know, these horses are so strong, and you're talking about 115, 120-pound men. They need to use some of their body weight to help control them.
What's he doing here?
Looked like the blinkers kind of rode up a little bit. He was pulling them back, making sure they were sitting in the right place.
More Grateful with Joel Rosario, ears up, currently at 3-1. So, Maggie, I wanted to ask you, and you mentioned when you're observing the horses in the paddock and viewers that are newer to the sport and just starting to learn about horse racing, how do you know, if they're watching, how do you know the difference between a horse who's just being obnoxious and difficult in something you would translate as negative body language, as opposed to a horse, as you said, like More Grateful, who's really pumped up, indicating they could be sitting like on a big, big effort?
I think it's about a horse who might be pumped up, but is also listening to their rider's cues, listening to their handler's cues while on the ground, you know, their groom that's leading them around or somebody that's off-siding them. As long as they're not trying to go up against them, if they're not causing too much of a fight with their rider or with their handler, then I would say that is a positive in that they're sharp, they're feeling good, but they're not, you know, they're not acting out. So that is what we're seeing from More Grateful. Yeah, he was a little tough for Joel to handle, but now he's linked back up with the pony, probably a good call. But you also saw him kind of fussing a little bit with the blinkers. He is a big boy, so I'm sure he needs those extra large blinkers to fit his head. But you see his ears up. He's a happy horse. He's going to be a little bit tough to handle because he's a bigger type, and he's going to use that against against you a little bit, throw his weight around, so to speak. But he's a happy horse, ears up, and now he's settled back down with the pony. This is fine. This is what you like to see. And with that exuberant warm-up, you would have to think that Joel and the blinkers, as Mig was saying, that they're going to try to get him to be forwardly placed. And really, this horse getting back to the dirt is not a bad thing. Yeah, you look one back, but that was going back to a sloppy track, and it wasn't even sealed. So, as I was saying, he's a big, heavier type of horse, so that track's just breaking away from him. He's just paddling. He's not the type of physical frame that's going to handle a sloppy track. Plus, it was the first start off the layoff. Then you go back to his other dirt races, and they're plenty good. I mean, they make him very competitive here. So More Grateful is a serious contender, and that's why the public has him at second choice. But let's take a look at number 4, Luna's in Charge, the only one of the only other horses I haven't spoke of. I was very, very intrigued and got a very positive vibe from him when he tried the turf in his last start, finishing second to a heavily favored Maxwell Esquire, who was dropping out of Open Stakes Company. And as Mig also said, this guy has the dirt races to fall back on against Open Company, so it could be a factor of him just being that competitive against fellow statebreds. I love the warm-up that Ricardo gave him. He's moving beautifully out there. He was kind of a horse that gave a few grunts. You could tell there's a little bit of as we like to say, a hump in his back, that he wanted to try to let out some energy, and he got a good gallop to do so. Now he's linking back up with the pony there, Lorna, our ever distinguishable pony rider there with her pink pom-pom and pink feather. But this race is so competitive, guys, because I can't single anybody out to throw away. All these horses look the part on the track, and they all have dirt races to fall back on.
You can't dismiss, she's right, you can't dismiss anybody.
No, I agree with that. And I was intrigued with the 4 and the 5. I like the way they both warmed up. And just to expand on what Maggie was saying, you get that good warm-up. They dispel some of that nervous energy. They get really pumped up. They get limbered. They're loosened. You think about an athlete stretching before they do any kind of athletic endeavor. And then you go back to the pony, and they get a chance to breathe. They kind of exhale a little bit, and they can settle in. They go to the gate, and they act properly. That's the kind of warm-up I always enjoyed when I was riding. Leave the pony. I wanted them to pull. I wanted to know they were all there. And then go back to the pony, and you both get a chance to catch your breath.
Is there a horse that comes to mind that you God, thank God I don't have to ride him anymore? Who comes to mind as far as the most, maybe somebody that we'd be familiar with, a good horse that was just really, really difficult to handle?
Wow, that's a tough question. The only horse that I can come up with right off the top of my head that, from a pulling standpoint, was a horse named Student Council I won the Pacific Classic on.
That's right.
Went to ride him in the Japan
big
Cup.
Price, Student.
Yeah, paid like $48.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up.
Went to ride him in the Japan Cup dirt. No ponies in Japan. Mm-hmm. And my idea was to keep him in a jog so he wouldn't get a full head of steam. Well, in Japan, they stamped their feet instead of clap. And the ground was shaking as we came out of the tunnel. And he reared in the air, and he dove, and he broke my cross, and he took off down the track. Now, I didn't go that many thousands of miles to get run off with and have to scratch him. I took him to the outside fence. I had to turn his head over the outside fence to make him check himself to get him pulled up, and then I just walked him the rest of the post parade. But a lot of horses.
And how'd he run?
He loomed and had a great trip, and then he tuckered out.
That big Pacific Classic win, that's right. Student Council, really good on that all-weather at Del Mar back then, the poly track that they had. At some point, we are going to be joined by our FS2 viewers in about a minute or so. So we'll be laying out and welcoming in a brand new audience on FS2 for our coverage here opening week. Or I should say, Run Happy Travers Week at Saratoga. We have this third race coming up here, these New York bred sprinters, and what a competitive race with 3 jokers, the current 7-5 favorite. The Summer Colony is next, race number 4, the feature on this Wednesday program. And then just all week, a terrific week of thoroughbred racing and the run-up to Saratoga's marquee event, the Run Happy Travers on Fox this Saturday with 'Tis the Law installed as an even money morning line favorite. More on the Run Happy Travers throughout today's coverage as well. This third race, we've reached post time. They are circling about, and hopefully our new audience will have a chance to catch this third race joining us in just a moment. Take a deep breath, and reset. You're watching Saratoga Live. Gorgeous day in Saratoga Springs, New York. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, he's former champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. They are just about at the gate for race number 3. We have so much to get to. It's Run Happy Travers week. They have drawn the field for the Run Happy Travers. 'Tis the Law will break from post position number 6. Even money, morning line favorite here, Richie. But first things first, they're at the gate for race number 3. This was scheduled for the grass. 3 Jokers, the favorite, is acting like a brat. They're on the main track here. New York bred sprinting 5.5 furlongs.
Well, and sometimes you'll see this, Lafitte. The first horse being led into the stalls, he has no company. He's by himself. And they'll balk a little bit more than if they have already seen a horse in the gate, because horses are herd animals. They like that comfort zone, that safety of having another horse with them.
And he'll have to stand in, well, it's just still a little, taking some urging, some coaxing, stepping forward with Javier Castellano. Castellano, the Hall of Fame jockey, the 4-time Eclipse Award winner, 6-time Travers winning jockey Javier Castellano. I have a chance for a 7th on Saturday.
Pretty remarkable record in the Travers.
6 Travers. Unreal. So much more coming up on this Run Happy Travers throughout the afternoon. And the lead up on Saturday, the Run Happy Travers on Fox. So glad you could join us here on FS2 as more Grateful steps forward. And we turn things over to John Embriol with the call. Race number 3 live from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start from the rail for 3 Jokers. Out for the lead along with Inside Info. So it's Inside Info and 3 Jokers. And they are heads apart for the lead. More Grateful has now moved up to challenge the front 2 and 3rd. Then it is 3 Outlaws next in 4th. And Luna's in charge is the trailer in 5th. Inside Info and More Grateful. And now those 2 hook up as they go around the far turn after a quarter in 21 3/5 seconds. The front 3 have opened up 3.5 lengths on Luna's in charge, who's on the outside of 3 Jokers, who has dropped back to 4th. 3 Outlaws is the trailer. The field is now at the top of the stretch. It is More Grateful with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. More Grateful is clear by 2.5 lengths. Inside Info is down at the rail. Luna's in charge on the outside, and 3 Jokers. More Grateful trying to hang in there for another 16th. Luna's in charge on the outside. 3 Jokers trying to come back again. They come for the finish. It's a photo finish at the end. A photo finish between More Grateful and Luna's in charge, and in between those 2, it was 3 Jokers.
What a finish. Driving finish with More Grateful trying to hold on. Luna's in charge, charging. 3 Jokers, the favorite. 3 of them, Richie, hitting the wire.
Another terrific horse race. Noses up and down on the wire. The strength of Joel Rosario. I thought at the 8th pole, the 5 horse More Grateful was going to get swallowed. Now, he might not have won, but he got every ounce of him. It's just a matter of whose head was down.
I think he held on.
I think he held on there, too. He got a good part of the bob. Another exciting horse race.
Again, just a New York bred sprint off the turf of the main track. Rosario trying to carry More Grateful to the wire, and maybe by a half a nose holding off. Luna's in charge, and 3 Jokers, another look, and that's the strength. We reference this time and time again because it's a fact. Joel Rosario regarded as the strongest finisher in North America, Richie.
Hands and heels as much as possible, uses the stick as a last resort to get every last ounce out of a horse. Looks like he held on there. Kind of an unusual trip for the 2 horse, 3 Jokers. Was on the lead, then got out footed around the turn, backed up, and came again gamely in between horses. Kind of a rough trip for him. Just not a lot of continuity to it.
And considering the margin of the loss for 3 Jokers, the favorite, who, and there is the results. More Grateful did hold on. That cost 3 Jokers in a big way, and More Grateful takes full advantage for Brad Cox. Javier Castellano here at 2-1, and Maggie had mentioned, I know our viewers on FS2 just joining us, when the horses were in the paddock, that Maggie had emphasized just how pumped up she saw More Grateful was. More focused today, and then we saw it out on the racetrack as well.
Got that big warm-up, added blinkers, so their intention was clear. They wanted to be involved with the pace. They were. and they were able to eke out the victory.
More Grateful by that much. 5, 4, 2, 3. More Grateful for Twin Creeks Racing. The Great R 3-year-old gelding, second lifetime win. We'll have the results reaction when we come back.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If your Run Happy colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, Grade 2 winner Sharp Samurai, international star Shamal Nibras, graded stakes performers Uncapped and Sweet Sammy B, and Bal Harbor, runner-up in the Grade 1 Woodward Stakes. His 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First, Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action every Sunday during Saratoga with live money contests through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 your bankroll, while the other half goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live and track the leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your ending bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Welcome back to Saratoga Race Course. Saratoga Live brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. A couple of exciting races. The first was a steeplechase race that did not happen, so this was our race number 3, but second on the afternoon, Richie. And you can see the strength. Joel Rosario, More Grateful, able to eke this one out.
And he's just got such a great rhythm with a horse. He gets together with them. When you're doing it properly, Lafitte, two beings become one. He becomes a part of the horse, and they both partake in each other's strengths. The horse's stride, Joel with his physical ability to keep horse together going forward.
Is it that much more fun to win those races?
The shorter the margin of victory, the better it is.
The sweeter it is?
Absolutely, yeah.
And listen, Rosario, he wins a lot of photos, and not by coincidence. Not by coincidence at all.
No, that's not a coincidence at all.
2-1 at post time, and More Grateful over Luna's in Charge, and 3 Jokers. Exciting finish. Just outside the paddock, again with Richard Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. The weather has cleared. The forecast looks great all week. Run Happy, Travers Week. They drew the field earlier today. We'll have that for you in just a moment. Post 6, though, for 'Tis the Law, the Belmont Stakes winning New York bred. Your thoughts on the draw itself, for him specifically, impact-wise?
I think it was a terrific draw for 'Tis the Law. He's a horse that is got enough natural speed to put himself in the race without having to be forced into the race with that post position. I think he gets the stalk from the outside. The 2 trips that he just got done having, one in the Belmont Stakes, one in the Florida Derby, both winning efforts. I see him getting a very similar trip in this Run Happy
Tougher
Travers.
for the other guys to race ride somebody on the outside than if he was buried inside, because he will have that big target on his back.
Well, and that's it. When you're on the favorite, you do have a target on your back, and you have to drive or ride somewhat defensively, not get yourself in a compromising position, because it's every other jockey's job within the race to compromise your trip as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
Much more on the Run Happy Travers, but first, look ahead to what's coming up here. Today's schedule brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. Again, the steeplechase event postponed until next week. That monsoon yesterday. We're off the turf today. Race 4 is the featured Summer Colony. Main track is fast. 2.5 inches of rain on the main track. Main track is fast. This new surface, incredible drainage. Great job to the team. Also, Not a Naira Bets member yet? Run Happy Travers Week. Good time to get involved. Join at Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. When we return, Run Happy, Travers' favorite. Tis the Law, flawless this year, the Belmont Stakes winner. Are we looking at the Run Happy Travers winner? Could be looking at a Triple Crown winner. Stay tuned. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Golden Sense was Intimicious' best son at the racetrack. I think Golden Sense has a real chance to produce a classic distance horse. They've got a ton of heart. They're very competitive. They've got athleticism. They've got speed. The Golden Sense just have that it factor. They look like the good Intimicious.
Everybody else chasing Mr. Money.
By my standards, has won the New Orleans Classic.
I think he's got a big future.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by the brilliantly talented champion spinner Run Happy. Breeders' Cup Sprint Champ, always race medication free, now making little Run Happies at famed Claiborne Farm. This was the scene earlier today. 1863 Club. Andy Serling doing a great job as the master of ceremonies here at Saratoga, the site of the draw for Saturday's Run Happy Travers, and Tis the Law wound up with post position number 6, the even money morning line favorite. Barkley Tag seemed just fine with that. There's the field, 8 of them going a mile and a quarter. Tis the Law, even money. Uncle Chuck, second choice at 5-2, Richie. But in terms of his final preparations, Tis the Law, this was last week here at Saratoga with assistant trainer Robin Smollen's niece, Heather, in the irons. What did you notice from this work?
I noticed that he looks like the same horse that went into the Belmont Stakes. He's got great energy. He's moving great. I love the fact that he goes 5 furlongs in better than a minute, and he doesn't look like he's doing anything. He's just galloping along. He's got a lot more in the tank, and I just think this is a horse that's very good right now for trainer Barkley Tag.
Yeah, he seemed almost giddy after the work. Tis the Law, yeah, 5/8, 59 and 4. Thanks to our friends at xbtv.com. Richie, Tis the Law. What was that right there? Little smack on the left side there. Tis the Law. Then you see on what you see on paper what you see with your eyeballs. What do you say to the skeptic who might suggest Tiz the Law still hasn't run that fast of a race?
I think he runs as fast as he needs to. You know, some horses are only going to rise to the level that they have to rise to. I think this is a horse that's very intelligent, does what he needs to do, and creates his own trip. He's a jockey's dream. He breaks well. He has speed, but he's not speed crazy.
So you think that there's more if he's forced, because he's done everything so easily this year. His races have been over by the top of the stretch, whether it was the Holy Bull, the Florida Derby, the Belmont Stakes. Literally nobody's been able to keep up with him. So you think he has more to offer, that he can run faster if put into a position where he really has to dig deeper?
He certainly gives me that impression. The way you watch his demeanor when he hits the front, he never really bears down completely when he's by himself. His ears aren't flat against his head. He still kind of wiggles his ears a little. That tells me he's, what else you want me to do? I've got more here if you need it.
New York bred, Tiz the Law, 6-5, even money. Morning line favorite, post 6 for Saturday's Run Happy Travers. Second choice, trained by a two-time Triple Crown winner in Bob Baffert. He's also won 3 Travers Stakes. His name is Uncle Chuck. Richie, how much of an ask is this as you see Uncle Chuck drilling at Del Mar? First, the work. What are you noticing from this drill, his final major prep before the Run Happy Travers?
Just a big bounding stride on him. He's by Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo stamps his foals. These horses have that kind of stride, that overreach to them. Beautiful way they kind of roll up over their shoulders. He covers a lot of ground, this horse. Obviously extremely talented, 2 for 2. It's a big step up, though. He may be up to the task, but Tiz the Law is going to stretch him.
How, as you look at Bob Baffert and his 3 Travers victories, Point Given, Horse of the Year 2001, Arrowgate, historically fast 2016 West Coast the following year, how tall of an order is this? Uncle Chuck, 3rd career start, traveling cross-country, and for his troubles, gets to face Tiz the Law in Tiz the Law's backyard.
Well, I think that's the key there, facing Tiz the Law. The shipping and all that doesn't make an impact on me because Bob Baffert ships him in to win. He knows how to do it. He's got the recipe. He's facing the leader of this division. This horse is very, very good. He's going to have to be a whole nother level than what he's shown so far, and he's been very good himself, but he's going into a completely different league. He's been playing minor league ball compared to what he's going to face with Tiz the Law.
It was like very, very confident move by the two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, sending Uncle Chuck to take on the likes of Tiz the Law in the Run Happy Travers. You can watch it Saturday on Fox, the Midsummer Derby, the 151st edition. New York's finest, Tiz the Law, the horse to beat. Uncle Chuck headed east with a head full of steam. The Run Happy Travers this Saturday on Fox. Coverage begins at 4:30 Eastern. What color will that canoe be this time next week? I can't convince Richie that it won't be crimson and gray. You sound absolutely sold, my friend.
I'm a big Tiz the Law fan. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it or hide it.
You shouldn't.
Everything I've seen from this horse, he's my kind of horse. He just shows up and does what he's supposed to do.
Much more on the Run Happy Travers. The Wednesday feature is next. The Summer Colony Field of 5, fillies and mares running 1.1 miles older fillies and mares. And Maggie, we start with number 1, Golden Award drawn inside. What are you noticing from her in the paddock? Consistency of late really hasn't been her thing over the last year.
Well, it's the first time in her entire career that she's ever drawn post number 1, which is interesting. Now, her 2 efforts in which she was eased, she was drawn 6 of 6. I don't know why she does it, whether it's a hot day, as Meg was kind of alluding to earlier on in the show, that sometimes she doesn't show up when it's hot, because it was hot the 2 times where she was eased, or is she that incredibly smart that she figures, I don't have a shot here, so why waste my efforts? I don't know, but she's funny in that I can't really distinguish whether she's going to do it in the paddock from one day to the next, and that I think she always looks great. I will say that sometimes I do think the heat does bother her because she will get hot under the collar, and she looks phenomenal here. She's relaxed, which she was relaxed last time, though out on the track is when she got a little hotter. So I'll be keeping a close eye on her. But like we've said, Bill Mott is a Hall of Fame trainer. He would not be running her if there was something amiss, and she looks phenomenal here in the paddock, much like she did going back to her win in the Shoe V up here at Saratoga. So this is an interesting race. Actually, a Breeders' Cup Distaff winner won this race last year on her way to winning that Distaff. As we'll check in with number 2, Valera, who comes out of the Grade 2 Dell handicap behind Dunbar Road, who was heavily favored that day and just much the best. She was actually eased up late there. And when you watch Valera around the turn, she kind of takes herself back and sucks out of it. She was passed by 4 horses and then re-rallies, or 5 horses, I should say, and re-rallies to kind of edge out and get third. And then by the time they got to the turn, she was galloping out in front of the field. So it was a bit of a strange effort. I don't know if she didn't like being inside, if she's not one that loves to run around the turns. We'll see. And it's a funny race here, though we have 5 horses competing. They all kind of have similar running styles. You know, they can be forwardly placed. Most of them prefer to be fairly tactical in their styles, and that they like to have a target. Now, Valera, she's a long, lanky, tall drink of water. She's not my necessarily cup of tea. You know, I wish she was one that carried a little bit more conditioning across the top line throughout her hindquarters. But with that being said, she's incredibly fit here, and we'll see what kind of trip she pulls as she will be down towards the inside as well. So it's a kind of a bit of a jockey's race / handicapping puzzle, guys. So I get it back to you as to who's going to control this race and who's going to be most comfortable and do the best running where they're positioned.
Jockeys race, and 3 of them trained by the same trainer, Megan Todd Pletcher. There you see him in John Velasquez, Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz.
All 3 graduates of the Puerto Rican Jockey School.
They do a good job down there, apparently.
I think they do a tremendous job. You've got a Hall of Famer in the frame and probably 2 future Hall of Famers.
Unbelievable, and how much Irad and Jose look up to John Velasquez. And there's the coach. He'll be designing the play, Todd Pletcher, and with 3 world-class riders, the Ortiz brothers and John Velasquez, for this upcoming Summer Colony Stakes. The favorite, though, Nona Madeline at 3-2. There she is. Can she be effective at this distance? That'll be the question. Handicappers do not seem concerned. Nona Madeline, the 3-2 favorite in the upcoming Summer Colony.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings bringing up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
And Blue Prize, and they kick away by 6 lengths from the others. Vexatious trying to hold on. Blue Prize trying to run her down. Blue Prize and Vexatious come down to the line. head-to-head, nose-to-nose, and Blue Prize got it done.
Much better does that race look now? Vexatious. As for Blue Prize, 2 months later, she would capture the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, and the following month, Blue Prize would take on the very best in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Blue Prize, here's Midnight Bijou. Blue Prize strikes the front. Midnight Bijou is closing on the outside. Blue Prize has it though close to home. And it's going to be Blue Prize and Joe Bravo to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Blue Prize. Midnight Bijou would be crowned champion, but on that day, Blue Prize, Richie, was best in the most prestigious race for older fillies and mares in North America, the Breeders' Cup Distaff out at Santa Anita.
Well, like you said, though, Vexatious ran Blue Prize to a neck
Summer
there.
Colony should be like a Grade 1 now.
Absolutely. And Vexatious beat Midnight Bijou, the reigning champ, over the weekend in the personal ensign. Great race.
Oh, this division is so deep. These fillies and mares. Okay, so here she is, a Golden Award by the 2002 Travers winner, Medaglia d'Oro.
Which Golden Award shows up today? If the good one shows up, she'll be very tough to beat.
And Bolera, first of 3, trained by Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez aboard.
A filly that I think Johnny fits perfectly. A filly you got to kind of keep pecking at. Keep her attention. Don't let her lose position.
Always shopping. Mike Rapoli homebred, second of the Pletcher trio.
And a filly that can be versatile. Can show speed at times, can close at times. I think she'd be best served to be coming from off the pace today.
Nona Madeline, the Pletcher trainees will be side by side by side in the starting gate.
And this filly comes out of a very fast-run race at Gulfstream Park, a 1-turn mile. How's that going to translate to 2 turns?
It's a question, the distance. And then number 5, Bossy Bride, Tis the Law's rider, Manny Franco aboard.
Stepping up big in class here for trainer Rob Atras will have to really improve.
That's the field for this 7th running of the Summer Colony. You've seen the quality of fillies and mares that have exited this race and the impact on the Breeders' Cup Distaff last year with Blue Prize. Todd Pletcher, he's got 60% of the field and standing by with Maggie.
The odds are in his favor. Lafitte, as please be joined by Todd Pletcher. And Todd, let's just work our way out. Let's start with Bolera here. She comes in off of a 3rd place effort behind Dunbar Road in that Delaware handicap. She seems like a horse that you just have to kind of keep asking for, yet she still keeps finding.
Yeah, that's why I think the 1 1/8 suits her here really well. She ran well here last year going a 1 1/8. So, yeah, she kind of backed up in the middle of the turn at Delaware and then came on again. So hopefully she can find a good steady rhythm and keep her face clean.
Now, always shopping, she's kind of the long shot of your trio, but she's a filly that faced a champion and then a next time Grade 1 winner in Vexatious last time out. And 2, she finally gets back to a fast track. Does that help her chances at all today?
Well, I think that and the 1 1/8 also helps her. So she'd benefit from a good strong pace up front today, and we'll just kind of let her settle and make one run. We know she sees out the 1 1/8.
That's a big question for the shortest price of your trio in here in Nona Madeline. I mean, if I was talking to anybody else, I'd be a little bit dubious, but you seem to be the master of getting horses to find more when the distances get longer. What do you think about her chances today?
Well, I thought she ran well at 1 1/16, which gives us confidence she can handle a little more ground. Where she's a graded stakes placed, and she's always been a filly knocking on the door to win a stakes. So we thought with the restricted clause here, it was worth stretching her out to the 1 1/8 and giving her a try.
Now, you have the Ortiz boys and Johnny V. Do you give them any kind of instructions?
We talked a little bit. We kind of know what we want to do with our 3, but you don't always know what the other 2 are planning to do. So, if the outside filly were to show some speed, you don't want to get in a duel with her. What Junior's going to do from the inside, you're not sure. So kind of told them a little bit of a plan, but you want to leave it in their hands because obviously at the start a lot of things can change.
That is exactly right. As they're lining up the gate right in front of us here, Todd, best of luck with your 3.
Thank you.
And guys, he does hold a pretty strong hand, I'd say, because let's say Golden Award doesn't show up, then it's kind of a race between his 3. So who do you like of them?
That's the question here, Maggie, with Bolera, who we're looking at there. Todd Pletcher, he also took down the feature on Sunday, teaming up with Mike Rapoli. And the numbers here, look at, if you can't separate and figure out which horse you like in this race, Richie, look at what Irad Ortiz and Todd Pletcher have been doing at this meet together.
Yeah, they've just been so powerful together. And Todd's having a tremendous
7
meet.
to 12?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
You know, we've been talking so much about Joel Rosario and Christophe Clement that sometimes these kind of, you know, numbers sneak by us. I mean, we just don't make as much of them, but that's powerful.
So do you believe, would there be more communication? Whether, first of all, how much communication is there between you and maybe other riders during a warm-up? Or in this case, when you have a trainer represented by 3 different horses, is there more communication between the riders as far as strategizing and maybe staying out of one another's way? Because, again, the last thing you wouldn't want to go out there, for example, if you had 2 speed horses, which I can't figure out who will be in front. But for a Todd Pletcher, you don't want to go out and do something that would hinder the chances of one of his other 2 fillies, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, it just stands to reason. You're going to try your best not to get in your uncoupled stablemate's way. You know, you want to preserve a good relationship with Todd Pletcher. You don't want to be the thorn in one of those horses' sides, if you will. You know, Todd is very much a trainer that allows riders to come out, use their judgment, gives you an outline, just like he says, kind of sketches the way I see it, and then allows guys to do their job.
Rely on their instincts, sure. Not a bad idea with John Velasquez, Jose Ortiz, Maggie, or Irad Ortiz with Nona Madeline trying this distance for the first time. Her sire was a Grade 1 winner, though, Candy Ride at the Grade 1 level.
That's very true. And like I kind of hinted at in that interview, if it was anybody else, I'd be a little bit more dubious about her chances handling this 9 furlongs based upon her physicality. Obviously, there's pedigree to do so, but she's a bit of a smaller, shorter coupled type. But, I mean, there's been countless times where I've said that about a Todd Pletcher trainee, and they just keep finding more, despite maybe what I perceive as their physical limitations. Overall, she looks fantastic. If anything, I like her the best of the 3, looking at her from that healthy, doing good kind of standpoint. But she, like I said, she's smaller, and she just doesn't have that typical physical type as that 2-turn galloping type of runner. As I'm going to take my chances with the now current 3-2 favorite in number 1, Golden Award. As watching her out in the track, she's moving beautifully. She hasn't got hot. She's remained calm, cool, and collected, but it's definitely a gamble to gamble on Golden Award, Lafitte.
She has the world-class Hall of Fame trainer in Bill Mott, Maggie. Golden Award, there she is, and really didn't have much of an explanation when she essentially just stopped running, eased in her last in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. You saw the win earlier in the Chouvy. Since then, 2 really good races, and then the 2 Grade 1 appearances where she was virtually eased.
And it's just, it is baffling, because it's one thing if she was to get beat at the Grade 1 level, but to just not compete whatsoever. If she gets the inside draw in a race that you and I both have had a hard time deciphering how this pace scenario will play out.
Who's in front when they hit the clubhouse turn?
Well, I know if I'm Junior Alvarado from the rail, I'm coming out running.
Mm-hmm.
And then if someone really wants it, it creates separation. It gives me options. I'm not going to come out taking for granted, well, I'm going to lay 3rd. That's a recipe for being 5th early.
In Hall of Famer Bill Mott, they trust, and they should. Golden Award, the favorite, all set for the Wednesday feature. The Summer Colony, John Embrial standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 3, Always Shopping. From the rail, it is Golden Award going out for the lead. Nona Madeline is right there on the outside, and the 2 of them are heads apart going into the clubhouse turn. Golden Award at the rail, Nona Madeline on the outside. It is Golden Award clear now by 3/4 of a length. Nona Madeline runs in 2nd. The front 2 have 2.5 lengths on Balera in 3rd. Then it's another 4 back to the 2 trailers, Always Shopping and Bossy Bride. They have reached the backstretch. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. Golden Award down on the inside leads by a neck. Nona Madeline keeps up the pressure on the outside. It's a break of 2 to Balera, who sits just off those 2 front runners in 3rd. 3.5 lengths back to Always Shopping and Bossy Bride. The half, sharp 46 1/5 seconds. It's Golden Award on the inside and Nona Madeline on the outside. They continue to duke it out as they head for the far turn. It's Golden Award with a head in front. Nona Madeline on the outside in 2nd. 4 lengths back to Balera in 3rd. Another 3 to the 2 trailers, Always Shopping and Bossy Bride. The battle continues. Golden Award, and Nona Madeline. Nothing between them as they come for the top of the stretch. It's 3 lengths to Balera, and then Always Shopping. 3/4 went in 109.3. Nona Madeline on the outside, and Golden Award on the inside. Nona Madeline narrowly. Golden Award digs down at the rail, and now there's an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It's Nona Madeline and Golden Award, and the two of them have been at it right from the start, and Nona Madeline has got the lead now as they come down for the finish. It is Nona Madeline and a hard-earned victory in the Summer Colony Stakes. Golden Award was second, and Balera finished third.
Case here, keeping track at home. Irad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, 8 for 13 at the meet. 8 for 13. Nona Madeline wears down Golden Award. Another stakes win at Saratoga for Todd Pletcher. Nona Madeline takes down the Summer Colony.
Hard-fought victory, too. They really went at it. The one Golden Award and Nona Madeline from the start were heads apart. Then they put a lot of separation on the field. You tried to usher me in this direction, talking about Irad Ortiz's numbers and Todd Pletcher. Of course, I went to Johnny Velasquez on Todd Pletcher with Balera, but they put on quite a show. Keep an eye on, she lingers on her left lead, Nona Madeline, taking the lead. Watch Irad Ortiz right there. You see, he basically lifted her onto her right lead. When we talk about horses running on leads, she was hanging on her left lead. He was able to shift her weight, get her to come down on her right lead, and think about running through the airport with your suitcase. You're getting tired, you switch hands, you get a little bit of energy. That little bit of energy got her the win.
Nona Madeline, Irad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, Maggie, those numbers off the charts, and they'll meet in the winner's circle for this Summer Colony with Nona Madeline.
Yeah, they're keeping the good mojo flowing here as it was a fight. And, I mean, I give credit to the runner-up in here, Golden Award, because you got worried for a second. If you truly believe that this filly just doesn't like a fight, then you were thinking, well, she's going to throw it in around the turn, and she didn't. She was only defeated about 1.5 lengths at the very end, and she fought on quite bravely for Bill Mott team. Good pats there by the assistants, and Bill taking off the blinkers, and Junior Alvarado hopping down. I thought it was a good effort by her, but let's give the winner some credit here. Nona Madeline, she stuck to her like glue the entire time, an entire running of this race, and saw fit to it. And it's just a testament to Todd Pletcher that he always is able to get horses to maybe find distances that aren't necessarily in their wheelhouse, because this filly ran fast for a long way, and a lot of times we have been seeing these better races at these 1 1/8 kind of dominated more towards the front end, with runners just duking it out and nobody really able to make up any ground on them. But look at her, she's proud of herself, getting her first stakes victory in the first Summer Colony win for trainer Todd Pletcher, guys.
Not many stakes races at Saratoga. Pletcher has not won, and he can go ahead and add that one to his Saratoga resume. Todd Pletcher with Nona Madeline. Big effort, Golden Award, but in the end, too much. Nona Madeline for Vinny Viola, Teresa Viola, Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz. 2 wins on the afternoon for Ortiz. Nona Madeline in the Summer Colony. Stay tuned.
Give it 900 and about 900,000. Thank you.
He struck me as a classic distance type horse. The way he moved, his efficiency of his stride.
It was a freakish victory, and it was one of the reasons that made Cupid a horse to really keep an eye on.
To come off a long break like Cupid did, it's almost impossible, and just goes to show you the quality of horse he is.
The number 2, Country Grammar, just here in the paddock. I will give a big nod to Country Grammar.
And they're putting on a heck of a stretch stool here in the Peter Pan, and Country Grammar has won it.
On to the Run Happy Travers, perhaps?
I'd say that's more likely to just stay right here. We had our eye on this race a while back with this horse.
And that would mean a date with Belmont Stakes winner Tiz the Law.
You're in the wrong business as a trainer if you're going to be afraid. You're like, let's do it. Let's go to the Travers.
Only on Saratoga Live.
Check your local listings.
There's probably no higher accolade or honor than to be recognized by your peers.
The industry is so important to me, and I know that so many of these people that are receiving these awards work so hard, and they're such a basic part of our industry.
For me to be here, being nominated, I'm excited. Things like this we need right now for the industry.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live as we are brought to you in part each and every race day by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. Well, our feature, the Summer Colony Stakes, was taken by Nona Madeline, who was piloted by the ever-dangerous Irad Ortiz. And Irad, watching the break of this mile and an 1/8 contest, you were like in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon mode, where you wanted to get her out and get that early position, kind of just tracking half a length down of Golden Award. Is that your plan from the get-go?
Honestly, Todd told me Todd have 3 fillies on the race, and he told me probably your filly is the faster one, so go ahead. And we don't know what the one horse gonna do. I mean, we don't know what Bill, Mr. Mudd, and Junior was the plan. So we got 3 fillies, so we go break running and see what he does. He was the other filly to beat, you know. So I go into the first 10, and he was right there. So I said, man, I can't take back, so I gotta stay here and work out good.
Now, it was her first try at this distance, the longest she's gone. Did she give you the feeling kind of going down the backside that she had enough left in the tank to see it out?
Yeah, she has something left. I mean, we're going a little fast, I think. But like I told you before, I don't have too many options. Right there, that's the filly I have to. It was inside of me. I wasn't beside him, so I got to go for it, I think. But I think she can do it.
Now, this coming Saturday, the Run Happy Travers, you're going to be aboard Peter Pan winner Country Grammar. Obviously, we have Tizalaw and Uncle Chuck in there. Irad, how do you feel about this Chad Brown trainee heading into the Travers?
It's great. He always come ready. He do a great job with the horses. The horse run good. I mean, you can see the last performance that he does here. He was great. He get through in the rail and open up a little bit in the end. So I feel good. I feel good about it. It's a nice race. Tizalaw is the horse to be, honestly. And we got Uncle Chuck, too. He's a really nice horse. So let's see what's happened.
Looking forward to it. Wishing you the best of luck. Congratulations, though, with this Summer Colony win.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Ortiz, guys, he'll be aboard Country Grammar with those Paul Pompa colors on for the Run Happy Travers. And of the shorter priced horses, he is the one who possesses and owns that most recent victory over this Saratoga racetrack, Levite.
Loved his win in the Peter Pan, owned by Paul Pompa, as Maggie mentioned. There you see the colors, Teresa Viola, Vinny Viola with Nona Madeline in this Summer Colony. Richie, I wanted to ask you about Todd Pletcher on Sunday. Look at the results. He won a race with Fort Worth, a horse who hadn't won in 15, 16 months. He won the Birdstone with a horse who had never run a 1 3/4 miles. He wins the Summer Colony. Nona Madeline had never raced this far. That is not easily done. And Pletcher, so good at getting his horses to run a little bit farther in terms of his training, preparation. Nona Madeline, the perfect example today.
And I think you hit on a very good point. Todd is a guy that seems to get a lot out of his horses without fast works, puts a lot of miles in them, a lot of foundation. Everything's about foundation. You think about his record in the Belmont Stakes. He owns 3 Belmont Stakes victories. I think he has another 3 seconds in the Belmont Stakes horses that outran their odds or overachieved.
Commissioner horses that didn't figure.
Exactly. So he obviously has a knack at getting horses to go further distances. And I think my belief is it goes back to the foundation he puts in them over a period of time.
The Run Happy Travers, when you think about Saratoga, like one jockey comes to mind, right? The Hall of Famer Angel Cordero, who had won 14 riding titles here at Saratoga. It's called the Angel Cordero riding title. But Richie, he couldn't win the Travers until he finally did it with Chiefs Crown in 1985.
Well, to put it in context, Pat Day was the king of Kentucky.
First thing that comes to mind, yep.
If he hadn't won a Kentucky Derby, he got one with Little E.T. It would have been the same thing with Angel Cordero never winning a Travers Stakes. This is the house that Angel built, if you will. And he finally got it with the Chiefs Crown, who had been a runner-up, finished second in all 3 of the Triple Crown races that spring with Don Macbeth aboard, the late, great Don Macbeth. But Angel got them out for the Travers and was finally rewarded with his Travers
You don't
victory.
hold it against him that he denied you one Saratoga riding title by a race, right?
I don't hold it against him. I fell on my head. My fault.
14-time Saratoga riding champion Angel Cordero got that Travers in 1985 with Chiefs Crown and just such a dominant force in New York, and specifically Saratoga. Those 14 riding titles, backed by popular demand. Jonathan Kinchin in the second installment of Cart Talk with Angel Cordero.
I'm here with Angel Cordero. My favorite nickname is King of Saratoga. I like that a lot. How did you become the king of Saratoga?
After I won that many titles here, Missy Whitney presented me with a crown. He said, from now on, you're going to be the king of Saratoga. I said, I thought you was the queen of Saratoga, queen and king. But she's very nice about that. No matter where I go, oh, the king of Saratoga. But when in New York, nobody know who I am.
Obviously, Manny is going to be riding the favorite for the Travers this coming weekend in Tis the Law. How exciting is that for you?
Very exciting. The horse is training beautiful. And I'm hoping for him to put up a good show because that's going to be a big step for Manny to get to the top, you know. He's got a lot of talent, but he's on a tough colony of riders. We got 10 riders here in New York that could be leading rider anywhere. They're young and they're anxious to be, you know, they're all on the 20s. And they, you know, when you're that young, you want to be somebody. It's not like when you're older, it's like a plane, it's high, and then when you're older, you start landing. This one, they all coming up.
In one of my favorite stories in racing, the Magic Saddle, has been on 5 Kentucky Derby winners, 3 for you, 2 for Johnny, and hopefully Manny will get a Travers with it and then go on to the Kentucky Derby. Tell me a little bit about the Magic Saddle.
I made that saddle. I was riding Seattle Slew one time in the Gold Cup. I made contact a little bit going to the first 10 on the Gold Cup, and I lost my stirrup. After that happened, I could not get him back. So I told my brother, I said, we're going to make a saddle that we're not going to use that lead pad anymore. So that saddle makes 11 pound empty and like 14 or 15 pounds if you put the little leads on it. But usually you have to carry 22, 24, or 26 when you get up to them kind of races. So I win a lot of races with him. When I retired, I said, Johnny, you need to do light because he's very light. I said, you could use that saddle. And he started winning on him. And I said, look like a magic saddle because, you know, Johnny won a lot of Breeders' Cup and a lot of big races with it. And I give to Manny, I said, this is a special saddle. Just don't use it on any horse. So when the Belmont was getting close, I said, you should use it one time so you get to know it. And if you don't like it, you don't have to. He rode one horse with him, he came back, he said, I love it. So he used him in the Belmont, and we got lucky again. Yeah.
So that's almost 50 years of you coming to Saratoga. Obviously, this year's a little bit different. How different is it for you not seeing the fans here, not going to the races? Does it feel like a completely different place?
I wasn't going to come because I know that we wasn't going to be allowed at the races. But then I told my wife, I said, you know what? I said, we've been in here stuck on the house since March 16. I said, probably being in there is good for my mind, you know, get to see my friends at night. You know, I love Saratoga. This is a different place than any place else. Saratoga is very special, not because I did that good, it's just because it's a special place. The crowd never booed. That was the only place that I got beat on a favor and they don't boo me. And you could walk through the crowd. You don't need a Pinkerton or anybody to walk you home, you know. So I love that. The crowd here is different, racing is different, and everybody is like going to a party. Everybody bring the best they got. Best horses, best owner, best trainer. Very special place.
Angel is the party. King of Saratoga. You see the gaudy numbers. We've talked about Bill Shoemaker in the past, how popular he was. He was on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, I don't know how many times, Richie. Can you lend perspective to just how popular Angel Cordero was back then?
Well, you know,
still popular, but I mean back then when he was really the king of Saratoga.
Oh, well, especially here in Saratoga, but everywhere. I mean, Angel possessed so much charisma. He was so great, and he loved to ride. And it didn't matter if it was a $5,000 claiming race or the Travers Stakes. He was out to win at any length he could go to get a victory. As a fellow rider, you had to get better to compete. You had better bring your A game every day. Otherwise, he was going to make you look foolish. And the misnomer that people have is that he was a rough rider. No, he took it to that line and pushed into that black area as much as you could. That, you know, kind of hedging on that line. But he wasn't reckless. He knew exactly what he was doing.
I think also had a psychological edge in that he could get in the head of other riders. And he was a guy that would talk a little trash right before they're getting ready to load into the gate, that kind of thing. I mean, I've seen this. You can hear it. He was always boisterous, and he liked to get into other riders' heads a little bit.
Oh, no doubt. I remember one day in Aqueduct, he was head and head for the lead with another rider, and he started singing an opera as loud as he could. And he knows just to mess with the kid next to him. Although one apprentice in the gate, he looked over and said to the kid, hey, you got any speed? And the kid answered him, and I'm not going to bring up his name, don't you read the racing form?
Angel Cordero on that Magic Saddle. that will be in use once again in that Run Happy Travers.
Very
It is
cool.
wound up in so many winner circles of Kentucky Derbies, and now for the Run Happy Travers. What an opportunity for Manny Franco, Angel Cordero. Great stuff. Jonathan Kinchin and Cart Talk, the second installment. Maiden special weight race here, New York Breds. In experience, several first-time starters, 2-year-old fillies going to have 5.5 furlongs. This is where we lean on you most. Maggie, what are you seeing in the paddock?
Yeah, we had a filly just drop down to her knees like she was taking a bow. Scared me. It was right to the side of me. I'm not going to talk about number 8, but we'll start with number 2, Fastel, going out for Gary Gullo. Now, she worked 10-2 at the OBS. Well, it's labeled as the April sale, but it actually took place in June, and it was an okay breeze. She kind of started off on her wrong lead, on her inside wrong lead, after lugging in a little bit to begin the breeze, and then she kind of leveled out and went on nicely. So I like her more, though, here in the paddock than what I observed in that sales workout. Good-looking filly. Has some size to her, but nicely balanced, has been professional. Gary Gullo can get one ready to fire early, and usually when they look fit and strong, they usually run to that. It's the ones that don't look that fit. I remember he had a first-time starter that was taking some money earlier on in the meet that didn't run that well, but that horse just didn't look that fit, and this gal does, especially since she does come out of a sales program, and a lot of times they are pretty fit coming out of there. Moving on to number 4, Mashni Girl, for trainer Mark Hennig. Now, a daughter of Air Force Blue. We haven't seen any dirt winners from this sire yet. She, as far as the workout reports go, she was working with Infringement, who won a New York bred maiden special weight first time out at Belmont with Mark Hennig. And I thought that filly had more of a turf look, and I think this filly has a turf look too, but yet she won, and Mark has this one entered in on the dirt as well. She's got a big walk to her, which usually does sometimes mean more turf, but she's a big, fluid stride, at least at a walk. I'll see what she does out on the racetrack. A little more of an angular pastern, too. So she looks fit. I like her as an individual. We'll see if this is overall the right surface, because the dam actually was best on synthetic or turf, and she's half to Cape Cod Diva, this horse, Manchi Girl, but Cape Cod Diva can run on either surface. So she looks a lot like that horse as well. Moving on to number 5, Summer Brew, daughter of Summerfront, who we've seen his progeny do their best running on the turf. The dam was a wet track lover, more so at Finger Lakes, so there's not much to go on as far as the bottom side of the pedigree is concerned. She does look fit, and we've seen Jorge Abreu be able to get a first-time starter to fire early, more so on the turf, though. This gal does show up wearing blinkers, which, unless it's Wesley Ward, I'm always a little bit leery of, to be honest. She has behaved so far. She does look as though she might be one that teeters on the edge. So we'll observe her and make sure that she does behave herself. She makes her way to the racetrack. And then number 7 is Big Time Lady for Rudy Rodriguez, daughter of Big Brown, half to Morrison, who was at a time a pretty good turf horse. We'll see if this one really wants the dirt, and if she wants to go this short, this 5.5 furlong distance, because she is pretty big, and she's got some leg to her. There's some size there. I like her. She's very appealing to the eye. She's good looking. She's well muscled. She's fit. It's just, is she going to be proficient at this distance? But if you look at the workout reports, she has been breaking of, the pairings that Rudy has sent her out with. She's been breaking from the gate the best of any of them. So I like what I'm seeing. So if that rings true, that she is fairly quick from the gate, despite looking at her physically here, she might be pretty dangerous, as we do see the one that has experience here, Lafitte, taking most of the early play in number 6, No Mo Spending.
No Mo Spending, the edge in experience. Maggie Riders up, No Mo Spending, and Javier Castellano aboard. 6-time Run Happy Travers winning jockey. He'll try for a 7th on Saturday with Caracaro, the 5th post-parade New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies, when we come back.
Be a part of the racing action every Sunday during Saratoga with live money contests through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 your bankroll, while the other half goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live and track the leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your ending bankroll and prize winnings
are shifted back into your NyraBets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at NyraBets.com/contests.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Ready for some 2-year-olds? The Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Post-parade, we start with a little Thirsty by a former Travers winner, Stay Thirsty, in 2011.
Not taking a lot of action on the board. Sometimes you let the board be your guide in these baby races.
Fastel, Maggie had some good things to say about this one.
Well, from a trainer, Gary Gullo, who can get a first-timer ready, had a precocious mare that was a stakes winner at 2, and she's had 4 foals to race, 3 winners.
Rosie's Peach by a former Travers winner in Alpha at 10-1, followed by number 4 here, Manchi Girl for Mark Hennig. Why not on Summer Colony Wednesday?
Mark was having a real good roll as we left Belmont and can get a first-timer ready.
Summer Brew, 'Tis the Law's rider there, Manny Franco.
Yeah, and this is another one that Georgia Brew can get one ready, and this horse is taking some money.
No more spending. Again, the edge in experience.
And ran against Open Company, comes here with that race under her belt. For Ian Wilkes, a trainer whose horses get better with racing.
Number 7, Big Time Lady. Irad Ortiz seeking a 3rd on the afternoon.
Maggie says been good on the work tab. Was a half to horse named Morrison, won by 17 lengths, first time out in the slop.
Number 8, Minerva Double Play. Robertino Diodoro looking for a first win of the meet.
Yeah, Robertino Diodoro can win with any kind of a horse. She's making a nice look on the racetrack.
And Rosa Veloce, Ray Handel, who won with the first-time start of the week before last.
It gets an outside draw, so she doesn't have to worry about horses coming over on her. But sometimes those babies get a little bit lost out there. Another one taking some money, though.
Part of why we love Saratoga, the 2-year-olds, that Empire 6 with the carryover over $1 million. Automatic payout on Sunday, day after Run Happy Travers for this Empire 6. The carryover over $1 million here. These New York bred 2-year-old fillies going 5.5 furlongs, Mig. No more spending. 2-1 the favorite here for Ian Wilkes. And Wilkes' horses running very, very well. He hasn't started many of them, but those that he started have been performing.
Certainly making it count. And this filly ran well first time against Open Company horses. Should be primed for better, getting in with New York breds.
4 minutes out here. It was a New York bred race for the boys last year. We were first introduced to 'Tis the Law. Belmont Stakes winner, Champagne winner, and the favorite for Saturday's Run Happy Travers. Who will emerge from this crew of New York bred maiden 2-year-old fillies? We'll find out in 4 minutes. We'll take a deep breath. Pause as we are joined by our regional networks. You're watching Saratoga Live. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You would not have recognized this place yesterday. An absolute monsoon. He's former champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. But the weather has cleared. It's a gorgeous day. The forecast looks great for this week, Run Happy Travers Week. They have drawn the field for the Run Happy Travers that Saturday. We'll have more on that in just a moment, Richie, but we don't have a lot of time to mess around. We have some New York bred maidens here. 2-year-old fillies sprinting 5.5 furlongs. There's the field, corresponding odds. No mo spending, the only one with any experience. Also with us, New York Racing Association analyst Maggie Wolfendale. Trackside, Maggie, no mo spending, that one race which could prove pivotal going into this 5th race.
Yeah, against Open Company, in which she didn't break that well. Then she kind of found herself mid-pack, and then she just ran evenly around the racetrack behind Big Time and Mad Maddie. And Mad Maddie did run here at Saratoga on the turf as the favorite and still finished second. As No Mo Spending actually has quite a nice pedigree for a New York bred. As she's by Uncle Mo. She's actually a foal to Blewett, who is an accomplished runner for Todd Pletcher. He likes to run long, though. Now, granted, the dam stopped Spending Maria. She won as a 2-year-old and got a 91 buyer for that second effort as a 2-year-old. So let's see if she takes after her dam or her half-brother, in that I'm just a little concerned that 5.5 still might be a little bit on the shorter side. Overall, she looks absolutely fantastic. She's big, she's good-looking, she's really strong, and she's so professional. Seems like a very kind filly as well. So we'll see how she, participates in this 5.5 sprint once again, as we'll move on to number 9, Rosa Veloce, who is taking money at 4-1. And reading the workout report, she was working well with an older maiden, a 3-year-old maiden by the name of Kemba, who did run 3rd at a big price in a maiden special weight last week, I believe, for Ray Handel. My problem with Rosa Veloce here is that she just doesn't look all that fit. She looks quick. She looks like a precocious type. She has those big round hindquarters. She's very short couple, as you see. You can see how small she is and short. That saddle tail's pretty much on her hind end. So she's a very short barrel to work with. And with that being said, that also makes one look just a little bit unfit. She just looks a little soft around the edges. So we'll see. Like I said, she's taking money. We'll see if her fitness pulls her through to the end. And then I mentioned number 5 in here, who is taking some money for trainer Jorge Abreu. Actually, her price continues to drop here, Summer Brew, and I was a little worried that she might be green. Not the case. Super professional out on the racetrack. In fact, I even upgraded her watching her warm-up, in which she did stay with the pony, but nice mover, really just kind of came alive and got underneath of herself. Did seem very professional once she was out on the racetrack. I think she's pretty intriguing. I'm going to go with the Rudy Rodriguez trainee, though. I just like Big Time Lady. I like everything I'm seeing from her, though. As I said, she might be a little bit more inclined to take to the turf, but wow, Mig, you're taking Big Time Lady as well.
Yeah, I like what I saw in the warm-up. You're watching her. She won me over. In these races, I really have a hard time making a selection until I watch them. Getting a little bit worked up now. And
acting up, Big Time Lady.
Ira did a real nice job there, though. You don't want to get excited and make a young horse panic or get more excited. They feed on your energy. He just kind of sat her very nice, allowed the pony boy, the outrider, to do their job, helping assist them. Get her moving a little bit. Keep her going forward. We've seen Rudy win with these types a lot, and I did like what I saw from her in the post parade. I was a bit torn. I almost picked the 3.
You've sounded excited from what you've seen from that filly right there. Rosie's Peach here again. Her sire, a Run Happy Travers winner in a dead heat alpha several years back here. There's Tyler Gaffley on the saddle.
Well, and she's not the biggest filly. I did like what I saw from her on the racetrack. But one of the pieces of the puzzle of this handicapping conundrum, if you will, with these young horses is because you don't have a proven form to go on, so you look a little bit more at pedigree. You rely a little bit more on pedigree. Now, her mother, Peach Fambay, won first time out. She showed precocity. She also was a stakes winner at 2. She's a half to a filly named Burning Rose. Burning Rose broke her maiden first time out here in Saratoga by 5 lengths and was stakes placed as a 2-year-old. So there's precocity in the pedigree. It's the same connections. Dominic Citino, owner Robert Rosenthal. And sometimes you want to go lean towards the family's history a bit, if you will.
Some just develop earlier than others, and that can be a pedigree family thing. And Maggie, your thoughts as we watch Rosie's Peach march towards the starting gate here.
Right. So, and I remember Burning Rose. She was very fast, very precocious. Kendrick Carmouche rode her. She, I believe, was second. She either won the Maid of the Mist or second in it and won the Joseph Gemma, something like that. But I will say she does look really fit out there. She's just a little bit on the green side overall. My problem is that her full sister, Peach Flambe, she didn't turn out to be very good or that precocious. So then again, you know, it's apples to oranges when you're dealing with siblings, guys.
See which way she leans in her debut. She's cold on the board. You mentioned the pedigree. We look at how they're acting on the track and then just where the money's going. And
Yeah.
she is cold while No Mo Spending is at 8-5 here.
Yeah, and listen, No Mo Spending is a rightful favorite with that experience edge. But these are young horses, and, you know, a lot of questions.
And see how they act in the gate, stepping forward. Whenever double play on the outside, Manchi Girl and Jose Lescano, grade 1 personal ensign winning jockey. Jose Lescano pulling off the upset with Vexatious over the champ, Midnight Bijou. And to the outside, Rosa Veloce. She's like, I'm pretty sure Maggie just called me kind of overweight and out of shape. So she takes it personally. See how she performs. Jose Ortiz in the saddle, steps forward. New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies, sprinting 5.5 furlongs. John Embrial with the call. Race 5, live, Saratoga.
And they're off. A slow beginning for Fastel and Little Thirsty. Those two are at the back. Big Time Lady is going out for the lead. No Mo Spending is right there as Rosa Veloce gains on the outside from third. Rosie's Peach down on the inside in fourth, and alongside is Summer Brew. Then it's Minerva Double Play, followed by Mashni Girl. It's a break of 3 to Fastel. And the trailer and a far back is Little Thirsty. The opening quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. It is Rosa Veloce, challenged here on the outside by Summer Brew. Big Time Lady dropping back at the rail. No Mo Spending is fourth, and the field is in the stretch. Summer Brew on the outside of Rosa Veloce. Rosa Veloce has the lead. On the outside is Summer Brew as they pass the 8th pole. Rosa Veloce is holding off Summer Brew. The two of them will be coming down to the finish. Rosa Veloce in front. Summer Brew second. Rosa Veloce wins first time out, 3/4 of a length. Summer Brew was second. And No Mo Spending finished third.
Rosa Veloce. Jose Ortiz. How about that, Ray Handel, with 2 winning first-time starters in the last couple of weeks here. Rosa Veloce in race 5 at Saratoga.
Very game, too. Showed good speed and fought for it. Got hooked hard from the outside by the other first-time starter that was taking some money, Summer Brew. And just outgamed her. A little bit green from No Mo Spending, kind of lugged in behind them. Young horse, it messed up her continuity with her run.
The one who had some experience, sure.
Yep.
Top of the stretch, and it's just a good horse race, and the unveiling for these 2-year-old fillies who have never done this before, Richie. And Rosa Veloce digs deep here and able to repel the charge of Summer Brew in a 9-5-6 unofficial order of finish.
And it appeared that the 5, Summer Brew, took a step in and kind of bumped Rosa Veloce and actually maybe emboldened her, got her a little bit game when she got bumped. Like, hey, watch what you're doing there, and kind of fought on. You can see Manny Franco corrected her and pulled off there for a stride. But another exciting race, putting on another good show with these young horses.
That competitive nature here, they're bred for it, Maggie, and Rosa Veloce came out today. Impressive in her debut.
Yeah, I can't call her chubby anymore. As I think it was more so her being that much more professional than number 5, Summer Brew, who just got to wondering and maybe reacting to the stick a little bit. And Rosa Veloce just ran straight as an arrow and just really leveled out that stride and got the job done here with Jose Ortiz, who was awfully confident in his handling of him as he went up early on the outside of his brother, aboard Big Time Lady, and just sat that perfect kind of trip. And Rosie's Peach getting up for 4th to nose out Big Time Lady for that superfecta position. But nice win by your winner in here. That was number 9, Rosa Veloce, Blue Streak Racing, and Ray Handel teaming up.
One of those afternoons is Saratoga. The brothers, Richie, they are at it again. Irad Ortiz leading rider. He's already struck twice, and now Jose Ortiz with Rosa Veloce. We see it all the time. You see Ray Handel there. He had 2 wins with first-time starters. The stats had indicated that he didn't win with first-time starters. Now we've seen it twice in the last week plus.
I think it's just a matter of what kind of stock guys get. It's not that they're incapable of winning with certain kind of horses.
And intent.
Well, also cranking them up to win first time, and we talk about that a lot. A lot of these guys want a horse to have a good effort first time, but they don't want to get to the bottom of them. They want to build a horse for a career, not a race.
Ray Handel had Rosa Veloce cranked up and ready to fire today. 9, 5, 6, 3 results. When we return, as our coverage continues from Saratoga, Run Happy Travers Week for Jose Ortiz. Another victory. He and his brother doing their thing at the Spa. Rosa Veloce in race 5 from Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
'Tis the law. This year's winner of the first leg of the Triple Crown has turned his sights to Saratoga's iconic Midsummer Derby.
It is 'tis the law, and the New York Red is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the Triple Crown.
Watch 'tis the law's attempt to further prove he's the best 3-year-old in America and the Kentucky Derby favorite. Don't miss the 151st running of the Run Happy Travers on Fox Saturday.
Craig, you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
How are you, bud?
Good.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. At any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started with Naira Bets app or at nairabets.com. Another look at the stretch drive that just unfolded. Rosa Veloce with the spotlight. Blue Streak Racing, co-owned by Ray Handel, trained by Ray Handel, and a first win on the afternoon for Jose Ortiz.
And Jose Ortiz's brother, Irad, might have taken the lead in the jockey standings, but Jose is not going to go quietly into that good night. He's going to keep fighting for it. And certainly this was a very game performance by the 9. Rosa Veloce to win at first asking.
Big effort summer brew.
Yes.
In this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to us by Spendthrift Farm, home of reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Just a $12,000 purchase here, Richie. Rosa Veloce taking down the winner's share of a $62,000 purse in her debut.
And actually sold up here last fall at this Fasig-Tipton autumn sale that we have. A lot of New York breds sell out of that sale, and nice return on investment there.
Pays to own a New York bred. Rosa Veloce, the fastest on this afternoon as we have officially kicked off Run Happy Travers Week. We'll have much more on the Travers throughout the course of the afternoon. Run Happy Travers on Saturday on Fox. However, if you're just joining us, here's what you may have missed a little bit earlier on. Let's go back to race number 3, and you saw jockey Joel Rosario teaming up here with Brad Cox. How about more Grateful and an exciting battle here to the wire, Richie?
More Grateful showing better speed with blinkers on, a very aggressive warm-up.
It's about to get real close.
And it gets desperately tight at the end. We see Ricardo Santana, another very strong finishing rider, coming running on the outside here with Luna's in charge. In between them, your favorite 3 jokers. And it's just a matter
Saved
of
by the wire.
Whose nose was down on the wire first. It was inside.
More Grateful, Joel Rosario, the pickup mount. And then the feature, the Summer Colony, and at the top of the stretch, Nona Madeline, and exerting her superiority for trainer Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, finally able to put the favorite away.
Really race-long battle between these two. They were trying to do their best impersonation of Jaipur Raidan. You'd have to go back to that 61 Travers. I wasn't born.
Can't help you there.
But Irad getting Nona Madeline to switch the leads at the 8th pole, key to victory there.
The Ortiz brothers and Joel Rosario, like, that's been that encapsulating the microcosm in the first 4 races, what we've seen in the first 3+ weeks here at Saratoga. But still, plenty of live racing coming your way as Saratoga Live does continue. We check in with Greg Wolf. Trackside, Greg, what are we looking forward to in the second half of this Wednesday program?
Yeah, lots still to come. 4 races so far. Top 3 riders at the meet have won them all. Joel Rosario with a win as well. Those 3 have been the story of this meet so far. We'll see if we can spread the wealth a little bit as we get later into this card. The 8th today. This late pick 5. 4 of the 5 races, 2 turns, mile and an 1/8 Intrepid Heart. Coming off a really gutty effort at Gulfstream last time. I actually got passed in the stretch by Proverb. Re-rallied, came away to get that win. Will be maybe the horse to beat in that race. Then Bob Baffert showing up with Uncle Chuck. He's compared this horse to Arrogate. We all know what he did in the Travers back in 2016. He's the top threat to Tiz the Law. We'll talk about his chances this Saturday in the Run Happy Travers. All that and more coming up a little bit later on. Lafitte, back to you.
Very high praise. Very high praise, Uncle Chuck, and in the same breath of Arrogate, Mig, and the show that he put on here at Saratoga a few years back. I mean, just it looked like a clock malfunction when you saw what it said, the fastest 1.25 miles ever run at Saratoga by Arrogate in that Travers for Bob Baffert.
I mean, for how many years General Assembly had that record in the Travers, 15-length winner in the slop. No horse in the history of Saratoga have ever run 1.25 miles in faster than 2 minutes. He shattered that barrier.
How much do you think Uncle Chuck would have to improve from what you've seen thus far to defeat Tiz the Law if Tiz the Law brings his best?
I mean, he's going to have to improve. For me to put a measure on it, I just think Tiz the Law has stamped himself as the best 3-year-old. And until somebody comes along and takes that crown away from him, I don't see it happening Saturday, but it is horse racing.
Terrific story with the New York bred Tiz the Law. So much leading up to the Run Happy Travers. That coverage beginning on Fox 4:30 on Saturday. For Richard Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We'll be stepping aside. Andy Serling, he's already lurking about and kicking us off the set here. He's going to throw his water bottle at me as well. Greg Wolf and the team front side as our coverage continues on Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock. Race 6 in 19 minutes. Much more coming your way from the Spa and Travers Week.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Coulter filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fitness is, was, and always will be about keeping a routine. and the best routines in life did, do, and always will make time for enjoying yourself.
You look like a flower, each and every way.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome to Saratoga Live. It is brought to you in parts by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app or go to nyrabets.com to get involved. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you. Thanks for joining us as we kick off another week, not just any other week here at Saratoga. It is Travers Week, where Tiz the Law will look to try and keep his perfect 3-year-old season intact for Barclay Tag and Saratoga Stable, but there is a new shooter from the West Coast showing up. His trainer, Bob Baffert, says of Uncle Chuck, he covers ground, reminds him a lot of Arrogate. He has got gears. He showed that in his Los Alamitos Derby victory. Talk about him, what Tiz the Law has to deal with coming up on this Saturday afternoon in the Run Happy Travers. Joining me here on the desk, 2015 NHC Tour champ, Jonathan Kinchin. Loaded with stakes action coming up all week long. We have the test, the ballerina, and of course Run Happy Travers Saturday, and the big test for Tiz the Law.
Absolutely. It's Travers Week. You can't be upset about that. Tiz the Law, very excited to see him run again, but I'm also excited to this up-and-comer you mentioned at the top in Uncle Chuck. And anytime a horse like Arrogate's name comes up and there's even a little bit of a comparison, you better pay attention because Arrogate was special, and what he did in the Travers was pretty special in its own right.
People talk, would Justify came along. You cannot win a Kentucky Derby having not raced as a 2-year-old. He broke that jinx. But a horse going from just into the third start of his career, trying to win at a 1.25 miles against a much more seasoned Tiz the Law. That seems to be asking a lot.
It is. It's asking a lot, but it's a very confident move from a very successful trainer. I think Bob Baffert putting him on a plane and bringing him out here. He was entered in the Shared Belief out at Del Mar last week, and they made a decision not to run there and to ship him out here and to take on the leader in the clubhouse in the 3-year-old division in Tiz the Law on his home court. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, of course, this is where we learned about Tiz the Law last summer when he debuted. Was so impressive here last summer as a 2-year-old in his debut. Here's what we have coming up this week. Saratoga Special on Friday. And then Saturday, it is Run Happy Travers Day. As mentioned, the Longines Test, Ballerina, Troy, and Awea, all part of that lineup. And then Sunday, we'll close out another week with the Aladar. But this is one of the weeks we look forward to in this game with Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. You can play all the action, get involved by signing up, getting started with NyraBets. New members can take advantage of up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Use the promo code SPA at sign up to get your account going. Download the NyraBets app or go to nyrabets.com to get started. Let's bring our New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, to tell us about his best bet here on this Wednesday afternoon card. How you doing, Andy?
I'm doing well, Greg. It's nice to be on with you and Jonathan as well, and of course Acacia's in the paddock. I thought today's 8th race was really the only race on the card where maybe you could find some prices, and it seemed like it was a very competitive race and not an easy one. I'm interested in the 7 Prompt for trainer Bill Mott in today's 8th race. Prompt was a horse that really came into his own on the dirt after he'd been running on the turf for a while. It sounds familiar for trainer Bill Mott, who did that a number of years ago with a pretty good horse. Prompt ran very, very well, and then they got a little ambitious down in front, and they ran him in some very tough spots, even back at Belmont in the slop last time. I think he's more realistically placed today. I thought Prompt could be prompting the pace possibly in here, and his price should be pretty good. I think he's around 10-1 morning line. I'm figuring the 6 to 8-1 range would work for Prompt. Bit of a price, trying to get Prompt home for trainer Bill Mott in today's 8th, guys.
Yeah, Prompt getting some class relief. That 8th race did look like it was very wide open. 50 claiming race, 1 1/8. We'll talk more about it as we get closer to post time for that one. Late pick 5. It begins in this race coming up. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
Hey, Greg, horses finishing up getting saddled here in the paddock as we'll go from the inside out, starting with the number 1, Twisted Tom for AC Avila. Coming out of that wet track race last time, where looking at, again, it was ending up in that performance trailing the field and tried coming up the inside rail, but it didn't look like anybody was really making up significant ground. So I am willing to be a little bit more forgiving of that performance from him. He looks to me too like a horse that wants to go the 2-turn distance, and that's the big question for some of these in here too. He's got a lot of good size to him, and he's very forward. He's super fit too, with that lean muscle definition, making his 3rd race off of that layoff. I like him stretching out a bit here, though he does potentially have a little bit of some dirtied up form. The number 3, Playwright for Linda Rice. First off the claim, he obviously had that bad stumble at the start of that race last time, and while the winner wired the field, he just never really seemed to fully recover from that, and it does really take a lot out of a horse. He's handling himself very professionally here in the paddock. He's really well muscled. He keeps those blinkers on, just a shortcut blinker with a hole on the side. First off the claim for Linda, which is always a potent move. My one question about him is that he's a fairly laid back type. He will likely be running late, and there didn't seem to be potentially a ton of pace in here, but one horse who on paper looks like he's going to show a lot of speed, and is showing me that here in the paddock too, is the 5, Control Group. He did win by open lengths last time, but he's stepping up significantly in class today. We have seen Orlando Noda having a strong meet and stepping horses up. One thing I don't love is that he does get the front bandages on first off the claim, in fact 4 wraps on, but he's carrying his weight well. He's got a lot of good condition. He's dappled out today, and he looks fast. He's very forward. He's very alert. Just his overall attitude looking like he is going to break out running, like he's really in the game. He's very sharp in here today too, and he's well muscled for this distance when he did win at 1 1/8 here at Saratoga last time. If he handles that jump up in class, tactically speaking, Greg, he does have a little bit of an advantage in here.
Yeah, Keisha, thanks. Looks like he has a big advantage in this race. Last time out, he got pressure from Malibu Pro, who's a horse who actually won for $32,000, claiming at Keeneland back in October. Put that horse away, and he still won by 5 lengths. Doesn't look like anybody can put pressure on him here.
Being forward in these 1 1/8 dirt races, we saw it earlier on the card, it's a huge weapon.
He's even money.
Horses here to get started. I'm going to use the 1, Twisted Tom, who runs well at 9 furlongs, Control Group. We were just talking about the 5. I'm going to single Black Magic Woman. If you're looking at the workout report, you'll notice Black Magic Woman was working with Irish Front, who won, broke his maiden here for Todd earlier in the meet. I'm going to use, in the race where Andy's best bet lands, I actually like that horse as well, 7 Prompt. I'm going to spread in there. It's a tough race. A lot of different things could happen there. A great opportunity to pick up a price like Andy mentioned earlier. On to race 9. I couldn't find a horse in here to lean on. I'm going to use the 2, Traipsing. I understand he's a turf horse. I just thought he might be better than these. The 3, Espresso Shot, and Foxtail. Foxtail has some races on the dirt that made a little sense in here. And then on to the last race. I went with the outside post, the 9, Beyond Brown. This horse has some dirt races in the past, has some tactical speed, and those are the things I'm looking for in these off-the-turf races. Dirt horses that have a little, horses that have a little ability on the dirt that can get to the front and kind of advance their position there and avoid that kickback.
All right, this is the first leg. 4 of these 5 races in this late pick 5, 2-turn 1 1/8 races. We are off the turf this afternoon, and those turf races changed to 1 1/8 on the main. We'll start with the entry coming up here, the remaining half of the entry in the 6th race. Twisted Tom, 5 for 10 at 1 1/8 in his career.
His last 2 wins were at 1 1/8. I'm looking for horses that appreciate this distance.
Dylan Davis will be aboard. 13-1 on Hit It Once More, Gary Siaka.
There was a time that he would be better than these horses. That time may be past, but he's still the speed of the speed here if Eric Cancel rides him properly.
Playwright, Manny Franco, Linda Rice, just claimed off of Danny Gargan.
You got to trust Linda first off the claim. The only question I have about this horse, 6 wins in the career, all at 1 mile or less.
Dupes, Points, Clement, Rosario, look out.
Yeah, I actually think in a way, in his talent, he's kind of the horse to beat in here. It's just he never seems to win, so he's a tough horse to take.
Control Group, he's even money. He went gate to wire last time out for $16,000. Can he do it again?
He's back in 17 days. He's up in class. A lot of things I don't like about that, but I dare you to toss Orlando Noda at this point.
And Durkin's call on the outside, 14-1, just claimed now in the Mercant Cantermasi barn.
I picked this horse, and I'm betting on this horse. I question whether or not he really wants to go the 9 furlongs, even though he's a big win at a mile. But Cantermasi's very good off the claim, and he's coming off an extremely good effort where he was way against the bias and still managed to finish 4th. So in a race where I am skeptical about a lot of them, I thought I'd take a small shot with a price.
So we're 7 minutes away from our late pick 5 getting underway. Even money here on Control Group. He ran huge at this meet back on July 19th. Can he do it again? There's a look at him. Now, Rad Ortiz Jr. already with 2 wins this afternoon. He was on board for that win back on July the 19th as we check in with our Hall of Fame rider, Gary Stevens.
Hello, guys. Happy Whitney Week and Travers Week, Run Happy Travers Week. I'm a week behind. Still thinking about the Whitney, but looking forward to the Travers this weekend. And I'm kind of on the same page as JK is in that Control Group. I think he's going to control the pace in this race. He's taken a big jump up in class. He is coming back quick. But he got loose on the lead in his last race and never looked back, and he was pressured early on. I don't think he's going to be pressured early on today. I think Irad will ride him very similar to how he rode him a couple weeks ago. The quick turnaround, I don't like it. But Orlando Noda, he's on a roll right now in this horse. He ran one of the best races of his life in that past race. No reason to think he couldn't run it back. Orlando's run a few of them back quickly here and had good results with that so far. But I'm looking at Dupe's Point. I'm looking at his form last year. It took him a while to round into form off of a layoff. It was the first layoff of his career. He was a 3-year-old. It took him like 5 races to get caught up and show some good form. And he actually, when he came back in 2020 of this year, in the latter part of June, he ran a decent kind of race. He regressed in his next race back. He came back on fairly short notice as far as Christophe Clement usually likes to do. So it looks like to me, trying to run him into shape a little bit. He's a 4-year-old now. And I think he's well meant today. If Joel Rosario can keep him in the race early, I think you're going to see a big effort out of Dupe's Point, guys.
Gary, thanks. Yeah, and you're getting 9-2 right now on 2 of the hottest connections of the meet. Christophe Clement has been sensational. Joel Rosario with 24 wins. He's one back of Irad Ortiz Jr. And Andy, everything this combination is teaming up with seems to be running huge.
No, I agree. I mean, Christophe is having a remarkable meet. Joel's obviously riding very well. They've been a tremendous team. It's, a question whether or not they can keep it up. It's tough. I mean, to win at a pace like that where they're winning more than a race a day, Christophe is pretty much no one can keep that up. We'll see, but it's been a great meet for him, no doubt about it. And right now he's in a very, very strong spot to win the meet. But it's a long meet. Control Group. Okay, he'll probably win because it seems like every single horse that the Nodas saddle runs better than the past performances. And I don't really know what to say. I'm a guy who doesn't mind throwing himself in front of a bus. And this is a runaway freight train, the Noda barn. This horse's last race to me was sort of a joke. He beat a bad field, waltzing along on the front end, and the race was just handed to him. I have to think that Hit It Once More is going to go. Otherwise, why is he even in the race? He may stalk, he may win. Nothing surprises me from these horses, but to take a short price with this horse who had really lost his good form for quite a while, I think is very, very dubious. And I'm not throwing the horse who may be the second choice, and here the one Twisted Tom. I don't trust this horse at all. He's run a few good races since coming back, but they're somewhat sporadic, and he's not reliable. What I'm really saying is these are all the reasons why I didn't mind taking a price in here, because Jonathan mentioned that Playwright, and he's absolutely correct, is better around one turn. His 2-mile and 8th races are both at Saratoga, and they're inferior to his mile races right around those races. So Durkin's call. I absolutely realize the 6 Durkin's Call may not want the 1 1/8. He does have a win at a mile, but he doesn't really run like a horse that wants the distance. But he's almost 15-1 right now, and he's off the claim for a trainer who's done great work off the claim. It's not as sort of visible as the Noda barn, but he's consistently done great work for a while. And this horse is coming off a very, very good performance where he closed on a day when you wanted to be on the rail and you needed to be towards the front. And he was wide closing. So I thought his last effort was very good. So he's got all those intangibles I want. The problem, and I think Jonathan will agree, he may just not be good enough for a 1 1/8 horse. But at these odds, I can't resist, guys.
Take a shot. And, this racetrack, obviously, this is the place to do it. 14-1 right now. 15-1, actually, on Durkin's Call. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney.
And my concern about Durkin's Call is the distance, is the stretch out, but I've become such a big fan of the work that the Cantor Marcies do since coming back here to New York, especially watching them this year. And one thing I will say about this horse is that he's an energetic type. This is what I've seen from him in the past. He's not very big. There's just not a lot of him, but he's very forward. And with that extra distance, I'm wondering if, and first off the claim with the new connections, Apprentice Louis Cardenas in the saddle, he might be in the game a little bit more. When it's a short field, I would much prefer having horses that can be up a little bit closer, even going this 1 1/8 distance. So maybe with the stretch out, with his type of attitude that we see from him, and again, that's a normal for him, maybe he can be a little bit more forward. And that, I would think, would maybe help him with maybe trying to get some of the added distance. As far as attitude does go, it's the exact opposite with the 4 Dupes Point, who's just a very laid back, very chill kind of guy. Joel Rosario did keep him with the pony, which I was a little bit surprised by. I was wondering if he might take him away, kind of get him a stronger type of warm-up to perk him up a little bit, or just kind of get the blood flowing a bit more. But as Gary had mentioned, the racing into fitness, that's definitely the key with this guy. He does look much more fit today. He definitely has that fitness aspect, but given his running style, and he can get the distance, that's not one thing I'm worried about. Just tactically speaking, and the fact that I did see Joel keep him with the pony, and he's been so laid back, I wonder if he's going to be able to make that sustained late run, as he is the type of horse that you need to keep after. So, well, Joel Rosario is certainly a good fit for him, Greg.
Yeah, and he knows him well. He's been on Dupes Point quite a bit over the course of this 4-year-old's career. So Dupes Point, 7-2 on the board. Our favorite, though, remains Control Group. Gate to wire score last time out. And, Andy was talking about this horse in his last start that it got handed to him. He had the inside post. He did break incredibly sharp from that inside slot. He'll be small field here this afternoon, but a little bit further outside today. What did you make of that last start?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's, you have to look at races like that. When a horse gets loose on the lead, you have to take that into consideration because typically horses, that's a great trip. And you don't want to bet horses off of great trips because the public's going to bet them off of the win, and they had everything kind of go their own way. The problem I have is that the rest of this group just leaves me kind of wanting a little bit. I wish there was something that I could get excited about, someone that could turn the table on Control Group, someone that could maybe challenge that horse early, that maybe is trying the 1 1/8 for the first time and looks like maybe that's something that they want to do. It's just hard for me to do that in this race. Control Group has run well at a 1 1/8, and I think that's very, very important when you're looking at these races.
Jonathan, what I wanted to say is how much, though, and I'm not saying this as a negative way for you, how much of it is just relying on the fact that the Noda horses seem to be running out of their skins? Because you're taking 6-5 on a horse moving up off a cakewalk trip, but is it really just that you feel like everything the Nodas run, they just seem to run incredibly well, and maybe that's good enough?
If Rudy was just running the horse back in 17 days, I'd try to beat the horse. But I think, like you said, the fact that there's a switch to Noda, he's been winning at such a high percentage. That's the part that's a little bit concerning for me. And the fact that this horse has a little bit of a tactical edge in a field of a bunch of horses. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
You don't think that the number 2 hit it once more? I mean, why would they even bother running him if they weren't going to send him?
Well, I do agree. If you look back to what this horse did in the past and winning the Albany as a 3-year-old, they do need to send him away from there. But he hasn't shown a ton of speed in his last 3 or 4 starts.
Well, I thought he was kind of in a tough, fast-paced race last time. I hear you, but the inside position on this track at 1 1/8 is such an advantage. Listen, nothing is going to talk me into taking control group, and nothing's going to surprise me when he wins this race quite easily. But at this price, I just feel like you're supposed to bet against him. You use him in a multi, obviously, but I think you're supposed to find somebody else.
6-time winner at 1 1/8, and maybe it doesn't mean as much as in years past because it's a new racing surface, but 3 for 5 here at Saratoga. It could be, too, that he just loves coming up here upstate and just flourishes.
I get excited when I see those red and white awnings. Maybe the horses do, too.
There he is. He's the favorite. 6-5 on the board as we kick off our late pick 5 control group. We'll see if he can control on the front end early under Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 today. John Imbrial with the call. They're in the gate. And they're off. Durkin's Call veered out at the start, trails the field. Control group and Hit It Once More. Those two are out early and heading into the clubhouse turn. Hit It Once More down at the rail has a narrow lead. Control group on the outside in second, and Dupes Point not far behind in third. Twisted Tom is down at the rail, Playwrights alongside, and the trailer is Durkin's Call in sixth. Hit It Once More. Big long shot here has the lead over the favorite Control Group after a quarter in 23 and 3. Hit It Once More, length and a half. Control Group gives chase in second. Then it's a break of 2.5. Back to a Dupes Point, who's next in third. Playwright, Twisted Tom right together, and Durkin's Call. And now the field is midway up the backstretch. Hit It Once More, holding on to the lead here, and the lead is almost 2 lengths. The half was running 47 seconds. Control Group tracking in second. A break of almost 3 to Twisted Tom, who's down at the rail on the inside of Dupes Point. At the back, Durkin's Call and Playwright. They begin the run around the far turn. Hit It Once More, challenged now by Control Group. Control Group on the outside, and Hit It Once More down at the rail. The two of them are heads apart. Now Control Group takes the lead. Hit It Once More back in second. Dupes Point and Twisted Tom are asked for more run as the field comes for the head of the stretch. And it is Control Group with the lead. 3/4 up in 1, 10 and 4. It is Control Group, the leader as they pass the 3/16 pole. Control Group has built a 4-length lead. Twisted Tom moves into second. On the outside is Dupes Point, and at the rail is Hit It Once More. It's Control Group by 3. Twisted Tom is second. Control Group, a repeat winner here at Saratoga in 2020. Twisted Tom was second. Big break back to Dupes Point in third. 3-win day for Irad Ortiz Jr., Orlando Noda, and the Noda brothers just keep on rolling. High fives all around. This horse loves this distance, and he loves Saratoga.
Yeah, and he got a great trip as well. I mean, you got to keep in mind, this horse keeps getting good trips. It reminds me of you know, you saw American Pharoah run here in the Travers not too long ago. People always wanted to say he kept getting good trips. But he got good trips because he was tactical and he could get himself into positions, exactly what happened with Control Group. Just got himself into a position where he couldn't lose from there. Sat right off of the pace, and when they turned for home, he kept going.
Now let's bring in Gary Stevens. Gary, Hit It Once More. He actually got out in front. Control Group, though, once he got by that horse, there was no stopping him.
Yeah, it actually worked out better for Control Group having a target today. Irad rode him with a lot of confidence from the word go. He was riding him like a winner. He wasn't worried about taking just off of Hit It Once More going around the first turn and used him as a target all the way down the backside. Around the final turn, he was riding with a lot of confidence. He knew he was riding a winner. They set fast fractions. I can't say enough about this racetrack, guys. I understand you guys had a ton of rain over the last 24 hours, and to have this fast track that we have today set honest fractions here and just lengthened through the stretch. So probably ran a faster number today than he did off the claim, guys.
This horse, it was for the Noda brothers, or Orlando Noda, it was almost like a 6-month layoff. He was coming back in, what, 15, 16 days? He's got first line and the Travers coming back in 10 days off a maiden win.
He's found his niche, running them back quick. But I will say this about horses that are claimed. When they run well off of good operations like Rudy Rodriguez and they come back quickly, there's not a lot of time for someone to even mess that up. You know, if the horse ran well 17 days ago, they come back quick, the horse is going to be fit. It reminds me a lot of that 2-week gap typically we see between the Derby and the Preakness. The Derby winner runs well in the Preakness because they're fit and they're in form. Control Group is fit and in form back in 17 days.
Yeah, it goes from 16,000 to New York bred allowance optional 40, not a problem for Control Group. Back-to-back wins, two-time winner at the meet for Team Noda. 'Tis the Law. All eyes on the Belmont Stakes winner coming up on Saturday afternoon. Can 'Tis the Law stay perfect as a 3-year-old in the Run Happy Travers? We'll take a look at the field next.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and juvenile stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juveniles sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox Family Networks. This Saturday, Run Happy Travers coming up on Saturday afternoon. The return to action for 'Tis the Law. Just had the post position draw a little bit earlier. We'll talk all about it coming up in a few moments as he tries to keep his perfect 3-year-old season intact for Barclay Tagg and Saratoga Stable. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you join us. It'll be live on Fox Network this Saturday afternoon. Late Pick 5, we've kicked it off in the books with the even money favorite Control Group. Back-to-back wins now here at the meet, claimed by Orlando Noda, and this Noda barn continues to be on a roll as we go to Acacia.
And they are a barn that also have a runner in this Saturday's Run Happy Travers, but we'll get to that in a moment. First, joined by winning trainer Orlando Noda and Control Group. What was the thought process, Orlando, when you claimed this horse off of a win last time for $16,000, stepping up to this level? Clearly, the distance was something that he liked.
No, yeah, the distance set him good, and back class, pure stake horse prior to that, and I think we got to try the waters going up, and he showed up here today too, thank God.
Is that something that you look for when you're claiming horses that have some races that you could potentially go back to?
Yeah, no, we always try to look for back form, back class, and just do our best to put them where they can win.
I mentioned the Run Happy Travers coming up on Saturday. We had the draw this morning. Post 1 will be your horse first line off of that maiden win. What are your thoughts on the post position, and how's he doing from his race?
Oh, everything is going good. I don't mind the post 1, and I think he's going to fight the mile in the quarter and hope for the best because we're ready to fire.
Been saying all along this is your Derby horse. Here's the chance coming up. Orlando, congratulations on the Women's Control Group. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
First line, post number 1 for the mile and a quarter Run Happy Travers. But as you mentioned, Greg, the barn has certainly been on a roll here at Saratoga.
Having a great Saratoga meeting where, you know, a lot of the best show up, bring their best, and this is a young man who had his first winner last year with a horse he claimed. He Loves a Fight, trained him to 3 victories in a row, and he got his first winner at Saratoga last year, and now he's having this kind of meet.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable start to the meet, and you know, when you're getting started in this game, whether you're a rider or a trainer, I think that having some success on a big stage is what helps. You know, we're going to see it this weekend with Manny Franco. If Manny Franco can pull off this Travers, he's got the Belmont, he gets the Travers here, he gets the Derby, suddenly he's kind of justified as being one of those top riders. I
think there's some buzz about this filly on the rail for Todd Pletcher with Iron Ortiz Jr. 2-5 on Black Magic Woman, daughter of Uncle Mo. We'll talk more about her coming up in a moment. 7/8 in this maiden special weight ahead. We've been asking you all summer long, share how you are watching the racing action at Saratoga with us this summer by using the hashtag YourSummerPlace on Twitter. NYRA.com/YourSummerPlace. We have had some great entries. Let's take a look at what we have for you this afternoon. Kiki in the Saratoga stable colors. Ready for Run Happy Travers. Guessing he is a Tiz the Law fan, or she.
would think so. It looks like that's the case. I'm sure she's excited about the Run Happy Travers on Saturday.
Does Jack Knowlton have a dog?
I don't know. Maybe. He's got a horse.
Kiki? Named Kiki, perhaps?
I think he's got a horse. I know that Jack Knowlton definitely has a horse.
Your summer place. Use that hashtag. Tell us how you're watching the racing action with us this summer from Saratoga. And we'll hopefully feature you on our program at some point over the course of the summer. Well, speaking of Tiz the Law and Barclay Tagg, he's been seemingly at ease all summer up here at Saratoga because he knows he has a real good one. We're going to hear his thoughts on the Belmont Stakes winner ahead of Run Happy Travers Saturday when we come back. Stay with us.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder. A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cash Car Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Culture Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
goes Tiz the Law now to take over. It's Tiz the Law in front in the stretch, and there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. Dr. Post moves up on the outside into second, but it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown.
That was Tiz the Law kicking off this year's very different Triple Crown, starting in the Belmont Stakes at 1 1/8 and looking ultra impressive. But this is why a lot of people have talked about this year's Triple Crown. In some ways, why it could be more difficult for a horse to complete, because y'all have all that more time for horses to develop. And now Tiz the Law is going to have to face some intriguing new faces coming up here on Saturday in the Run Happy Travers. But he was brilliant in that Belmont Stakes victory. 100 buyer. That performance, JK, as you look at his resume right here, was that good enough, do you think, to win on Saturday?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I mean, obviously Uncle Chuck provides a new obstacle for Tiz the Law, but Uncle Chuck's got to come to his level. So that's the important part to keep in mind, and Tiz the Law is drawn outside of him. And I think that's an advantageous place against a lightly raced horse like Uncle Chuck.
Let's take a look at the field that will line up against the Belmont Stakes winner. They had the draw earlier today, Run Happy Travers Stakes. It is post 6 for the Belmont champion, Tiz the Law, installed as the even money favorite. Let's hear from his trainer, Barkley Tagg.
I haven't seen anything that this horse can't adjust to or overcome yet. And I could be all wrong about that, but so far it's been nice. It's been fine. But 6 is not bad. There's still a couple of horses on my outside, and it's not a. There's no 20 horses in there anyway, so you have to be a little lucky, and I'll accept it. He's trained beautifully every day. And I'm not just saying that for hype or anything like that. Everything's going very smoothly. We try and keep the tension down as much as we can. It's not easy. When you have a popular horse, then everybody wants to see him and take pictures of him and all that kind of stuff. But they can overdo that sometimes too, they crawling down the shed row. But he's handled everything fine so far.
He indeed, especially as a 3-year-old, has handled everything just sensational. Tiz the Law. Let's bring in Gary Stevens. Gary, I would think a lot of eyes going to be on post 3 and post 6 on Saturday afternoon in the Run Happy Travers.
Yeah, absolutely. But if I'm Barkley Tagg, Manny Franco, I'm happy with the 6th post position. They're running 10 furlongs, 1.25 miles. There's a nice run into that first turn. And he's got speed outside, gate speed. And Tiz the Law, he's very quick from the starting gate, but he's been schooled throughout last year and this year to learn how to relax, settle, make that run. He's learned his lessons well. Yeah, he does have another, I'll call it a small hurdle maybe this weekend. He's coming into, Uncle Chuck is coming into Tiz the Law's land right now, but if I'm Manny Franco, I let him break, drop back, save some ground around that first turn, and then have my eyes on Uncle Chuck. I think that's the type of trip he's going to get that he can look forward to. Uncle Chuck, he's fast. He's very fast leaving there, but he's going to have some company. But he relaxed very well in the Los Alamitos Derby and then came home strong with authority under Luis Saez. Got the knowing that day. He was still green in the stretch, but when you watch his stride in the last 100 yards, he's just now starting to lengthen. That race was 1.1 miles. He gets an extra 1.1 miles. Scares me, Bob's comparing him to Arrogate. He may be that good. He's going to have to be that good, I think, to beat Tiz Law. It's going to be an outstanding race, guys.
Yeah, it would seem that way, too. Look, Bob Baffert, Gary, said this is a horse who has gears, too, and he covers a lot of ground the way he strides over a racetrack. Does Manny Franco have to be cognizant early in this race to not let him get too far away early?
Yeah, absolutely, I think so. But that's the great thing about Tiz the Law. He does have that high cruising speed to lay as close as he wants. We saw that in the Florida Derby, and then he had to take the horse back down the backside. Manny did to get outside. Barkley wants him on the outside, out in the clear, and I think this post position is going to help him. But I think he can make a middle move if he needs to get him in contention and switch him off again and give him a little breather going into that far turn and have plenty left for the last 1/4 mile.
It will be fascinating to watch. Again, it was back in 2016. Bob Baffert came to Travers with a horse who was fairly lightly raced, had a few more starts under his belt, but he shocked the racing world. That was, of course, Arrogate in that record-setting performance when he won by 13.5 lengths at better than 11-1.
Yeah, he was impressive that day. I remember Bob had another horse in there, American Power, that was taking all the money, and Mike Smith picked up the mount on Arrogate, and the rest was history. Yeah, that was the start of his the 4-run stretch from a racehorse that's the best I've ever seen in my lifetime. What Arrogate did.
Yeah, Travers Breeders' Cup Classic, Pegasus World Cup, and then the Dubai World Cup that was sensational. Let's bring Andy Serling in. Andy, we're getting set for the 7th. A lot of hype about this filly on our screen right now, but Shug McGahee has a talented one who has some experience under her belt.
I agree. And listen, Todd Pletcher delivers, and this horse is bet like a runner. I think people are assuming sort of every horse that Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz team up on is going to win. The game doesn't work that way, but she's probably the goods. But I think Harlem Heights is the goods, excuse me. You know, she broke out last time at the start. It was her first start in, 7 months or something, 9 months? It's hard for me to keep track. And there is an argument that the track got very insidey during this portion of the day at Belmont. I can't guarantee that's the case, but it certainly felt like a real possibility based on a couple of results. So you've got Harlem Heights not breaking that sharply, and then, rushing into the race wide in the middle and still finishing reasonably well behind a horse that just ran off the screen. And Papa Chalk ran like a stakes horse to win that race. Harlem Heights had shown ability in both of her earlier starts. She was involved in a wicked pace on October 5th, 2 races back, that completely and totally fell apart. And even when you look and see, she got beaten by 10 lengths. Well, the other horses got beaten by a city block. So actually her effort was very good. And 7 furlong first-time starters. Black Magic Woman might be a real runner in this race, but she better be, because Harlem Heights is a very talented runner. Right, Acacia? Don't disagree with me.
Yeah. I'm not going to disagree with you, Andy. I had her. She was actually my second horse in here, and just looking on paper, I totally agree. I think she has every license to take a step forward today, but it looks like she does have to get around the Todd Pletcher first-time starter. I would love to try to be cute and maybe try to come up with something else, but she really does look like she's the good. She is the picture of health. She's dappled out from head to toe. She has been the consummate professional, too. She's had her ears pricked. She's really just been reacting beautifully to everything around her, just taking it all in stride. And she's a lovely extended walk to her, too. Debuting at 7 furlongs, not an easy task for sure, but she really makes a lovely impression in here. Another first-time starter next to her is the too soft and lovely first-time starter for Nacho Correas, out of a mare who was a 7-time dirt sprint winner, and she was precocious, a little bit more turf pedigree as far as her mostly winning sibling did go, but she looks like she's in the right spot here. She's very feminine. She's not as big or as striking as Black Magic Woman, but she's beautifully put together, and another one that has a nice attitude about her too. Second-time starter, the 3 Love on the Run. She looks like she's really benefited from that first start. She's turning back in distance, which, to be honest, I don't mind her going a little bit longer than the 7 furlongs, but she does have a 1 mile and a 16th race under her belt. She really got on her toes. Another one with a beautiful pedigree by Empire Maker and the half to multiple Grade 1 winner Belle Gallanty in here too. Just to wrap up on the other Todd Pletcher, the 4 Aporte. She hasn't really grown much going from 2 to 3, and she is the type that tends to really get on her toes, get a little bit warm, a little bit keyed before the race. I'm seeing much of the same from her today, now making her first start as a 3-year-old. I think that there are a couple of the others that I mentioned as well as the Shug McGahee runner in Harlem Heights in here, but one thing I do think is that Aporte, Greg, is going to be a big part of the early pace.
Acacia, thanks. She's coming off the bench. She'll make her 3-year-old debut today. That's the 4 filly at 12-1 in here for Todd Pletcher. We'll start with the Pletcher filly, though, who's taking all the money. 3-5 on this first-time starter, daughter of Uncle Mo, Black Magic Woman.
She's a half to Rebel and Arkansas Derby winner Magnum Moon. They're betting her like she's the real deal.
Yeah, Magnum Moon started his career 4 for 4 before ran into justifying the Kentucky Derby. Here's Soft and Lovely, first time out, Nacho Correas.
Goes out for Blue Prizes trainer Nacho Correas. Is a very nice looking 2-year-old in Friday's Saratoga Special.
Cut back in distance. Second time out for Love on the run for Bill Mott.
Yeah, second time out. Showed a little bit of early speed in that race. Now cutting back to the 7 furlongs. Dangerous for sure.
There's the other Todd Pletcher filly in the group, Apparate, turf to dirt and cuts back as well.
Yeah, made one start in the dirt, and it was a poor effort here in Saratoga last summer, then raced on turf.
Harlem Heights, that was a visually impressive move around the turn. She was 4 wide. She wound up a distant second to Papa Chalk.
Yeah, Harlem Heights, a half to one of my favorite horses, point of entry. Got a little bit of a setup that day, but like Andy said, the horse ran well losing ground.
Super Blood Wolf Moon, Luis Cardenas will be aboard.
I want to discuss that setup that Jonathan thinks she got last time. She's had her chances, and she just may not be good enough.
43-1, huge price. And then Heavenly Sis on the outside, Brian House slightly cuts back from a mile to 7/8. Back-to-back second-place finishes at Churchill and Keeneland.
I feel like I'm getting called down to the principal's office, I got to be honest with you a little bit, with Andy threatening to want to talk.
You're in trouble.
Heavenly Sis, I thought this horse had a little bit of a setup, too, last time, coming from off the pace.
All right, we'll let these guys duke it out here verbally in just a moment. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Let's check in, though, with Gary with more on Harlem Heights for Shug McGahee.
What's up, Tony?
Yeah, guys, Harlem Heights, I think, improves a ton today for Shug McGahee. Second off the layoff, always an improvement there. She was hung wide the other day, didn't get away real good. I think she's going to show more speed today than what she did in her previous race. And saying that was 7 furlongs. She's coming back at 7 furlongs again today, and I think that's a big bonus. I like the one horse down on the inside, but I don't like the inside for her. I don't like the first-timer going 7/8 of a mile for one thing, let alone down on the inside, getting that pressure early on. I mean, the tote board says that she's the real deal, and if she's the real deal, she may just leave there running and run them off their feet. But for my money, at 5-2 right now, and Shug McGahee, Jose Ortiz, that's who I'm liking, guys.
Yeah, look, she made that huge move, and even though Papa Chalk would run away with that race, she battled and dug in and outfought back channel for second, so she showed some grit.
No, absolutely. She came. She lost a lot of ground in that race. And like Andy mentioned, if the inside was where you wanted to be, then you really want to upgrade that performance. I think the thing that threw me off to a certain extent was that Papa Chalk ran a little bit early. Those fractions were honest. The pace figures were honest. And so when I mentioned the setup, I don't want to say that it fell apart, but I felt like Harlem Heights had something to close into.
Yeah, 22 flat, 44-4 with early fractions. Andy, your response?
Well, I understand what Jonathan's saying, and he's not wrong that the pace was quick, but so was the final time. It's not like they ever fell apart in there, and when a horse is setting a fast pace and keeps going fast the whole way around, I don't think you can say that Harlem Heights had a setup. She broke out at the start. She lost valuable position early. She made a big wide middle move, and she still had enough to finish second. I know she was beaten 5 lengths, but she still ran a 74 buyer. It was coming off a layoff, and it was a race that may have been against the grain of the track. So there's a lot of things that Harlem Heights did well, and she's really been in a number of races where nothing's gone right for her. Now, maybe nothing will go right here because she's running into a buzzsaw and a future stakes horse for Black Magic Woman. But 4 to 5 shots making their debut in August of their 3-year-old years at 7 furlongs, you go broke betting horses like that. Maybe
well,
not
Andy,
from Todd Pletcher's barn, but you do in general.
Andy, what about the way we've been seeing this track play a bit, too? Is that going to affect her and be maybe against her running style?
I don't think she's slow. She showed 2 back that she can actually be very quick. And, you know, I also didn't think the track has been playing super speedy. Maybe today it's just been somewhat logical results throughout the day, and the track seemed to be getting fairer to me, and maybe Jonathan has a different opinion.
No, I feel like the track's been fair. I mean, I feel like just the geometry makes sense today, right? When you're down on the inside, you're saving ground around the turns, that helps. Typically, I think we just got conditioned last year that you just didn't want to be stuck down on the inside. I think it's a fair racetrack.
Yeah, totally different story this year. Well, it's a first-timer taking all the money in this race right now. 4 to 5 on Black Magic Woman, but there's another firster right next door. Intriguing at a price, potentially. Let's go to Acacia Courtney.
And I'm joined by her trainer, Ignacio Correas. Happy to see him here in Saratoga. Soft and lovely debuting today. Nacho, what are your thoughts about this filly coming into this field going 7 furlongs?
I mean, I think she's going to be a useful filly. Might need the race, but she's training well. So we hope she put the race that we expect.
She made a lovely account of herself today, but a horse we're all excited to see on Friday is the ride of a lifetime in the Saratoga Special. monster 8-length victory last time. What were your thoughts on that performance?
Well, he was amazing when he broke his maiden at Keeneland, and well, he's sitting in another good race, and we'll see what happens. It's a different bunch of horses, but we have to respect everybody. But I think that he earned his respect too.
Yeah, I would certainly say so after that performance. Now, as 2-year-olds and stepping into stakes company, you see a lot of them with having some early speed. Yours showed a lot of speed last time. Can we expect maybe much of the same on Friday?
I don't know. I'm going to leave that more to Jose. I mean, he can see it. I mean, on first time out, we make him see it on purpose to learn. I mean, and he did well. He got beat, but he ran a game race. So I think that if, it's crazy speed in the lead, we don't need to go there. I mean, I guess that's what I think. I mean, is you can plan everything you want. Then it's in Jose's hands when they open the gate.
You never know what's going to happen after that, Nacho. Thanks for your time. Good luck on Friday and with Soft and Lovely here.
Thank you very much.
The ride of a lifetime on Friday in the Saratoga Special, Greg, does have that benefit of 2 starts and an impressive 85 buyer speed figure for that maiden win at Keeneland last time out.
Keisha, thank you. Going to have to deal with a Steve Asmussen runner who has been incredibly impressive first couple of starts of his career. Andy, everyone's talking about this race coming up as a 2-horse race. Anyone else to consider in here?
I think we should talk a little about Love on the Run. Besides the fact that it's a French movie that I really like, I also think this is an interesting horse making her second start. First time out, she was involved in a pretty heated pace duel. The winner was a very nice-looking maiden breaker for George Weaver, and I thought cutting back second time out. Now, she may just be in a race that's too tough for her, but I don't think she's impossible to get a piece.
Andy, I actually like one of my favorite movies as well, Love on the Run. I remember seeing it back in...
Did you guys just become best friends?
There's no chance. You've seen Love on the Run, the third installment of the Antoine Toinelle series?
Yeah,
wow.
of course.
You are growing in
like I'm watching Step
incredibly in
Brothers
my
2.
esteem. You're now my main man.
I agree. I think Love on the Run makes a ton of sense on the cutback. I think sometimes when horses debut going long, I tend to think debut long means kind of slow. But this horse showed some speed in that race and ran okay, and I think the cutback's going to hit this one right between the eyes for Belmont.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Jonathan. Now, she may just be in a race that may be too tough because, listen, the one is the record of Pletcher and horses in general in these situations they deliver. I know the 2-year-olds have not been delivering in the last couple of years the way, but an older horse taking this money, and it's not as though the public is unaware, Jonathan, that Harlem Heights is a pretty talented filly, yet the one is still bet completely off the board.
Well, I think in this day and age with the workout reports, we talk about the DRF workout report I like to look at quite often. If you look at that report, you'll notice that Black Magic Woman worked with Irish Front, who was a maiden breaker for Todd earlier in this meet, and I think that's an indication that this horse has some talent.
Andy, though, 7/8 to go first time out to win at 7/8 and breaking from the rail, how difficult is that?
Well, I think the rail. I have a different opinion. I have a different opinion than everybody and everything, because that's who I am. The rail isn't as bad, though it's not great. But the other thing is the 7 furlongs is tough. I mean, you got to think if she's bet like this, they usually have speed. So you got to think she's forward, and we'll see. I mean, what if the 3 Love on the Run shows the kind of speed she showed last time, Jonathan?
Absolutely, and I think when you talk about the rail, the thing that's when I say the rail's not ideal for firsters, it's because if they don't break, they're going to experience something they've never experienced before. But if they do break, they're going to save ground all the way around there, and they can use their speed, and I think it could work in both
So it can
ways.
be very good if you break.
But I don't think it's good to get left from post number 5. So that's why I have a bit of an issue with it. The other thing is, wouldn't you argue that breaking from the rail may force her hand? What if horses like the 3 and 6 are aggressive in this race, and they force her to go maybe faster than she wants to go? So I think the rail is tough in that situation. It kind of forces her to be maybe more aggressive than is in her best interest.
We're seeing 3 to 5 too, because as we've talked about, we saw it happen earlier on the card too. This team together, Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr., they have won with 8 of their 13 mounts together.
Yeah, they've been clipping. Clipping pretty good since I think Vino Rosso was probably the horse that got them hooked up a little bit tighter than they had been in the past.
Do we have Carlos Santana's Black Magic Woman teed up to play down the stretch if she wins?
I hope we're going to be cranking it down the stretch. Yeah,
Moonflower,
she's clear.
That Moonflower album. I mean, I feel like this is a real going back to my childhood.
I can play the guitar, Andy.
Really? God, you're incredible. You're like a Renaissance man, Jonathan.
I can paint a little as well.
Do you
I want to know when Andy Serling JK movie night is.
I'm telling you, when we get those theaters open again, we're going to go to a French film festival. He could go to the French film festival with me, Greg. You know, nobody else goes with me.
There it is.
3-5 favorite, just stepped in the gate. Black Magic Woman. Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. have already teamed up today. They've won with 8 of 13 together. It has been incredible. And Irad with 3 wins already. We will see what happens here. How much pressure will Black Magic Woman face early on? Harlem Heights, meanwhile, second choice on the board, the 5 filly for Shug McGahee. There she is, stepping in those colors of the Phipps stable with Irad's brother Jose, who was already on the board this afternoon as well. It is the 7th from Saratoga, the start of the late pick 4. 3-year-old fillies going 7/8 of a mile. John Imbrial with the call. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for Black Magic Woman, but there she goes now, rallying quickly up the inside. Black Magic Woman, the favorite firster, has taken the lead. And a long shot first-time starter, Soft and Lovely, is racing in second. Then it's a break of 2 to Love on the Run in third, another 2.5 to Apurte in fourth. Harlem Heights runs fifth. Superblood Wolf Moon is in sixth. Big break back to Heavenly Sis, the trailer, in seventh. The quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Black Magic Woman leads here by a length and a quarter. Soft and Lovely giving chase in second. It's a break of 2. Back to Love on the Run. And down on the inside is Harlem Heights as they go around the far turn. It is Black Magic Woman holding the lead over Soft and Lovely. Love on the Run just behind the front 2 and third. Half mile 45 and 1. Harlem Heights is in fourth, 4 lengths from the lead. Then Apurte, Heavenly Sis, and Superblood Wolf Moon. They are all chasing Black Magic Woman, who has the lead into the stretch. Here's Love on the Run up on the outside. They're moving for the 8th pole. Black Magic Woman on the inside, and Love on the Run is on the outside. Love on the Run, shoulder to shoulder now with Black Magic Woman. Love on the Run, Black Magic Woman. Love on the Run takes over in deep stretch and now draws away at the end. Won by almost 3, and it was close for second. Heavenly Sis, who was last early on, in a photo for the place with the favorite, Black Magic Woman. Things got a little tight on the rail for Harlem Heights in the stretch in here. Love on the Run, though, 7-1, cuts back in distance for Bill Mott and wins second time out.
Yeah, nice trip, nice cutback. The favorite in here, Black Magic Woman, broke a little bit awkwardly from the inside, had to kind of rush up, but no real excuse there. I thought the horse ran fine considering that situation, but Love on the Run, when they ran by us behind us here, it was pretty clear that Love on the Run was going to keep grinding away. Junior Alvarado gets the win for Bill Mott.
So 7-1, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, Gary Stevens. Looking back on this race here, Love on the Run, the cut back in distance, start number 2, and she gets it done here at 7/8.
Yeah, no excuses for any of them. As far as I'm concerned in here, other than Black Magic Woman, she'll benefit from this race. The 3 filly, Love on the Run, another one that improved dramatically here today with that big run. She was beating 11 lengths last time, going a mile and a 16th. Billy Mott's horses always improved second time out in a big way. She's by Empire Maker. This is a nice win right here, guys, and I can't wait to see her stretch back out in her next start.
Education, no question, for Black Magic Woman, the first-time starter, had to deal with that inside post. But it's Love on the Run here with that race under her belt. Cutting back in distance at 7-1. 3-7-1-5. Bill Mott looking on. Has to like what he saw here from this filly by Empire Maker. Prices from this one when we come back. We will set the stage for the 8th. When we return, it's Love on the Run. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott. Gainesway Stable, your winning connections here in the 7th.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
'Tis the Law, this year's winner of the first leg of the Triple Crown, has turned his sights to Saratoga's iconic Midsummer Derby.
It is 'Tis the Law, and the New York Red is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the Triple Crown.
Watch 'Tis the Law's attempt to further prove he's the best 3-year-old in America and the Kentucky Derby favorite. Don't miss the 151st running of the Run Happy Travers on Fox Saturday.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 7 was taken by second-time starter, the number 3 Love on the Run for trainer Bill Mott. And Bill, looks like she really seemed to find her groove having that start under her belt as she came in today.
Right. She really had a nice cruising speed down the backside today, and you know, she put it all together when she turned for home. She's a lovely mare, big scopy, very elegant mare, beautiful head and neck on her, and you know, we've always liked her and thought she had some ability, and it was glad to see her connect today.
She also turned back in distance today, that is 7 furlongs, but did debut going long. Do you think you might try stretching her out again moving forward?
That's a good possibility. You know, you don't have that many options at Saratoga. You're either going 7/8 or a mile and an eighth, and you know, the 7/8 mile race came up first, and the 9 furlong race was probably questionable to fill, so we went in here and it worked out, and she actually showed a little more speed in her first effort than I thought she would, so I thought 7/8 might, you know, after watching that race, I thought 7/8 would probably be okay for her.
She really did put it all together today. Now we drew the field for Saturday's Run Happy Travers in South Bend, now in your barn on the outside in Post 8. What are your thoughts about the outside draw for him?
I think the outside is okay. You know, going a mile and a quarter, you've got a long run to the turn, and I don't think the jock is going to be in any trouble as far as getting hung up wide in there. I mean, they shouldn't be. They've got enough time to get over no matter where they're going to be positioned in the race. You know, you should be able to have a chance to tuck in a little bit around the first turn. So nice horse, trains well, came into us in good shape, and he's trained well since we've got him here. Actually, I'm excited about him. He's a nice horse to be around, very, very, very handsome horse.
He definitely is. Well, that's great, Bill. Thank you, and congratulations with Love on the Run. Good luck on Saturday with South Bend.
Thank you.
South Bend coming in from Stanley Huff, as Bill mentioned, and I think that's a nice vote of confidence, Greg, to hear Bill Mott say he's excited about a horse who's very versatile, too.
He's got a tall order ahead of him. We'll see how he fares. Jose Ortiz will get the call coming up this weekend at Run Happy Travers Day. Love on the Run. Talented 3-year-old filly on the improve, gets the first win of her career.
She does. She, like you mentioned, showed some speed going longer. The cut back to the 7 furlong seemed to be right to her liking. She got some pace to follow, and she just kept grinding down the middle of the track with Junior Alvarado.
All right, there it is. You get a price already. 2 legs into this late pick 5 with a pool that has $334,000 in, and you beat an odds-on favorite. Always a good thing if you're still alive. 3 legs still to go. This is what's next. $50,000 claiming race. 2-turn mile and an eighth. And intrepid heart, I should say, for trainer Todd Pletcher. Coming off that win at Churchill Downs, that was a gutsy effort in a horse who now is trying a mile and an eighth for the 3rd time in his career.
Intrepid Heart, a half. The commissioner was on the Derby Trail last year. Was a horse a lot of people thought had a chance in the Belmont Stakes. He got bet to about 7-1 that day.
Well, we had a Twitter poll. We asked you this question. It's Run Happy Travers Week, of course. Pick your favorite Midsummer Derby win. Of course, watch Saratoga Live this Saturday to hear our analysts' thoughts. The race will be shown live on Fox. Your favorite Holy Bull Arrogate Code of Honor, or was it something else?
Arrogate. I think I'd have to go with Arrogate. That was something special when he popped down there from the inside and just kept opening up. And it's one of those horses where people say, "Who is that? Who is that?" Because the horse is 11-1, and you're like, that can't be Bob Baffert at 11-1. But I thought he was brilliant. Like I said, he started off that 4-race streak that was the best I'd ever seen, and so it started here in the Travers. That performance stands out for me.
Yeah, I was here on that Travers Day. That was just incredible to see the distance between him and the rest of that field. And, yeah, it was just the beginning of what was to come for Arrogate. Incredible 4-race run, as Jonathan mentioned. Well, back when Run Happy ran here, not many people knew who he was yet. Somehow he escaped at odds of 11-1 in the King's Bishop. He would go on to set a stakes record in that race, win the Breeders' Cup that year, and earn an Eclipse Award as well. It was quite a ride for Jim McInvale, who, before Run Happy came along, was ready to get out of this game. Once Run Happy came to him, though, those plans were scrapped forever.
I don't know if there's another door like that, another stall. I mean, it's about as impressive as it comes. And when you line those 4 guys out, and then you've got Run Happy in there now, who's a Eclipse Award winner himself. So that's all. The tradition of that is second to none.
Run Happy probably doesn't need any introduction. Everyone knows who Run Happy is. A generational type kind of horse. They don't come around very often. He set the track record in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Run Happy has won the sprint. A new track record.
He was unbelievably fast and talented, and we're seeing that through his foals.
He's a fun one to be around. He's got his quirks. He is true to his name of Run Happy. He loves run, eat, sleep, run happy. So he lives to his name full extent. He really loves his peppermints, apples, basically any kind of treat there is out there, he's all about it. There's days where we'll be doing a tour, he'll be across the paddock and he'll hear that ruffle of peppermint, and he's coming right across the paddock.
A story that I find interesting that someone asked me about the other day, Warfront and Blame, who are 2 good sires in my opinion, they never produced a chestnut horse, and so far neither has Run Happy. So if that's any indication, which hopefully it is, he's going to be a really nice sire.
Well, we've been talking about it all year long, how fun it's going to be at this meet when we see these Run Happies running in these non-restricted maiden special weights, because every time they do, and we had it happen last week, there's a $100,000 bonus on the line. We had a Danny Gargan Run Happy, where that was the case last week. Didn't get that bonus, but I'm sure there's going to be more coming up, and just adds extra intrigue to these 2-year-old races.
Oh, these races are already a ton of fun because it's the future. You see all these big horses break their maidens here, getting their first wins, and it's got a little extra jazz to it when there's a Run Happy in there, because they'll be running for that $100,000 bonus.
We're going to step aside for a timeout. We have the 8th coming up here at Saratoga, another mile and an eighth group. And, of course, we'll talk this Saturday, not just Run Happy Travers Saturday, some other big ones, including Gamine back in action after that 18 1/4 length victory in the Acorn. She'll line up at the test for Bob Baffert.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If your Run Happy colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Flatter. This prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part by Hillendale Farms. Some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy, they'll be moving next month to Hillendale at Alapa in Paris, Kentucky, and we'll be showcasing the allure and majesty of the farm throughout this Saratoga meet. Coming up this weekend, loaded with graded stakes action, including the Longines Test and the return of Gamine. For trainer Bob Baffert, we saw the debut and out on the West Coast in early March for Bob Baffert. She was brilliant. She had to really fight it out in her second start when he stretched her out. And then in the Acorn, it was the coming out party. 18 3/4 length score and a 110 by her speed figure.
Yeah, she was magnificent in this race. And if she runs this race, they are all running for second. Now, it is Saratoga. It is 7/8 instead of the mile. So obviously there's a chance that maybe something goes a little bit different from her. She's going to have some pressure from a very talented horse to her outside in Venetian Harbor. Maybe that makes the difference. But if she runs this race, she'll be tough to beat.
She demolished the stakes record in the Acorn that was set the year before by Guarana. But this was just an incredible effort. See the look back there from John Velasquez. Just incredible. Can a race like this, as big as she ran, are you believing that can take a little something out of you next time out?
She's had enough time since then. I mean, she's been off for quite a, since then. She hadn't, run since that race. And so you'd think that there's an opportunity for them to continue to improve. But, you saw a horse like Control Group come back and win off of 17 days off of one of his lifetime bests. So feels like Gamine, being as talented as she is, it shouldn't be a problem. If she gets beat, I don't think it's going to be because she ran fast in the Acorn.
Well, Andy, she's going to have some speed to contend with early on in this race, it would appear.
I was just looking at Jonathan's shirt. My eyes are spinning a little bit here. Yeah, listen, beating Gamine is pretty unlikely. She may be that kind of special horse, and obviously her last race was remarkably good, unlike that shirt, which is remarkably whatever. But Venetian Harbor is a very, very talented filly. And I think what happens a lot is because the big races, the important races are around 2 turns, horses sometimes try to do things that are not necessarily in their wheelhouse. And Venetian Harbor is so good, she's still run well in these races. And listen, she lost to 2 very good horses. She lost to the Skylar horse at Oaklawn, but she also lost in this race to her Speech, who finished in a photo with Gamine, and that was going 2 turns. I think Venetian Harbor is a better horse when they can cut her back to this 1 turn. And as Jonathan pointed out, it doesn't hurt her that she's drawn outside of Gamine. I don't think she's going to beat Gamine. Gamine may be that kind of special talent. But I think Venetian Arbor is going to run a very big race. So while she may not get it done, I doubt she has to hang her head in defeat. I'm looking forward to this race. The Test is always one of the big races. There's 3 Grade 1 winners in this race. Venetian Arbor is a Grade 1 type talent. And even Up in Smoke, who's compromised by a slow pace. And Mrs. Danvers, an interesting horse who may have been a bit against the track last time out. They're all talented runners in the Test. But Gamine might be a very special talent.
There's only one horse all year long that's run a bigger Beyer speed figure than Gamine did in the Acorn. We'll see if she can back it up again. That was incredible what she did in the Acorn. Looking very much forward to seeing her Saturday in the Test. 8th race coming up, mile and an eighth, $50,000 claiming race as we check in with Acacia Courtney.
Saturday is sure to be a spectacular day from top to finish. But talking about a horse that ran in some big races last year, the number 2 Intrepid Heart, as Jonathan had mentioned, was kind of the wise guy horse in the Belmont Stakes. And my notes from seeing him at Gulfstream 2 starts back were that I felt a mile was too short for him, that I wanted to see him getting to go 2 turns again. And he just seemed a little bit flat to me. He had to be, watching that replay last time out from Churchill, he had to be pretty hard ridden by Ricardo Santana out of the gate to get position. But he did show a lot of tenacity in the stretch, too, as he was dueling with Proverb, a long shot for Richard Baltus. But he's very sharp today. He's very forward. He has great energy. Much better than what I saw from him when I saw him in the Flash 2 starts back, and he does look fit, and I like him, again, going the 2 turns. Can he repeat that kind of effort? I am a little bit surprised to see that the 6 Super Dude is a shorter price. Now, just looking at him just with the blind eye, he wouldn't be my immediate pick for going a mile and an eighth, but clearly he has no problem with the distance, as he's won at this distance at Saratoga before. He's carrying great weight. He looks like he's actually even, to my eye, put on a little bit more since I last saw him, and he ran a very, very good race last time with a nice tactical running style. The 7 Prompt, one thing about him is we know that distance will be absolutely no problem. He's got a lot of size to him, and I just really don't think that he handles a wet track well. He doesn't look like a horse that handles a wet track. If I had to say just a plain paddock pick, I would say Bill Mott's got a nice double opportunity here, as Prompt looks sensational in the paddock, really touting himself. But the 8 Hand Sense, I was waiting for him to also get a chance to go 2 turns. There was quite a bit of other speed in that race last time. He ran very gamely too, but I thought second off the bench, he looks really well muscled today, and I like him at this distance too. These 2 outside runners, I will say, Greg, are the ones that I'm most intrigued by, and they are going to offer a little bit more appealing prices on the board as well.
Yeah, seems like there's a lot of, thank you, Acacia, love for Prompt in this race for Bill Mott. Dropping down in class. Last 3 starts have all been against Stakes Company, 2 of those against Graded Stakes Company, and that is Andy's best bet here of the afternoon. So 5-1 right now, Junior Alvarado. Bill Mott, we're going to go back-to-back.
It makes sense for Andy. This horse got 3 wins. All of his wins are at 9 furlongs.
Yeah, and I just feel like he's been running against tougher horses. Listen, this is a very, very interesting competitive race. I don't love his chances, but I think he's a fair bet at a price.
Well, Winston's chance. He actually won at this distance back in July 17th here at Saratoga. He did so on the lead at 11-1.
Yeah, he was involved in a quick pace last time. I thought he ran well last time. If he can duplicate that here from the rail.
It's 2 for 3 at Saratoga. Intrepid Heart, Todd Pletcher. Gritty effort last time out. He got past in the stretch, and he came back and he beat Proverb.
Expensive 2-year-old purchase that was under 7-1 in the Belmont Stakes last year is running first time for a tag.
Dumpf ran lights out at Oaklawn 2 starts back, and then they put him in the Grade 3 Cornhusker. He couldn't back it up.
But he dueled with a horse that finished second, so he wasn't pace compromised. I don't know where his race came from 2 back. If he runs it, he'll win for fun.
Grump's Little Tots, his only try at Saratoga. It was a win.
Yeah, he's second off at Jason Service. Maybe the switch to Manny Franco will help. I'm not sure why he was so far back last time.
Yeah, and that was a win at Saratoga when it was at a mile and an eighth, by the way. Super Dude, 3-1 favorite, Mike Maker.
He did get pace in front of him to close into, but on the other hand, that pace never came back, so maybe his effort wasn't that bad.
Prompt, Andy Serling's best bet of the afternoon. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and a Son of Blame.
Yeah, ran into Moretti in a sloppy racetrack last time. 3 wins in the career, all at today's distance of 9 furlongs.
Hans Sense, 5-1 on the outside.
was involved in the pace with the quick Leotone last time out, where he finished ahead of Super Dude. He's another horse who can win in a race where, honestly, all of them seem to have a chance.
Yeah, it seems like that kind of race in here. The board certainly reflecting it. 3-1, 6-1, or 7-1, I should say, separates everybody. Let's bring in Gary Stevens. Gary, Super Dude. Here's our favorite for Mike Maker and this rider. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 4 today.
Yeah, this is an interesting race, guys. Super Dude, he looks great out there. He shows no signs of tailing off at 6 years old. Irad Ortiz looking for his 4th win on today's card. He just seems right for me. Looking at this race setup, he can be tractable. He can sit just off the pace. He's fast leaving there. He gets good position. I think he can stalk. And I just like everything about it. You know, he's 7-2 right now. Off of his 5-2 morning line, or he was 7-2, excuse me, on his morning line. So he's right what he started at, so that's fair enough. Prompt scares me. Also, Billy Mott, we just saw what he can do. Second off of a layoff, the horse is going to improve. But Intrepid Heart down on the inside, I think he's the most interesting as a 4-year-old. He's supposed to improve again today off of that great race off the comeback at Churchill Downs. His first race or second race at Saratoga. Tried it last year in the mud. Didn't go well. It was the curling, and then he was laid off until March. So then back again in June. I loved his last race. So for me, I think Intrepid Heart, he's going to get a great trip under Ricardo Santana from down in the 2 post position. But I think Super Dude's going to get the best trip here, guys.
Oh, you're looking at, Gary, thank you, Intrepid Heart, and he was in last year's Belmont Stakes. He actually, JK, won the first couple of starts of his career, 3rd in the Peter Pan, and then he went to the Belmont, being by Tappet. Todd Pletcher said, yeah, let's give him a shot.
Yeah, being by Tappet, also being a half to Commissioner, who ran 2nd in the Belmont Stakes. I think that's why people were on Intrepid Heart, you know, and he had kind of had the blinkers on, blinkers off thing for a while, where they were trying to just figure him out. He was impressive when he broke his maiden at Oaklawn Park, and he's well-bred. He gets Ricardo, and Ricardo just kind of stayed with him last time in that allowance race down at Churchill, and he just kept finding very game performance by Intrepid Heart last time.
Andy, I know you're not a big gallop out guy, but he came back on Proverb in that race last time out, and if you do watch the gallop out in that race, I mean, he just poured it on the rest of that field with pretty much ease. So that was sort of impressive as well to make you think that the 1 1/8 he's going to like today.
I don't have a strong opinion about this horse. I think, like anyone, he can win in here, and if you like him, 7-2 is a fair price. And it seems like Todd Pletcher's been making a lot of right moves at this meet, which is no surprise. He frequently does. I thought maybe the field a little bit tougher today than the one he met last time, but I'm not going to knock his effort. I think he can win, and and Todd's just being realistic. I think dropping him in for $50,000. It was an optional claimer, 62.5 last time, but he fit the conditions, so he wasn't in for the tag. Now he's got really nowhere else to go with him. He's not going to win a stake race, and Todd's just realistically putting him where he thinks he can win.
7-2 on Intrepid Heart, trying to win the 4th race of his career. Meanwhile, Grump's Little Tots, the 5-horse on the board at 5-1 in here. Rob Atras and Manny Franco.
Yeah, if he runs that race he ran August 3rd last year, where he went out to the front end and advanced his position, ran a fast speed figure that day. The problem is obviously he's got a trainer change. And the stories of Jason Service, I think, are well publicized. And so there's a lot of questions there on if this horse can match that performance.
No, I agree. I mean, Jason Service is currently under federal indictment for using performance-enhancing drugs. And he didn't run anywhere near as well when he ran first time for Rob Atras. Now, to be fair, he was also coming off a 5-month layoff. And he also hadn't even run that well, and despite winning his prior start at 3-5 and beating a talented horse in Prioritize, it wasn't really as good as some of his other efforts. But he's got good race to go to, but he's very hard to trust because, as Jonathan was alluding to, the trainer situation is one where it's not Rob Atras's fault. He's in an unenviable position of trying to take over for a guy who was doing something, may have been doing something that isn't legal.
Well, meanwhile, you have a 7-year-old on the rail, Winston's Chance, who seemed like found some of that old magic last time out on a sloppy racetrack. Can he back it up today in the fast going? Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, that is going to be the question, but he does have back races that would make him very competitive in here. I mean, he's only had 2 races so far with trainer Dave Donk, who does a sensational job, and he warmed up really nicely with Kendrick Carmouche, who took him away from the pony, and he is sharp on his toes. He has natural speed, and he's giving every indication that he's going to show that. But again, even with past connections, he finished 3rd last year at Saratoga in the Evan Shipman behind Mr. Buff at about 36-1. So he can handle the distance, and physically, he's got a lot of size. He's well muscled in the right places. He looks like he wants every bit of this distance. And looking at him, he wouldn't immediately strike me as that kind of lighter framed type of horse that would love a wet track or that would be aided by a wet track. So I think that that's certainly a benefit that that's, to my eye, not something that necessarily moved him up. Just to wrap up on the warm-up of the 2 Intrepid Heart as Ricardo Santana took him away from the pony. Again, I had mentioned he had to be pretty hard ridden out of the gate, and it was pretty clear that Ricardo, who got to know this horse last time, is aware of that and really got him going out there on the track too. And he was showing a lot more good energy out there. Again, didn't see him last time, but from what I saw from him 2 starts back, I think Ricardo doing everything right to make sure that he's going to be sharp early in the race and to not have to ask him so much out of the gate. Getting good position is going to be key, as you can see him on his toes out there, Greg.
Yeah, Keisha, thank you. Flew by us, getting that aggressive warm-up, as you mentioned. So did Winston's Chance. So Ricardo Santana Jr., Todd Pletcher teaming up. Let's go back to Winston's Chance, JK, for a moment. That race he ran on that sloppy track last time out, that puts him in contention with anybody in this race, no matter what kind of race they run. Was it just a sloppy track, or do you think he can back that up again?
Well, I think that if you're a detractor, you can say it was a sloppy track. But if you're like me and you want to believe that this horse has a good shot to run, you can say that it's second time for David Donk. Maybe David Donk's starting to figure out what it is this horse wants. Maybe it wasn't necessarily the sloppy racetrack that moved him up, but just that switch to David's program. And for them to kind of get this horse going the right direction. I like the inside draw. The horse has tactical speed. Gets Kendrick, who will get him away from there running. I think he makes sense in this spot at a nice price, 8-1 on the board right now.
Quite a few, and there's a good look at Kendrick. Carmouche riding for David Donk here on Winston's Chance, but Winston's Chance the one. The 2 Intrepid Heart, certainly not slow, and we heard from Acacia, got an aggressive warm-up under Ricardo Santana Jr. Grump's Little Tots the 5, and even Handsense outside the 8. All have tactical speed, if not wanting to be on the front end. We'll see what happens here out of the gate. It's Super Dude. Mike Maker still the favorite, 5-2. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 4 this afternoon as we send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the 8th here from Saratoga.
Waiting for Prompt and Hansense. They're all in. And they're off. Dunph is hustled out of there, and down on the inside it is Winston's Chance. Dunph will take the field into the clubhouse turn. Winston's Chance going a bit wide there on the turn as the field goes around the clubhouse turn, heads for the backstretch. It's Dunph with the lead. Winston's Chance, who has gotten off the rail, is running in second. Intrepid Heart is down on the inside and next in third. Super Dude's on the outside in fourth. Grump's Little Tots is in between horses and racing in fifth, about 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then it is Prompt, who is next in sixth position. And trailing the field is Hansense in seventh. The quarter went in 24-2. Dunph in front here by a long neck. Winston's Chance on the outside, second by a length and a half. And Super Dude is next in third. Intrepid Heart is down on the inside and running in fourth. Then it's Grump's Little Tots, 3 lengths. Back to Prompt as the field approaches the far turn. Pulled up and out of the race, Hansense. There goes Winston's Chance now to take over the lead. Winston's Chance in front. Super Dude has moved into second as Dunph drops out of it. Passed there by Intrepid Heart. It's Winston's Chance with the lead. Grump's Little Tots up to challenge now on the outside. 3/4 went in 1:12. Grump's Little Tots on the outside and Winston's Chance towards the rail. Actually, room on the inside there for a Super Dude who's under the whip in third. Intrepid Heart is out in the middle of the track as they pass the 8th pole now. It is Winston's Chance and Grump's Little Tots with Intrepid Heart driving up on the outside. 3 of them across as they come down for the finish. Intrepid Heart wins it 3/4 of a length. A photo for second between Winston's Chance and Grump's Little Tots.
Intrepid Heart, Ricardo Santana Jr., he was flying late for the Pletcher barn.
Yeah, he kept coming. They looked like it was going to be between Grump's Little Tots and Winston's Chance, but Intrepid Heart just kept rolling down the middle of the racetrack. And it seems like Intrepid Heart's found a friend in Ricardo Santana to help him get the job done in back-to-back wins.
Wins at 5-2, and yeah, Gary, it was these 2 horses, Winston's Chance, Grump's Little Tots, fighting here in the stretch, and then here comes Intrepid Heart.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expected Dump to go to the lead here. Hustled hard away from there, set some leisurely fractions early on, and then nice ride by Kendrick Carmouche on Winston's Chance. He hung around there at the end in the 5-horse Grump's Little Tots. But I think Ricardo gave this horse a super ride. He didn't rush early on, set in the pocket there, took a lot of dirt. But the 4-horse, Dump, when he stopped, he got in his way. He had to maneuver him out 6 wide, and it was really a kind of a stop-and-go race for him because Ricardo had to get him to re-rally, get him started again after sort of steady and just coming off of the turn. So good performance for Intrepid Heart today for the $50,000 claim, and a good ride by Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, and there's Todd Pletcher. Everyone's been talking about Christophe Clement, what a great meet he's had all meet long, and he has. Todd Pletcher, 2 wins today, 13 wins now at the meet. He's just 2 back at Clement.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chad Brown obviously has been dominant here in recent years, but let's not forget that once upon a time, Todd Pletcher was dominant here. He can win races at Saratoga.
No question, and he's doing it in bunches right now at the meet. Teaming up with Ricardo Santana Jr. here. Favorite Intrepid Heart with the win, 2-1-5-7 here in the 8th. Prices when we come back. Intrepid Heart back in the winner's circle, now back-to-back as a 4-year-old. We'll tell you if he stayed with the Pletcher barn as well. Next.
on Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by champion sprinter Run Happy. Race medication free and now stands at Claiborne Farm. Race number 8 is in the books, and it was another win for trainer Todd Pletcher with Intrepid Heart. But the man who piloted him to that victory is standing here with me, Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo, seems like you have gotten to know this horse really well. What have been your takeaways now, 2 for 2 winning on him the last couple?
Well, first, I need to say thank you to the owner, Mr. Todd, for the opportunity in this horse. I rode it last time in Churchill. He gave me a tremendous race. He tried hard. And I rode it with all the confidence today. And Mr. Todd said, try to do the same thing, try to do the same race. And he ran his race. He was much the best. I was to be a good passenger.
Now, I noticed last time I had to ask him a little bit out of the gate, and he was pretty game down to the wire. Seemed like you kind of got his blood flowing in the warm-up. He really responded to you today.
Well, last time, I don't know him, like I say. I was a little aggressive with him in front of the gate, and he rode up tremendous race. Today, I changed my plan because he's a horse that whatever he feel comfortable, that's how he is. And today he broke like last time. I don't be too aggressive with him because this is a different racetrack. The straight is too long, and I used to wait to when I was the moment to take him out and go from there, and he kicked really well.
You responded very well today, Ricardo. Congratulations on your win. Now 2 for 2 with Intrepid Heart.
Thank you so much.
Greg, we see the benefits of that partnership that's created between horse and rider. Ricardo saying he didn't know the horse that well last time out, made all the difference today, but clearly it's a pair that works very well as Intrepid Heart gets another win.
Yeah, you see that sometimes. Thanks, Acacia. This horse did get claimed, moves to the Mike Maker barn. I think Mike Maker says, Ricardo, I want to keep you aboard.
He might. I mean, he's obviously found his touch with him. I would think that Mike Maker would take that into consideration. The thing is that this horse, I just feel like he's a kind of a grindy type, and Ricardo kind of fits him well because Ricardo's that type of rider. He'll get him, he'll pick him up and just kind of keep grinding away with him, and he's done that 2 times in a row with Intrepid Heart.
Back-to-back wins, mile and a 16th at Churchill, now a mile and an 8th at Saratoga. Take a look at this late pick 5 follow along. Starts with Control Group, $4.20. Then 7-1 on Love on the Run. Intrepid Heart wins as the favorite. So basically an even money favorite. Love on the Run at 7-1. And now a favorite again. That pick 3, by the way, paid $77.
Yeah, when you beat that, I think beating that Todd first-time starter, Black Magic Woman, I think makes a difference in the sequence here. If you can get one more price, if someone besides Traipsing wins this race and you're alive in that pick 5, it might be better than you think.
Was scheduled for the turf, off the turf all day today, so the last 2 races both going to the main track, both at a mile and an 1/8. And 4 horses left in this field. Yeah, Traipsing, Espresso Shot, and then Creasy, who's been just about a lifelong runner on the turf, is going to get a fast main track for the first time in her career. She's been on the main track twice, both sloppy tracks, and the only time she hit the board, it was a 4-horse field. She ran 3rd.
She actually likes soft grass, but unfortunately she's going to be running on the dirt today. I was hoping if this race was on, I was going to mess around with Creasy a little bit, but I worry about her on the dirt.
We'll be back. We're going to take a break. We will talk last year's Kentucky Oaks champion, Serengeti Empress. When we come back, and Tom Amos, he'll tell us his favorite race. I think we know what it is. Stay with us. We'll be back. More Saratoga Live on the way.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Ironicus. This graded stakes-winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners, including Canadian champion and Horse of the Year Up With the Birds. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga, he won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. His first yearlings have sold for over 7 times his stud fee. The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor. Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning, And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. And for new players, once you place your first $25 worth of bets, we'll match that in bonus bets. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's gonna take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm gonna win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Ames Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
What a moment, what a great picture right there, holding that Kentucky Oaks trophy high in the air. Serengeti Empress, that was the win of a lifetime for Tom Ames. And, you know, he's our colleague, he's a friend, he's on our show, but I feel like he is extremely underrated. 16th in the history of the sport in wins. Everybody who's above him, he has the highest winning percentage of that group.
Absolutely. He's phenomenal in all categories. He can get you a turf horse, a sprinter, a router going long. My best bet is that he'll probably have on that pink jacket on Saturday.
I would think so. And, you know, Serengeti Empress, she ran maybe one of the best races of her career when she ran 7/8 here last summer. And if she wasn't maybe drawn on the inside, when the inside wasn't doing great at this meet last year, she might have beat Kofefe.
She might have, yeah. And, you know, I think that I'd be interested to hear what Tom says. I bet he's a little concerned about the inside for Serengeti Empress. Obviously, he wants to send her to the front end. That's the way she likes to run. But if she takes one misstep from the inside.
And how about the 2 years in a row coming here in grade ones, you get in the rail.
Yeah, and at least this year it's not nearly as bad as it was last year. But she's the type of filly, and Tom has said it before, she wants to be on the front end. She's better when she's on the front end. And if she doesn't get the front end, she's not really happy about that. So from the rail, she's going to have to break. She's going to be cutting back in distance. She's going to be facing some other sprinters. She's got to go on with it from the inside. But if she does, she could be tough.
Oh, she usually does. She breaks extremely sharp, and she is quick as can be. So it might be a good thing for her this afternoon. I've been waiting to see her cut back to 7/8. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's bring in Gary Stevens and Gary Bellafina. We know she's accomplished a lot in her career. She has yet to been able to win outside the state of California, though.
Yeah, and that's the big knock against her, Greg, is she hasn't won outside of California. She likes it here. And in saying that, though, she kind of makes her own trips when she runs. She's a big, gorgeous filly. She's heavy, and she tends to want to stutter step leaving the starting gate, and it puts her in a bad position. And a couple of times she's been rushed up after a poor break. But you're seeing her here at Santa Anita at her best, stalking the pace, confident ride from Flavien Prat. And she goes on about her business, weakening just a little bit in the end of the race here. But I think this filly is capable when she's at her best. And I'm going to give her a shot to rebound if she gets away clean. That would be my big worry. And if I'm the jockey on her, I'm going to make sure I do everything I can to get her nice and loosened up, not overuse her at the start of the race. You don't want to have her on the lead, but you want to have her in stalking position of the Serengeti Empresses, those types, and then at least give her a chance to run through that last quarter of a mile and see if she's good enough. Guys?
We'll see if she can break through and get that first win outside the state of California. This is a look at the field that will line up. And Andy, Come Dancing Connections brought her back for her 6-year-old campaign. She had a very interesting trip in this race last year in a win.
She did, but this is a tougher field than the field that she met last year. And in a lot of ways, even though she obviously had trouble to start last time, I think considering the rail wasn't the place to be, that trouble actually put her in a very, very good spot last time. Now, the Good Come Dancing would be very tough in here. The Good Come Dancing started last year like she might be one of the best horses in the country. And the problem is it's almost like each successive start sort of was worse than the other ones. And once again, we show this vagrancy. She's showing that bad habit again of drifting down towards the inside. If you want a silver lining, there may be an argument as the day wore on at Belmont, the inside wasn't the best place to be. So maybe she drifted into a deeper inside, and that makes her performance better than it is. She lost to a long shot last time, and the Good Come Dancing wouldn't have let that happen. So I love Come Dancing and would like to see her sort of get her act back together. This is a tough field to do it in. We'll see. She drew well on the outside. I'm pulling for her, but I just don't know if she's the horse that she once was.
Yeah, even late in the year last year, Jonathan, even when she won the Gallant Bloom, she didn't look like the same Come Dancing that we'd known earlier in the year.
Yeah, and I think off of those performances, at least for me, she was a bet against in the Affiliated Mare Sprint, but I was excited when I heard she was coming back. But I thought that possibly that stretch-out try in the Apple Blossom could have maybe confused her a little bit, and we'll see if maybe getting back to the one turn in back-to-back races is going to make her kind of show her old self.
Part of that loaded lineup you see on Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. We'll have live coverage of the big one on Fox. We hope you join us. Right now it's the 9th coming up. Move to the main track now at 1 1/8 in a 4-horse field as we check in with Acacia Courtney.
And that will mean that staying power is going to be the key in this race. And one thing that always does seem to be in the forefront of my mind with shorter fields is that it leaves less opportunity for race tactics to really come into play. So I want a horse in here that's going to have some good position. The number 2, Traipsing, makes a ton of sense, and she is the standout here in the paddock, but she doesn't show a ton of early speed. That's my one question about her. She did break her maiden at Presque Isle, though that's synthetic there, not dirt, but she was a little bit more forwardly placed as there was a long shot runaway pace setter. She's really touting herself today. I didn't see her last race in person, but it was pretty much cavalry charge down to the wire. But when I saw her 2 starts back, she closed really, really strongly off the layoff. She looks a bit fuller to me today. She's just holding herself with a lot of really impressive, just her overall demeanor in here, and she looks very, very strong. If she can get a good trip in this 4-horse field, which sounds funny to say, that's going to be the key, as again, she does look to be the standout, and she is on the board as well. The 3 Espresso Shot is the one with the dirt races so far, and she showed some speed last time. The blinkers come off today, and she's been really on her toes here in the paddock. They saddled her out of the stalls. She's been a little bit tricky to handle, but she looks like she could potentially be forwardly placed again. There is dirt pedigree, though the pedigree largely is a sprint dirt pedigree, so I'm a little bit worried about the 1 1/8 for her, especially with the energy she's showing me here in the paddock. The number 5, Creasy, meanwhile, she has pedigree on the bottom side to go long on the dirt, and she looks like she can handle it. I have no problems with her on the surface. She did She has run okay in off the turf races in the past, but she has been running against good company and running consistently. But just looking at her physically, again, given her pedigree and given what I see from her, how well muscled she is, I don't mind her on this surface. We'll see if she can get a good trip as well, Greg.
All right, coming out for the post parade here in just a moment. And, you know, she brought it up. She sounds funny to say traffic problems in a four-horse field, but a lot of times these compact fields, for some reason, you can find a lot of traffic problems.
Yeah, they all seem to kind of be in the same spot, and the riders are jockeying for position, and things can get tricky in a four-horse field. It's shocking, but it can happen.
Traipsing, even money, Christophe Clement, Joel Rosario, and this will be the first dirt start for this 4-year-old filly.
Christophe told me this horse was going to win in the dirt. I never thought she'd be this short a price, though.
Espresso shot. Blinkers coming off, Jorge Abreu.
A little overbet here. This, to me, is one of those, like, lazy types that takes money just because they have dirt form.
Creasy hit the dirt, or hit the board, I should say, in a race that was taken off the turf sloppy track. It was a four-horse field that day, and she ran third.
Creasy's only shot is if they move the race back to the turf in the next couple minutes.
So that would be no shot at all, I'm guessing. Foxtail, David Cohen, Mert Cantor Mossy just claimed this one off of Danny Gargan.
This is the horse to beat on paper, and here the two dirt races are actually good. Beat some talented horses, including Sarcoso, who's not a bad runner, and she's also the controlling speed. She's supposed to be much shorter than 3-1.
Yeah, back-to-back wins at race taken off at Santa Anita, then won an entry-level allowance gate to wire at Keeneland as well. Let's bring in Gary Stevens. Gary, your thoughts here on this ninth?
Well, they're not all my thoughts. Going to reach out to Dave Moschlet, who's, I hope I said that last name right, reached out to me on Twitter. He said, Gary, question for you. Am I crazy for really liking the 6-horse in race 9 at Saratoga? Lone speed, 15-1. I realize with the scratches now, won't be close to that, but just looks like a standout to me now. Zero other speed. You know what? You're right, David. I can't see speed to go with him unless it's down inside. Or maybe the 3-horse. But no, apparently on paper, no one has his kind of speed, or her kind of speed. And as Greg pointed out, won at Keeneland, took him gate to wire last time, raced on dirt. Getting back on the dirt today for only the second time. I mean, he is 1 for 1. Hey, at 3-1, you're not the only one that saw it, David.
All right, so Foxtail, David Cohen, Mert Cantor Mossy. We'll see if this will be the first time you're back on dirt since those back-to-back wins.
Yeah, got some wins out there for John Sadler in California, and also out in Keeneland, and ran well. And that's kind of important, I think, when you can get two different surfaces. One at Keeneland, a different racetrack that obviously you're going to see at Santa Anita. And like I mentioned with the 3 Espresso shot, this horse has some dirt runs, but they're not nearly as good as the races that Foxtails run. She's drawn to the outside. She's got tactical speed. I agree with Andy. I think she should be favored. I understand the Joel and Christophe thing, but this horse shouldn't be even money just because we don't know how the horse is going to perform on the dirt.
I completely agree, and I actually picked her. And one of the reasons I picked her is that Christophe was telling me the other day he really thinks she's going to run well in the dirt, and I thought she'd be the clear-cut third choice in this race. So I thought I was being kind of a wise guy picking her, but from a gambling standpoint, she's a horrendous bet at a short price. She's never been on the dirt. It's not like her pedigree is screaming dirt. So I sort of respect Christophe, and obviously in a lot of races, and he's good with off-the-turf races, but it's ridiculous that she's favored without any dirt form. I mean, you know, Espresso Shot is probably at her best, the best dirt horse in the race. But I don't know about you, Jonathan. I question her around 2 turns. Her best races are clearly around 1 turn.
Yeah, no, she feels like the type that Jorge Abreu was trying to get on the turf. There's some turf pedigree with the siblings. 2 of the 4 that have tried the turf won. It felt like this horse they were hopeful that the rain wasn't going to be nearly as dramatic as it was yesterday. And since she's got some dirt form, why not keep her in here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have an issue with the 3 and 6. And it's just like, you know, you look at this race. I mean, the public's starting to kind of figure it out that Foxtail is the controlling speed. I think the concern with Foxtail, she looks a little cheap, right? And I get that, but it doesn't really matter in off the turf races when horses look a little bit cheap. And she's claimed from Danny Gargan. I think that's a bit of a concern.
100%. Yeah, but like you mentioned earlier, she's going to a high percentage barn, a barn that wins races. The horse that you liked earlier, Durkin's Call, made the switch to that same barn, and I just felt like from the outside in a small field, David Cohen should have lots of options of what he's going to do and how the position he can get in here, and he's got to beat a horse in traipsing that is going to be a shorter price and has never run on the dirt before.
Well, we'll see. She's undefeated on dirt, 2 for 2 in her career. Foxtail to the outside at 2-1. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And she's very intriguing, and I, too, landed on traipsing. Like I said, she was a physical standout, and there is a little bit of dirt pedigree for her, but it is a question mark. As far as Foxtail does go, she's been one that was very forward. She looked very fit today, too. David Cohen kept her on with the pony on track as far as warming her up, trying to keep her a little bit more relaxed right there. As you see that she's kind of putting her head up a little bit. When you're going 1 mile and an eighth, what you want more than anything is to conserve as much energy, especially for horses that are turf meant. Some of them doing this for the first time, and she does have some speed. So if she can control, she's not going to be out there running and gunning early on. So he kicked his feet out of the irons, kept her with the pony, just trying to conserve a little bit more of her energy. She too is pedigree to suggest that she should handle this, including one sibling who won 12 times going long on the dirt. So I have no problems with her. As far as conserving energy, that is still something I'd like to see a bit more of from its espresso shot. Usually we'll see horses with blinkers on maybe get a little bit more clued in, a little bit sharper. Those blinkers come off, and sometimes I found for fillies in particular, when they can kind of see everything that's around them, they will react to that a little bit more. And that might be by virtue of what I am seeing from her. Again, given the fact that she's stretching out, she did get herself just a little bit warm on track. Nothing overly major, but she's been using up that energy since she was back in the paddock and continuing to do that on track. As I question the 2 turns for her and just the fact that she's not able to conserve much when she's doing something that may not be her best distance, Greg.
Well, we're talking about Foxtail the 6, who's, won an entry-level allowance on dirt, and as a result of that, you say, well, should be a short price with the dirt form. Espresso Shot the 3 is a stakes winner on the dirt.
No, 100%, but hasn't been running that well as of late. And the speed figures were kind of declining, and a handful of those speed figures just weren't fast enough to win this race. Would I be shocked if Espresso Shot won? No. At 5-2, I think I'd want a price that's a little bit better. In fact, I think that I'd even be more inclined to take Traipsing at 3-2 than I would Espresso Shot at 5-2. I just feel like it's just kind of one of those horses that, dirt. Okay, maybe this one can win. They've got some dirt form when there's really nothing there that grabs me that says that Espresso Shot is going to win. Can she win? Sure. I just don't think that she's the most likely in here. I like Foxtail quite a bit more.
3-2, 7-2 separates everybody in this field. 4 horse groups come off the turf. Main track now, 1 mile and an eighth. Christophe Clement looking for his first winner here the afternoon. That would give him 16 for the meet. He's got Joel Rosario, his main man. They've done a lot of damage together at this meet. Back aboard. Here we go. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Foxtail from the outside, Traipsing from the rail, and the 2 of them go out for the early lead. And it is Foxtail who will be in front into that clubhouse turn. Traipsing is running in second, Creasy, and then Espresso Shot in 4th. It is Foxtail who has the lead here by 2 lengths. Traipsing is running in second, and then it's Creasy in third by a head, and Espresso Shot. And the field is moving for the backstretch after a quarter in 24 2/5 seconds. Foxtail by 2.5 lengths. And then it is Traipsing as Espresso Shot gains ground down. Oh, and Espresso Shot had a steady there. Espresso Shot looking to come through on the inside. The field is moving up the backstretch. Foxtail is the leader, 1.5 lengths. Then Traipsing running in second by 1.5 lengths. Espresso Shot is in third, and Creasy is 4th in this field of 4 after a half in 48 3/5 seconds. Foxtail continues to show the way as they head for the far turn. It's Foxtail by 2. The favorite, Traipsing, racing in second. Then Espresso Shot and Creasy. Foxtail holding on to the lead here. It's Foxtail by 1 length. Traipsing in second. Espresso Shot is down at the rail. Creasy's on the outside. 3/4 went in 1:12.1. And the field is coming for the quarter pole. Foxtail still the leader here. Foxtail by 2. Traipsing's under the whip in second. So too is Espresso Shot, who's down at the rail. And Creasy on the outside. Foxtail looking to go wire to wire here. And Foxtail has built a 4-length lead. Then it's Espresso Shot, Traipsing, and Creasy. David Cohen put Foxtail on the lead right from the start, and she's going to do it here in a front-running fashion and win by a half dozen lengths. Foxtail over Espresso Shot.
Foxtail controls things on the front end. Pretty easy time of things to get the victory. It's a really tough trip from Espresso Shot. Hopped up in the air early on in the race, got shut off on the rail too. Long way back to that filly. She winds up second though.
Acacia said it sounds a little funny that a horse can get in trouble in a 4-horse field, but that's what happened with Espresso Shot. Just got stuck in between, got tightened up when they came over onto the backside, broke a little slow. Foxtail had the opposite trip, broke, went to the front, galloped along with her ears pricked the entire time, and she just kept coming when they ran by us right here.
So 5-2 on Foxtail and David Cohen, and things can be pretty nice when he can control on the front end, Gary.
Yeah, and he did it perfectly. I mean, I know that looks easy, but it's not as easy as it looks. From the word go, he let his intentions be known. Sent her for a few jumps out of there to secure the lead. He secured the rail as well. He backed it up. That's when Espresso Shot had the trouble under Eric Cancel. Espresso Shot got a little bit ranked, just turning into the backside, had the steady off of hills. But, hey, that was Foxtail and David Cohen's property by then, and he rationed the speed out perfectly. Just basically galloped her all the way to the quarter pole and into the stretch when Joel Rosario had already started asking Traipsing. He was really under a drive at the 3/8 pole while Foxtail was just cantering on the lead, and that was fun to watch. Guys?
We see horses rear up in the gate a lot, but I haven't seen a horse rear up once they're running. And the Espresso Shot did that like 4 or 5 strides out of the gate.
Yeah, just kind of hopped away from there. And obviously in these dirt races, you want to be forward. You want to be able to keep your position, and losing those lengths, and maybe I'd call that maybe a length or two early in the start. That's a hard obstacle to try to overcome. Foxtail popped away from there, was 3 in front before Espresso Shot knew it hit him.
Cantor Mossy Barn with a victory here at 5-2 on the front end all the way under David Cohen. Prices when we come back, 6-3-2-5 finish. Nightcap still to come here on this Wednesday card on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third, and now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The 2 fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights
You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime using the Naira Bets app or nairabets.com. As we have race 9 in the books, and it was Foxtail comfortable on the front end. I'm pleased to be joined by Brian Spagnola from America's Pastime Stables here in the winner's circle. And Brian, we talked to you earlier in the meet when you got your first Saratoga victory, and now you're back for another one. How's that feel?
Good. We'll gladly be here as much as we can.
Now, this was a horse you claimed last time for $25,000, stepping up in class today. But as you kind of joked to me in the paddock, 4-horse field, you knew that your horse had some strong dirt form as well.
Yeah. So when our trainers, the Cantermachis, do a great job, and we didn't even expect the spot, and they called us last week and said there's a short field possibly. We're going to put the horse back in, and we're all for it. Obviously, the more we can race, the better. But yeah, we saw the short field and saw the weather forecast with the chance of it coming off the turf, so it worked out.
What were your thoughts, as you have a pretty good-sized group of owners here today, too, when you saw your horse comfortable on the front end and just kind of extending her lead in the stretch? It had to be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's about halfway down, you could see he started to gear down a little bit. So they were confident that she could get to the front and possibly have some easy fractions, and it worked out. Yeah, she raced great, though.
Glad to see you in the winner's circle again. Here's to many more, Brian. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
America's Pastime Stables, they've been pretty busy and claiming some horses too with the Cantermachis. This one turned out to be a very fruitful claim for sure, as Foxtail got the win here today, Greg.
It's been fun to see the rise of this barn. Merkan Cantermasi came here in 2016 from Turkey. His father was a highly regarded trainer back there, and it's Merkan, his father, his brother, they're a team, and they've had tremendous success.
Absolutely. When I see one get picked up, I think that these horses can improve. And like Andy had mentioned, improving off of Danny Gargan's not easy, so this is a big win for them.
Started with one horse at Parks back in 2016, and now winning here at Saratoga. Late pick 5 follow along, so if you could come up with Love on the Run, going to be rewarded here, because the smallest payout in this late pick 5, $560 to the 9 right now. That is Beyond Brown.
It didn't feel like it was too hard to get to that either. Obviously, like you mentioned, Love on the Run was probably the hardest one to get to, but if you didn't like the Todd Pletcher firster, then it wasn't that hard at all.
This race also scheduled for the grass, main track now, 2-turn mile and an 1/8, New York bred 40 maiden claiming event. This as well, a 4-horse field, and Beyond Brown, 2 to 5, David Donk, Jose Ortiz, homebred for Patricia Generazio, filly by Big Brown. We'll talk more about it when we come back. We'll also have our Michelob Ultra performance of the afternoon. Stay tuned for that when we return here on this Wednesday at Saratoga Springs.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What if you could make a statement with the dairy products you buy? What if those products were sustainably sourced, 100% organic, and made by a company with the highest respect for their cows and the land they live on? Well, you can. Grab a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone and visit SpringHillCheese.com. Shop our delicious cheeses and butter, like our Saratoga bundle, for just $79 with free shipping anywhere in the U.S. using promo code Saratoga. Don't just buy your dairy. Make a statement with Spring Hill Cheese, because the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If your Run Happy colt or filly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Do you want to bet the next race and don't have a TVG account? Get the TVG mobile app and sign up. It's fun, easy, and it's TVG. I'll show you how it works. You have a jockey that rides a horse. When you bet the horse that wins, you win money too. With the TVG app, select your horse, bet type, and wager amount. Place your bet and watch the race live. Download the app and sign up now, or go to TVG.com. Get double your first deposit up to $100. TVG, your best bet.
Back on a Wednesday here at Saratoga Live, and a look at downtown Saratoga Springs, Broadway, and Caroline. A little bit quieter than usual this year with all we're dealing with COVID-19. Great sandwiches at Putnam Market, by the way, if you get a chance.
I go downtown for ice cream and ice cream only.
Our Michelob Ultra performance of the day. It's presented, of course, by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer. Irad Ortiz Jr. meets leading rider. 3 wins on the afternoon. The second with Naughty Prince for Wesley Ward. Nona Madeline in the feature for Todd Pletcher, and with Control Group in the 6th for Orlando Noda.
You remember 3 weeks ago when Irad wasn't on the lead? It was only a matter of time.
He has been on an unbelievable roll, 27 victories. His brother's not far behind, but today, Wednesday, all about Irad Ortiz Jr. He also won the feature. We're going to show you that again. And, Todd Pletcher, he had 3 of the 5 runners in this race. Turned into a match race between Todd Pletcher's Nona Madeline and Bill Mott's Golden Award in here in the stretch.
Yeah, Nona Madeline hooked up with Golden Award pretty much all the way around there, and right here gets her to switch leads, and she just kept coming. And Nona Madeline ran into Latruska back-to-back times, couldn't get by her. No Latruska in here today. Nona Madeline gets the win in the Summer Colony Stakes, and gets Irad one of his 3 wins on the day.
Owned by Teresa Viola Racing Stable, St. Elias Stable. She actually ran second in the Grade 3 Schuylerville back here as a 2-year-old. Now getting the stakes victory. And Todd Pletcher quietly moving up the trainer standings as well. 2 wins today, so he has 13 at the meet. He is 2 behind Christophe Clement.
It's a heck of a race, and obviously Chad will probably be heard from before it's all said and done. Could be a lot of fun down to the wire. There's nothing more fun than when someone's competing for a title at the last week of the meet, whether it's a rider or a trainer. Kind of adds a little extra oomph to that last week.
So Irad, Joel Rosario, Irad's brother Jose, those 3, 27, 24, and 23 wins respectively. Incredible.
It's unbelievable. It's you heard Angel say it, Angel Cordero say it in that conversation that we had on Kart Talk this week earlier in the show, where 10 guys here could be leading riders anywhere else in the country, and they all happen to get dressed right over there in that jocks room.
Murderers Row. Finale coming up. 4-horse field off the turf, 1 1/8, and that is the 3-5 favorite Beyond Brown. David Donk, Jose Ortiz. Could this bring him number 24 of the meets? Nightcap from the Spa coming up next when we return on Saratoga Live.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
I was born inside this delta. When you win, press tick and command close to home. Win, you win. I was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Let your light shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York Reds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Back on Saratoga Live. Yes, Saturday it happens. Run Happy Travers live coverage on Fox. We hope you join us. It will be tremendous. Belmont Stakes winner, 'Tis the Law. Looking for a Travers victory. Didn't get a chance to run it with Funny Side. Got sick before that race took place. Had to pass on it. Will it be Saratoga stable colors painted in the infield canoe? Join us this Saturday afternoon. Uncle Chuck for Bob Baffert. Heading east, start number 3 of his career, but he has been talented so far.
Something tells me that the grounds people here at Saratoga have ordered some maroon paint. They've ordered some red paint, some yellow paint.
Just in case.
Just in case. Just in case.
We'll approach the 10-minute mark to post here for the nightcap coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
We have another short field going 1 mile and an eighth to deal with here, so deja vu all over again. I would imagine that's a big reason why we do have your current favorite, as she does have some speed. But going from the inside out, starting with the number 5, Her Ways, who'll be trying the dirt for the first time as far as racing on it. She is by cross traffic out of a mare who won once on the dirt, also did win once on the turf, won once going along on the dirt. And she's on her toes in here today. She showed a lot more speed last time out with the addition of those blinkers on. She did try to rear up a little bit when saddling. She got a little bit keyed up. Her handler did a great job of holding onto her, keeping her back down onto the ground, settling her. So she's settled nicely now that the tack is on. But the 6, Adorable Maya, my biggest question with her is going to be the distances in here. As just physically, she strikes me as one who might be a little bit stretched going the 2 turns. But she's super fit, and she looks like a dirt horse to me. She also has the pedigree for it, as she's the half-sister to multiple stakes winner, multiple Grade 1 place Ichabod Crane, who may be now best known for being retired as an eventing horse with Philip Dutton thanks to Graham and Anita Motion. But he was also 3rd in the Preakness and could go a distance of ground on the dirt, too. The number 9, Beyond Brown, your favorite. She, like many, almost all of Dave Donk's horses, came into the paddock wearing that full hood, and hers is under her bridle, and that is normal for her. She does race with it on, with the addition of those shortcut blinkers, so that's just to cover her ears, muffle out the sound around. She's a leggy type, she's leaner built, she's fit, and she has speed, and she's very forward here in the paddock today, too. She's your favorite, and understandably so, with this short field as they head out, and we'll get the post parade shortly. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 4 to 5 favorite. There she goes here, Beyond Brown. Big brown filly, Jose Ortiz. Again, looking for number 24 here at the meet coming up. So a compact field again. None of these probably wanting this race to be on the dirt. What do we do?
I mean, Jose needs to do exactly what David Cohen just did. Break from the outside, go to the front, try to get her to relax, and hope that you have a bunch of turf horses chasing you. I think that's the case. Beyond Brown has some tactical ability and, hasn't run particularly well on the dirt, but has run on the dirt. But I think more of the tactical edge that Beyond Brown has from a pace standpoint.
Don't you think the 5, Her Ways, is going to go a little bit with Luis Saez? How is he not going to go?
Yeah, I would imagine so, but just from a pace figure standpoint, that horse hasn't shown enough speed that if Beyond Brown wants to lead, that they'd be able to get it.
It's not that different. An aggressive ride, I think you'll see that horse in front. I hear you, but I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Beyond Brown's shown speed on dirt, sprinting. We'll see what the case is here. So Fee Fatale, blinkers going on, start number 3.
Obviously, on paper, the rank outsider.
Her Ways, Luis Saez, Dermot Magner.
I've liked this horse in the last 2 starts, but that was on turf.
Adorable Maya, Tom Bush, and Eric Cancel.
I think this is the best dirt horse in the field and was compromised by a bias last time. To me, this horse is a big overlay.
And Beyond Brown on the outside, 4 to 5.
It's got the tactical speed, and if you look deeper into the past performances, that race back at Belmont in the slop had some early pace figures. I know slowed down pretty poorly, but showed some ability early on the dirt.
So Jose Ortiz, David Donk teaming up here with this odds-on favorite to the outside. Let's get Gary Stevens' thoughts here on this nightcap.
I'm just in 100% agreement with Acacia. I think this is going to be deja vu. It's going to be exactly what we saw in the 9th race. Everybody saw that thing. They put 2 and 2 together, and it's not hard math. I'm not very good at math, but I can figure this one out. Jose Ortiz is going to let his intentions be known. early leaving the gate. I think he gets over to the fence, backs it up a little bit, or just lets this filly run free. Just stay out of her way, and I think she lengthens through the stretch. She's a big, leggy filly, long, big stride to her, and I think that's what's going to happen. I wish I had more to tell you guys, but deja vu.
Well, Gary, you've ridden it over the course of your career, tons of these races, compact fields, and where you do see a horse like this 9 Beyond Brown. Did you, if you were on somebody else in here, would your thought process be, I can't let that filly get away too far?
No, I never did that. I mean, I would maybe encourage a horse to show a little bit more speed, but I would not take my chances away of possibly running. I would ride to win, but at some point you have to decide if you're riding to win or if you're just being a sacrificial lamb for the rest of the field to go up and put pressure on the leader. You're sacrificing both horses. That makes no sense for the connections that you're riding for. If you can't win, the best thing to do is try and run second. If you can't run second, the best thing to do for prize money is to try and run third. That's what pays the bills on these horses. You know, they're running for $40,000 in here. It's a $40,000 maiden, claiming they're all for sale in here. But no, I would never sacrifice myself or my horse early on, especially going on a mile and an eighth on horses that were meant to run on the turf. So to me, that never made sense. Just rush to make the lead when a race is showing or the track is showing that it's favoring speed, especially lone speed. That's what we've seen. I don't think there's a bias on this racetrack. I think you need to be forwardly placed today. But we've seen a couple sit just off of the pace and run very, very well today. So those are my thoughts on that, Greg.
So 4-5 favorite, Beyond Brown to the outside. And Andy, you talked about Adorable Maya. You thought maybe should be the one to beat on the board, 3-1 right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by this, and I think that she's an overlay. You know, she's a half-Ichabod Crane who was a good dirt horse and wanted to go long, and at Bernardini, so you would think that she would want to go long. Now, listen, her trainer, except in the turf, has kept her sprinting, so that's not a good sign. But last time out, she was compromised by an enormous speed track, and I think her effort's actually better than it looks off the layoff. She has run better in her 2 races on sloppy tracks, so it is a little questionable whether or not she's really a dirt horse on a dry track. But you know what? She's actually the one horse in this race that might be a dirt horse, and I'm not arguing against the 9. You know, we'll see. I think she may have trouble clearing her ways, but regardless, she's the horse to beat. But her figures are in turf races. Her dirt figures are not particularly good, and I don't think she's supposed to be that much of a favorite over the number 6, Adorable Maya. Listen, I mean, I can box them in the exactas, because I don't get her ways at all. She, to me, is clearly a turf horse, if anything.
And right now, her ways, 2-1 in here. But, Luis Saez usually pretty aggressive, too. We'll see if he tries to put some pressure on the outside runner here.
Yeah, and I don't think that, you know, obviously her ways has run the 9 furlongs in the past, has always been around 2 turns or at least going past a mile. So you'd like to think that, you know, by keeping this filly in here, there's no reason to try to rate her and take, you know, you got Luis Saez, send her away from there. The problem is I like Andy's, I just think she's a turf horse, and so when they turn for home and they start running that last eighth of a mile, I think it's when it really shows up. If a turf horse is running on the dirt, and they shouldn't be, that last eighth of a mile is where it kind of rears its head.
3 minutes of post here in this finale coming up. Let's check in again with Acacia.
And I too landed on the number 6 in here, mainly a pedigree play for me. So hopefully, I think, Andy, when you and I agree, we haven't had the best strike rate. So hopefully not too much weight on this one just yet. But I like her. Like I said back in the paddock, I felt the distance might be the biggest question for her, but she, more than anything, as you guys were alluding to, and just looking at her physically, she strikes me most of this bunch as the one who wants dirt. I will say, too, is that she really loosened up nicely. You see, she kind of has that way of kind of high stepping behind. That really loosened up nicely once she was on track, warming up. She has a nice stride to her, and that's something that you want with going this distance. Again, about conserving energy. The number 9, Beyond Brown, has been a bit more more on her toes, whereas this girl who has, that pedigree with the Bernardini, she has been cool, calm, and collected. Eric Cancel keeping her with the pony, keeping her relaxed behind the gate, where we do see a couple more getting a touch keen, a little bit warm behind. I want a horse that's conserving every ounce of that energy prior to going this mile and an eighth. And Greg, we have seen Eric Cancel with a couple of smart heads-up rides here at Saratoga, so I would imagine that he's not going to have this filly, the 6 Adorable Maya, out of striking range, as she's handled herself nicely on track.
Acacia, thanks. Yeah, we noted that race that was taken off the turf in the last had a very tough trip on Espresso Shot. We'll see what happens here.
Here's what I'll say about a 4-horse field like this, and the filly that Andy likes, and Acacia likes, Adorable Maya, is that, like, she doesn't have to run well here today. She doesn't have to run fast. She just has to run faster than 3 other horses.
Yep.
And in a race where they all kind of appear to be turf horses and we're trying to make a case for how they're going to work trips out, Adorable Maya does seem to be the dirt horse here. Like I said, she doesn't have to run fast. She doesn't have to love the mile and an eighth. She just has to run faster than 3 other horses.
Faced Negative Avenger, who'd come back to win out of her debut. That was in the slop here last summer at Saratoga. Jewel of Arabia has come back to win for Christophe Clement. Put together back-to-back wins. Let's bring Gary in again here as we're a minute to post. Gary in this 10th.
Yeah, I just want to comment on Acacia's comment on Beyond Brown and high stepping as she was approaching the starting gate. One thing you folks at home should know that if you notice, all these fillies are wearing hind bandages back behind. And that is because of the switch to the dirt. With the sandy surface, sometimes these turf horses tend to burn back behind. That's to keep them from burning. So I don't know if this filly's raced with hind bandages before, but a lot of times the first time they have them on, they'll high step. It feels different to them. They get out and they warm up, and that goes away. So just a quick comment about that, guys.
Oh, good stuff there from Gary. So maybe once you get into a rhythm, race goes, not a concern. 3-5, not scaring anyone away in the betting board.
I think I'm getting old. I need to wrap my ankles when I just get out to walk around the house sometimes.
Use them. We could use them on the set here. We don't get out of these chairs all afternoon long. We're going to be high-stepping when we get off this show, no question. 4 moves in. Sophie, this is the one that no one's talked about, 12-1. Any kind of case you can make for the 12? Off that dirt debut, not much to sell there.
No, I can't make a case, but I probably just put her in the winner's circle.
Beyond Brown, Jose Ortiz, odds-on favorite for David Donk. 4-horse field who will last the mile and an eighth here on the main track of the surface switch. John Imbrial with the nightcap from Saratoga.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for Beyond Brown, who is going out for the lead along with Her Ways. It's Her Ways and the favorite, Beyond Brown, going into the clubhouse turn. And Beyond Brown goes on with it, takes the lead from Her Ways. Beyond Brown clear by 2.5 lengths. And Her Ways is running in second. Sophie Fatale down on the inside, and Adorable Maya. It is Beyond Brown, the odds-on favorite, in front here by 2 after a quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Her Ways gives chase in second. It's another 2 lengths to Adorable Maya. And at the back is Sophie Fatale. The field is moving up the backstretch in this off-the-turfer. And it is Beyond Brown showing the way here by 2 lengths. Her Ways is second. Now it's a gap of almost 5 lengths. Back to Adorable Maya and 5 more to Sophie Fatale. The half was run in 48 seconds. Beyond Brown on the lead here in front by almost 3. Her Ways is in second. And farther back it is Adorable Maya, and way out of it is Sophie Fatale. The field moves around the far turn. Beyond Brown in front by a little more than 2 lengths. Her Ways is running in second. Half dozen lengths to Adorable Maya in third. 3/4 up in 112. Here comes Her Ways now, right alongside of Beyond Brown. And Her Ways just goes on by Beyond Brown. Her Ways is in front at the top of the stretch. Her Ways out in the middle of the track. Beyond Brown down towards the rail. Adorable Maya is next in third, and they're coming for the 8th pole. It is Her Ways with the lead. Beyond Brown is racing in second, and Her Ways is in front and on her way to her maiden victory. Her Ways, much the best here in the nightcap. Beyond Brown completes the exacta. Jose Ortiz tried to be aggressive and take it to this field early on the front end. In the end, her ways comes away with a Dermot Magner, Kim Don Racing, Luis Saez.
The same point I was making about Adorable Maya is, I think Andy and I both thought that her ways is probably more of a turf horse. Probably still is just a turf horse, but was faster than these horses today on the dirt. Congratulations to Dermot Magner, Luis Saez, her ways.
2-1 on her ways. Gary sat behind Jose Ortiz, Beyond Brown early, and then no match in the stretch.
Yeah, no match in the stretch, and Beyond Brown, she was a little rank on the lead. He sent her away from there, made the lead, but she never came back to Jose in his hands. She was pulling pretty hard, had her head up in the air, and was wasting a lot of energy. And if you notice in her last race on the dirt when Joel rode her, same thing, and that was only a mile and a 16th on the turf. She was on the lead that day and faded late, and she was empty coming into the stretch, guys. She was lucky to hang on for a second, and a good job by Luis Saez and Dermot Magner.
Happy connections, picture time here, connections of her ways. It doesn't matter what kind of race you win. You win at Saratoga, and it's something special.
Absolutely. Big win for Dermot Magner as well. Dermot used to be an assistant for Todd Pletcher and for Chad Brown, so obviously picked up some good habits around those guys.
So 2-1, wins the second choice on the board. And Jose Ortiz, he did what he could, but had to work pretty hard to get that lead early.
Yeah, right when they went into the first turn, I kind of said, ooh, she did throw her head. Like I think Gary mentioned, she was a little rank. She threw her head when they were running into the first turn. They kind of, that's what happens. You send them away from there trying to get that position. Then when you try to slow them down again, sometimes they might not really want to do that. They might not want to hear that. So that seems like what happened with Beyond Brown. I don't think Jose did anything wrong.
Her ways takes the nightcap here at Saratoga. Luis Saez, Dermot Magner. We'll have the prices for you when we come back here on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 in the Fox Family of Networks. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Our Wednesday card kicking off another week of action in the books. Her ways, Dermot Magner with a win. Luis Saez, Kim Don Racing, $6.40. Pick 4 comes back $294. And we're going to see a late pick 5. What? Wow.
It's really good.
$921.
It's really, really good.
incredibly good with an even money shot to kick it off. A favorite in Intrepid Heart. Wow.
Well, you know, the thing about this, I think, that makes the difference is these last 2 races that were off the turf, they were 4-horse fields, but the favorites didn't win. And a lot of times in those small fields, people lean on the favorites. They single horses like Traipsing. They single horses like Beyond Brown. And when you can beat those horses that are singled in pick 5s, you can get payouts like this.
Yeah, there was a massive late pick 5 that was over $2,500 last summer. Same deal. We had a race that was taken off the turf, like 4-horse, 5-horse field in there. Resulted in a huge number. Showdown, you can get involved each and every day on our program. Competing for real prizes. It is free to enter. And congrats to 22 Boomer, creating $198 with the bankroll today. Go to NYRA.com/Saratoga Live to get involved in the Showdown contest each and every day. Hopefully see your name at the top of that leaderboard. So good luck to everyone getting involved. Wednesday card in the books. We obviously have some huge races coming up this weekend. We're going to be loaded with graded stakes action, and it looks like, should I not say it? It looks like we're going to have great weather all weekend.
I think you can do that. I think you can. But just don't, when I have a horse that's winning, don't say I think you're home. Wait till he crosses the wire.
I would never do that. I would never, I promise.
If the weather's bad, Wolfie much the weather.
Well, Run Happy Travers, part of that incredible lineup we're going to have for you on Saturday afternoon. Of course, live coverage on Fox this Saturday afternoon. Tis the Law. Post position draw happened a little bit earlier today. He drew post 6. Barclay Tagg says he is perfectly happy with that post position.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Tis the Law has kind of shown that he runs better towards the outside. And I also think when you have the best horse, you want to try to keep him in the clear. You don't want to mess around, get him stuck in behind horses. His main competition, obviously, in this race is going to be Uncle Chuck down to the inside. So Tis the Law will be able to kind of track Uncle Chuck all the way around there. And hopefully when they turn for home here in the Run Happy Travers, we'll have a battle for the ages.
What's the date on Saturday?
August 8th.
We saw Tis the Law the first time ever, August the 8th. Last summer at Saratoga, that was his debut when he was unveiled to the world.
He was impressive that day, too.
A year later, pretty incredible. We're going to see him in the Run Happy Travers. His main competition coming west for trainer Bob Baffert. Uncle Chuck, first start of his career, he won by 7 lengths, debuting at a mile at Santa Anita. Then Bob Baffert put him into the Los Al Derby, a race that he has dominated, won 10 times over the course of his career. And he said, yeah, look, even though Uncle Chuck was green in this race, he said that he was impressed with his performance, showed that he's got some gears in this race, and obviously he's got a lot of room to move forward as well.
Absolutely. I don't have the greatest opinion of equine athleticism when I'm looking at him. I don't have, it's not my strength. I defer to others, Maggie, Acacia, for stuff like that. He actually, I can kind of tell that he's moving nice. He reaches. I mean, you could just see his hand. I mean, his front legs is really reaching. He's a talented horse. I'm excited to see him run Saturday.
Baffert said the way that, the ground that he covers, running in a race, it reminds him a little bit of Arrogate. We know what Arrogate did here. We're not saying he's Arrogate just yet, but that's a pretty stout comparison.
Absolutely. Arrogate, one of the greatest horses I've ever seen in my life. It's going to be fun on Saturday.
That's the lineup. $1 million Run Happy Travers on Saturday. Again, you can see it live on Fox, the Longines Test, Ballerina, and then the Troy and Way as well, part of that undercard. We hope you join us Saturday afternoon. Had a fun Wednesday card to get our new week of action kicked off here at Saratoga. And the man who was leading the jockey standings coming into the week, productive afternoon to widen that lead. Nona Madeline, one of 3 victories for Irad Ortiz Jr., taking the Summer Colony. And how about Todd Pletcher, 2 wins today? He has 13 victories at the meet, just 2 behind Christophe Clement. Big day Saturday for Tis the Law, Saratoga Stable, and Barclay Tagg. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern.